So we are 10 seconds away from the start of the two-wheel drive 1/16 B final. And we are going to be following the top three drivers, as I believe those are the ones that are going to be bumping up. They're off and away, don't have a driver list at the moment. Working on that. The 1 and the 2 and the 3 off and away. Number 5 car, a bit slow off the line, but this is a 15-minute final, so anything can happen, literally, as they're going over the tabletop. First 3 cars all together still. These guys trying to keep everything running. Not going to have any fuel stops. Still the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car not making it. It's the battle for third is the one we're going to be watching. So the 4 and the 3 just about to come over the tabletop together. Going down the main straight. Almost side by side. Oh, catching the pipe. That number 4, it's one of our British racers. Just trying to get a couple screens running. Hopefully the laptop has decided to, it's a great time to restart. So we do have a screen at least. So at the moment, we've got the car number 1 of Millet Lan out in front. Philip Dockledal running second. Maurice Garklavis and Craig McGuinness is our British racer who's running out there. I don't have home countries for the other racers, but we're working on getting that for everybody. Car number 5, Richard Hiernink. I'm going to guess he's Dutch. Is running in, it's car 6 of Hiernink running in 5th. Car number 5, are they running now? We do have 6 cars out there. I thought we were missing one. So it's the 4 and the 6 battling for that that bump up spot now. Well, they're not battling on track. Let's see who's, car number 1 still up. Car 2 is out in front. So I think they're coming into the flat hairpin now. They are. So the 2 and the 3 are running together. And then let's stick with that lead battle. It's not the battle we normally focus on because they don't really need to be battled. They just need to drive smoothly together. Car 4, McGuinness, I believe, is running third in a very safe third, several seconds behind the battling pair. We have the 6 and the 5 battling, or 6 and the 1 are battling for 4th place, which I'm pretty sure is not the one we need to be worrying about. And that is Milan Let in the number 1, who must have had a massive mistake while I was looking away and trying to sort out our screens here. Big mistake means he falls from technically, I suppose it's a pole position because he started on the front. But he's going to have a battle to catch up with Craig McGuinness and catch him. So let's go to our number 1 car. He's just coming around with the bowl corner now and into the flat section. The car just in front, going over the triple, as you can see, just going off frame, is Craig McGuinness, our British racer. I think, pretty sure the only British racer in this one. But this here is Milan Lett, who has got the pace to catch McGuinness. So this is going to be pretty important for Milan to put down some safe, fast times. Well, not safe. He's got to put the hammer down because he's got 9.5 minutes left. It's a 15-minute final. And this is the 1/16th B final. So everybody is going to be advancing. It's going to be the top 3 racers. I'm pretty sure it's the top 3 racers. So we're just trying to continue getting connected up here properly. Okay, I think I'm connected. Is that our number? No, it's not our number 1 car. We have a dead car, well, a dying car of, who's that? The number 2? Actually, it's our race leader has just broken out. And yet, referee's telling him, oh, okay, so he's going to miss that lap. The car in the pits, that's our, well, sorry, no, it's not our leader. It's, I thought it was the 2, but it's actually the 5. And that driver coming down. So, unfortunately, car number 5, I'll get a name for you as soon as I'm able to. I'm trying to do several things here. Yeah, car number 5 of Antonin Hadas, or Hadash, I think. We have another dead car. What car number is that? That's the... that's McGuinness has broken out. That's our British racer. Hope's gone. Of course, you can do some repairs in the pits, but going to be a few laps down. So let's see where that puts the order. We've got the 2, 4, and 1. So Milan Lett back up into the bump up positions. You've got the 2 and the 3 together on track. Just about to come over the between the 2 doubles. Meanwhile, Milan Lett coming out of the Elcon L. Coming over the first double. Now in second position. And a very safe bump up position for Milan. So all he has to do, just keep it rubber side down. That's all it takes. I think we're very slowly getting sorted here. Finals day, always a bit of a rush for everybody. Right, okay, so there we are. We've got timing on screen. Philip Ducklet on the car 2. Milan Lett moving back up from the pole position in this race. Fell back to, I think, 4th, possibly 5th position. And has, thanks to attrition and steady driving, Milan's moved himself back up into the bump-up position. So he's about half a lap ahead of the car number 6 of Richard Hiernink. And we've got the cars 2 and 3 basically together on track. No one putting any lunges or any crazy moves on anybody, because one bad landing and your race is done and your week is done. This is potentially, well, unfortunately for Craig McGinnis and Antonin Hadash of the Czech Republic, because we do have some extra information now. They are that's their last drives of the week here. Here in Stařeč in the Czech Republic. So we have a little bit of downtime. So sorry for the usual hectic RC Racing TV start. Try to make things as smooth as possible at all times. Sometimes it doesn't work out. But here we are. We're on camera. We got timing. We got cars out on track. We got our videographer Ben out there getting some videos and photos. We've got Jim Little on the moving camera. We have additional camera scenes provided by Pool Start TV. Thank you very much, Laszlo and David. And we've got the 2023 European Championships for large-scale off-road presented by EFRA, the European Federation for Radio-Controlled Automobiles, and RC Racing TV. So that is who you are with here, well, yesterday and today. We're not racing any at all tomorrow. We have some fairly dire weather warnings for tomorrow, so all racing for Saturday has been canceled. We're doing all of the finals today, and at the moment, you're watching the very first final of the day here in Stařeč, just outside of Třebíč in the south of the Czech Republic. We're not too far away from the Austrian border. On the south, well, we're a couple hours north of Vienna, I believe, driving-wise. We're about 3 hours south of Prague. And we only have 3 minutes left in this one. Maris and Philip swapping positions, but keeping things steady. These two coming down the main straight now. We've got Milan Let is very slowly catching up to them. He just made a very slight mistake, but he is catching up to them. Generally the faster driver. Oh, and do we have a slowing car number 2? Is this a problem? No, it's fine. I think he's maybe just taking it easy, because what happens now is these three drivers are going to bump up into the 1/8 B final, which is going to kick off at 10:32. So they'll have about an hour and a bit to make sure, check their bearings, check their clutch, check settings and everything. And then they're back out on track. So basically, yes, running 15 minutes, bumping up, that's great, that's awesome. But in order to bump up again, or to actually, have a chance of bumping up the next time, they're going to be needing to make sure that they take it easy on their driving now so that they don't wear out their car. And that will come into full effect at 9:46 is the start of the 1/16 A final for four-wheel drive, where we're going to see one of our favorite drivers, Pekka Ivanen from Finland. Had a really bad couple of qualifiers. He broke a shock shaft and broke a hub, or was it the other way around, and basically couldn't finish. So he has, that's a nasty crash. That could have been absolutely catastrophic for two cars. But luckily, that number 3 car of Maris Garklavis getting back onto the correct side of the track before Milan Let came down the main straight. If that would have happened in a final that had a few more cars in it, that could have been absolutely dire. Well, if it would have happened just very slightly differently, both cars could have been taken out, and everybody that's running would have bumped up. So the number 6 now getting a bit wild. Okay, so the referee's giving him a verbal blue flag. and making sure that he stays out of the way of everybody. So we're just going to pop into the chat eventually and see. Welcome everybody. Hello everybody who is watching. We got time has just expired, so that is the finish for everybody as the beeps sound. So the next race that's going to be up is the 1/16th A final, and that's going to kick off at 9:23, and these are Central European times, is our local time. So we have about 8 minutes before that one kicks off. So finishing order is, well, it's already disappeared from my screen, but actually I don't need that anymore, so I'll just exit that. So yeah, there we are. First final of the day complete, and we have our first bump up racers. So once again, thank you everyone for joining us. I'm going to be popping into the chat and we'll review what everybody is sharing. Remember, be cool, stay nice. If you're going to talk in your there's our finishing order. If you're going to talk in non-English, basically, just that's fine. Just please just keep it nice, because I don't have the mental capacity to translate everything. Olivier Vierda, thanks for popping in. Hi guys. Olivier is one of our RCTV heroes. Thank you very much, Olivier. And you might be going, how do I become a hero? How do I get a cool green or blue, depending on the platform that you're on, some cool highlighted name and the RCTV badge next to my name? How do I get some free stickers from RCTV? How do I get priority access to follow requests in qualifying and finals only? Qualifying and practice only, sorry, not for finals day. But yeah, how do you do that? Well, you become a hero. And how do you become a hero? Well, you find the join button on your browser window, or if you're watching on, I believe, YouTube, the YouTube app on Android. You can check that out. And as Olivier says, reminder to all 50 viewers, drop a like to promote the sport. Yes. And it sounds silly, but basically, if you do drop a like, as he says, so 5 minutes to start. We've got the next group is out and running now. It's just warm up, so we're all good. Yeah, so basically, it just helps the algorithm. It's all about the algo these days. So the algorithm helps us. YouTube algorithm helps us get the coverage out in front of additional viewers. And they might be going, well, I like cars. I used to have an RC car way back when. I got it as a Christmas gift as a little kid. And hey, look at this. These guys are racing in the Czech Republic. What are they racing? What are these large-scale off-road cars? It's that sort of thing. It really helps. It does honestly really help. And Olivier is one of those people who's helping as an additional step if you're able to. It's 5 currency units of your local denomination. I believe Olivier's going to be paying in euros, but there's pounds, and obviously it's YouTube, so it's, covers everything. Another way you can help out is to check out the shop link on the YouTube page, or just go to rcracingtv.com. It's rcracingtv.com. You can use the RCTV10, that's RCTV10 discount code to get 10% off your first order of RCTV merch. And that includes shirts. We got a range of shirts. We have, I believe, a couple different hats you can get and a couple different hoodies. So it's all good in the hoodie, if you help us out. So we additionally would like to give a massive thanks to our sponsors, not just EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. If you want to know more about RC racing in your country, if you're interested in this kind of thing, check out EFRA.ws and just check out the website. Just cruise around the website. There's all sorts of loads and loads of information there about how to find your local federation for your country, whether you're in the UK, Denmark, Sweden, Croatia, Czech Republic, like we are today, and yeah, you can find out how to partake in RC racing in your neck of the woods. You can also find out more about Elcon Models, who is sponsoring, providing a good amount of sponsorship for the coverage this weekend. Thank you very much, Elcon. Elcon running cars in all 3 of the championships that we're going to be watching today. So thank you very much to Elcon Models. We've got 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and now short course Elcon Models out on track all day today, basically. So Elcon enjoying pole position in the 2-wheel drive category with Wesley Van Helmond at the controls. So we've got so the drivers, some drivers, slightly unaware of the race starting procedure. They've had their warm up. It's basically everyone gets about 3 minutes of warm up, and then they're called into the pit lane, and then the mechanics will be taking them out in number order. I believe they get a. Do they get a warm up or a formation lap?
1 minute to start. 1 minute.
Just a minute to go before they're off and away again.
So all cars should agree 1 lap and stop.
Yes, so they get a formation lap, and the formation lap is just like Formula One. They have 1 lap to get out, and everyone lines up on their correct number position. So in this one, we've got Remco de Loof from the Netherlands, Paul Diber from the UK, Kurt Hafliger from Switzerland. Then we have 3 Germans. We've got Uwe Dombrova, Michael Lang, Torsten Neska, and the 7th driver is from Denmark, and that is Henrik Worm. So this is our 2-wheel drive A final. So again, it's a 15-minute final. All of the finals up to the semis are 15 minutes. Then all of this, we have 6 semifinal races, and those are all 20 minutes. And then the main finals are 30 minutes long. So once again, top 3 to bump up. Feel free to correct me in the chat, but I believe it's going to be top 3 to bump up. So there's our race director, just making sure everyone is correctly in their pit boxes, or start boxes, I should say. Everyone's starting off in, should be in number order. Race director making sure.
10, 9, 8.
So we'll follow the race action for a couple of laps. We'll follow the lead group of drivers, and then we'll start to settle on the battle for 3rd. Hopefully there is a good battle, everyone keeps it clean, and everyone finishes, which is the most important thing. So already we've got 2 groups of 2, the 1 and the 2, and then the 3 and the 4 is our battle for 3rd. The 4 taking it away. Now he's been passed by the 5 and the 6. So we've got 1, 2, and 3 away, and then we have the battle for 4th is just opened up just a little bit more, coming over that second double. So battle for 4th now is coming into the bowl curve. But the lead 3 cars, the number 4 car is on a charge. So let's follow that that bright number 4 car just coming down the lead of these cars, coming down straight over the big jump and into the Elcon L. I want to thank Elcon Models once again for providing coverage. And big crash in front, so that is a massive change for the battle for 2nd now. It's between the 2, the 4, the 3, and the 5. The number 4 car, who is that making a massive charge? That's Uwe Dombrova. We'll start getting the names for these drivers. Number 4 now in third. It's our final bump up spot. So that number 3, Kurt Hafliger, wanting to catch up and put his name down for the final bump up position. And the 2 getting wild just before the big jump coming off the main straight. Now we profiled just a little bit the how the track is getting rutted up and potholes, especially on the landing zones and in the fast sections. So these guys, hopefully they are aware of the, I won't call it track damage, but the evolution of the track. It is off-road after all. It's just like any motocross track. Things change. And the number 5 is wheels come off, just coming off the second double. So that is the number 5 car out now. And that's Michael Lang, already running in last place. But luckily he's been cleared off the track. His mechanic is out there as the number 1 car is about to come around and put him a lap down. That's Remco de Loof. And then we have, I believe it's the number 4 car of Dombrova and then Diver. So we have Netherlands, Germany, and the UK in that order. The number 3 car is at the moment out of the bump up spots. So the battle for the bump up spots has kind of fizzled away at the moment, but we'll hope that these drivers can keep it steady. Let's move to the number 2 car, who's just coming out of the Elcon L. So let me just finish our thought there. It's Elcon L, Elcon providing sponsorship for coverage of the this whole week for you guys. So if you are looking for a large-scale car to check out, whether it's new or used or whatever, check out the Elcon cars. They're quite unique. They have front and rear, separate front and rear diffs, which allow them to change the engagement and the braking and the clutch mannerisms and everything. Front and rear, especially helpful on, of course, on the four-wheel drive cars, the buggies and the short course cars. I think our battle for the lead is just about to start hotting up with that number 4 car, Dombrova, very slowly reeling in de Loof. rccaronline.de, another one of our sponsors. We want to thank them and RC Fox. Both of them are mainly European RC retailers. RC Fox run by Mark Kreisig, who's actually doing fairly well in, I think is it short course? It might be four-wheel drive buggy. Can't remember, but he was talking down his chances yesterday, but he seems to be doing pretty well. So let's go to this battle for the lead, just about to go over the tabletop. So these guys, we'll see how pushy Dombrova gets. Dombrova in that number 4 car in second position at the moment. He doesn't need to be pushy, but finishing one position ahead on the grid, it's a position ahead. And, you know, like Senna says, you're not a racer if you don't go for the gap. So it depends how you want to decipher that, but we'll see if Dombrova takes that message from Ayrton Senna to heart, or if he just plays it safe and stays behind our lead car of Remco de Loof from the Netherlands, which is the safe thing to do. Let Dombrova make the mistakes. It's always easier to follow than to lead. These guys taking it steady over the triple, taking it as a double single. Remco getting sideways coming down the main straight. Dombrova almost getting sideways as well in sympathy. Dombrova taking the wide line and just kind of avoiding the double completely. So that's going to drop him back about a half a second. So these guys on pace to do 23 laps in 15 minutes. So yes, we do indeed have a nice battle. This is a big flying over the, what car was that? Number 7. Not quite last place, but second from last place. Remco and Uwe still taking it through the bowl hairpin. They're on the flat hairpin, which is getting steadily more and more rutted up as the day goes on. And as Ian Audie was telling us yesterday, if your car or truck gets out of shape coming over these ruts, you lose speed, and that means that you're going to basically lose the ability to clear the triple easily. He's talking about four-wheel drive, but we have seen some of the top drivers clear that, clear the triple just at the start of the straight in one go in two-wheel drive. So as they're coming, both passing the number 6 car of Torsten Neske. So these two guys all on the run. It's just a race between them at the moment. Third place car of number 3, Paul Diver, in a secure spot. Not under any real threat from behind. So Paul in the final bump up spot. These two who were following. This is Remco taking a very wide line. Not quite as wide as Uwe did. So now they're together. Coming over the second double. And that landing zone is getting more and more pitted up as well. It's also the high spots are starting to get very high traction. You can see when the sun is maybe in a different position for our camera, you'll be able to see the shininess of the high spots of that rough ground, where the rubber of the tires just start to get laid down more and more. So when you start to see brown clay type dirt, oh, and oh man, hitting the, did we get that? I hope we did. That is Dombrova now losing. Now we got a battle for second, because the 2 just ahead of Dombrova. Let's stay with Dombrova, that number 4 car. The 2 just ahead of him is Paul Diver, a British racer, who's currently on track in the second position. So we'll see what Dombrova does now. Oh, and he flips, taking a little bit too hard, staying with the 4. Car just behind is the number 6 of Neske, who's a lap down, so no danger to Dombrova. Let's see what Dombrova does here. Of course, the red mist may be coming down, and that's when you start to see overdriving and mistakes really starting to creep in. But Dombrova seems to be keeping it chill. I don't see any headsets. Well, I see one headset in the pit lane, so not sure if he's got a spotter who can talk to him and calm him down just a bit. That's what the part of the job of the spotter. Now they're a lot closer together, these two. The 2, then the 4 of Diver and Dombrova. These two guys almost nose to tail. Five minutes left, the lady says. These guys coming over the tabletop and around the bowl corner. Just coming across the finish, another lap. Over the big jump, taking it steady. We've seen several cars break there because if you hit that at an angle and try to steer in midair, the gyroscopic force of the front tire, well, front and rear tires, make the car tip and lean, and a lot of cars landing on their front left and braking. If you do that too often and too hard, coming around the flat hairpin now. It's not quite so flat now, but oh, and there goes Dombrova over. So he's still in the bump up position. Car behind is a couple laps down, so he's in absolutely no danger of. Oh, and there goes Diver off the track in the L. So now we have a battle for second, And they're together. Of course they're together. Come on, guys. Let's make it a race. So we got Diver all over the back of Dumbrova now. We have Germany versus the UK. No chanting, please, but we'll see what kind of battle these guys can give us, whether they're going to give us a show or the wise thing to do would be to drive smart and not battle each other. So Dumbrova, possibly where he sees himself rightfully being, ahead of Diver. So he made a massive mistake before and was catching Diver with 3 minutes left now. But it looks like he's able to pull away, and we're not going to get quite as much of a battle as we thought we were going to get. But that's okay. These guys are both bumping up. And the number 1 car just coming out of the Elcon L now. In a very safe position. So Dumbrova and Diver coming across. That's about the pace that they're doing, the gap distance between them, few seconds. I think everyone is looking generally safe. It's all a matter of, there's still 2 minutes remaining. Anything could happen. We're not hoping to see anyone crash or break or flame out or anything like that, but anything can happen.
4, 2, 3, 6, 7, 5.
So running order, Deleuve in that car 1, Uwe Dumbrova from Germany in car 4, Paul Diver in car 2 from the UK. That is our bump up positions. Kurt Hafliger, Torsten Neska, Henrik Worm, Michael Lang looks like he has dropped out. Well, he only got a couple laps, so yes, he's definitely dropped out. So we've got a minute and a quarter left. Corner number 1 car, the leader of Remco Deleuve.
1 minute to drive.
We'll keep an eye out on the 2 and the 4 of Diver and Dumbrova. It's actually Dumbrova then Diver in that order, but I'll keep an eye out on them if they have any issues. But we're with our leader who's looking to win this one. Less than a minute left. Taking it very steady. Now the reason why you want to take it steady, especially when you know that you're bumping up, look how softly he takes that big jump at the end of the straight, is because in about an hour's time, he's going to be running in his next final. That's what we talk about when we say we're bumping up. So there's only so many repairs that you can do, no matter how many cars you have out. We have the number 2 cars flipped over. That's Diver. Marshals are on it. So we're all right. He's okay. He's not in any danger being passed by the car number 6 of Neska, who's already a couple positions and a full lap down from Diver. So I believe that is Remco done. Yes. So Remco Deleuve taking that one. Uwe Dumbrova, Paul Diver, getting a bit of a show. Of course, it's only the 2-wheel drive 16th A now complete. And next up, we're going to see the 4-wheel drive 1/16th A. There is no B. There's not quite enough drivers to make a B final. So we have an A final. The big story in this one is our Finnish, one of our favorite Finnish racers, Pekka Aivonen. We've seen him at most of the EFRA events that we've been to this year, including 1/12th. I think obviously we have a team in Germany at Turkheim broadcasting the touring car modified and fronty European Championships, so obviously he's not there this weekend. I don't think he runs that category anyway. But yes, we know him quite well from 1/8 off-road and large-scale off-road. And yeah, so he's a quick racer, but he had very bad luck in the first couple in his qualifiers. There were only 2 qualifiers yesterday. We'll get to that. We'll fill in that story in a bit. But we just want to thank you guys for watching with us here from Stařeč in the Czech Republic. We have more Dutch racers in the chat, so once again, keep it clean and keep it nice, guys. Thank you very much for joining in. Yeah, so Pecco broke a hub in the front in his first qualifier and broke a shock shaft in the second qualifier. And these shock shafts are not weedy thin. They are very thick and substantial shock shafts. Scale-wise, they're about as close as you can get to full-size shocks. And Pecco, the first car out on track, muscling his way past other cars in the pit lane. Just make sure he gets plenty of track time. He was calling these the lower finals practice for the semis. So I don't think that's not bravado or talking a big game. He is a quick racer. He nearly won the finals last year in four-wheel drive. I would say that he's definitely our favorite to be in the bump-up position. And again, he doesn't need to win the race. He just needs to finish second or third at worst. The thing is, Pecco doesn't really have an off switch. He drives flat out. He comes from the Colin McRae School of Driving. And, I mean, from the amount of dirt that he's kicking up, he's not taking it easy on the warm-up lap either. He's taking this like these like race laps. He's treating it like qualifying. So there's practice when you take it really, really easy, and then you slowly ramp up the pace. And then there's qualifying when you just go flat out. You want to qualify the best you can. And then there's race laps where you take it steady. Pecco is always on a top qualifier race pace lap. Just going. He was the first car out, and he's absolutely flying and catching everybody up. So the rest of the drivers taking it very steady. He's clearing the triple. Everyone else singling it. It looks like we're missing Marcus Schmitz. Don't know what happened with him, but if anyone knows, please put it in the chat. So in this one, we've got David Lockhemper from Belgium, Alexander Kuhn from Germany, Angelo Zuger from Switzerland, Carol Masick from the Czech Republic, Julide Yaman from Germany, Marcus Schmitz from Germany, who I don't think is checked in. I don't think David Lockhemper, our number 1 car, is checked in either. Thomas Rhein from Germany, from the Czech Republic, Bohumer Hula, Sasha Punke from Germany, and from Finland, Pekko Ivanen, literally qualifying dead last. And he's going to want to be steadily, I hope, for his sake, steadily making his way through the field and not trying to put in crazy laps. He has 15 minutes of racing ahead of him. And that starts in about 1 minute and 45 seconds. So we're going to actually start on the car 0 car of Pecco because I think this is going to be a cracker. Pecco is a good racer. He's a smart racer, but I don't know how wise of a racer he is. And if you're not sure of the difference, we'll talk about that in the 15 minutes to come. Mech Op asks in the chat, do you ever cover indoor carpet races, or would that be for more like wintertime? That's basically a winter thing, or a UK thing, because of the weather. But we're working on it, I believe. We're working on it. So once again, I don't think we've got our number 1 car of David Lawcamper out. He's not starting. I don't see a number 1 car out there yet. I see a 2, 3, 4 leading off. This is a formation lap. I'm not sure if the number 6 is out there either. Isn't checked. He is, but he's got a gray line across his name, so I'm not sure what is happening there. So we'd like to thank EFRA for providing us with the opportunity to cover this race for you. I'd like to thank Elcon Models, rccaronline.de, and RC Fox for providing the sponsorship to allow us to bring you some extra excellent coverage of this race. So what we're going to do on this one, Jim, is we're going to follow the top 3 or 4 cars away and just see how they go. But sometime around by the end of the first lap, we're going to be swapping over to Pecco in the number 10, which is the very final car out on the grid. We do have the number 1 car out there now. Number 2 is out of position, but I don't think he's going to get a stop and go for that. So you follow the lead. And Pecco taking it very steady, a very slow start. He's letting everybody crash out of the way in front of him. So Pecco already moving up into 8th position now, ahead of the 9 and the 6. And he's letting other cars crash. He's made another pass now on another car he's crashed. So let's move to Pecco now. He's just come out of the bowl corner now. He's the green car with the black wing. He's already into 6th spot from 10. So this is going to be our lead guy, our lead racer to watch. And let's watch him work through the field. We've got the 7 and the 4 cars ahead. He's already passed the 4 thanks to a mistake. 7 car next in his sights. Nice pass over the double. And now he's in 4th position. These guys squabbling out. He's in 3rd. He's in 2nd. And now he's in 1st. There we go. That is Pekka Ivanen from last to 1st in a lap and a half in the 1/16th A final. There you go, people. That's how you do it. Nice and clean. Look at that lead. We're going to follow Pekka around, make sure he doesn't break. Fingers crossed for Pecco. Hashtag fingers crossed for Pecco. Coming over that second double. So the next 3 cars in line, just so you guys are aware, are the 2, the 3, and the 9 somehow, and then the 1. So that is Alexander Kuhn, Angelo Zuger, and Sasha Punk. The number 1 car of David Lawcamper running 5th. So we have Finland, Germany, Switzerland, Germany, and Belgium. That's our top 5 positions. Pecco taking it steady. He's going to have to keep it steady, keep the rubber side down. And we're going to let Pecco go now and move to the second of the doubles, because we do have a developing battle for 3rd, which is our final bump-up position. That is, I think that's going to be the 3 and the 9 of Zuger and Punk. Zuger in the very dark-colored car. Oh, and getting sideways, getting thrown out by a rut. And that's what happens. That is exactly what happens with the track conditions. So now we're on the 2nd and 3rd place cars. These are our final bump-up positions. So we're going to watch these 2 as Pecco is literally half a lap ahead already. I'll keep an eye out for him, but the number 10 car way, way out in front. So Tara Ivanen, Pecco's mother, if you guys are watching, Team Finland, I'm sure all of Team Finland are paying attention. We have 7 other drivers here from Finland. I think they would arguably agree that Pecco is the fastest of them. No disrespect to anybody, but the 2 and the 9 having another disagreement coming onto the main straight. But I'm sure everybody has fingers crossed for Pecco. He just needs to make it out. Oh, man. I wish we caught that on camera. That was an amazing set of passes there. But we're sticking with this battle for second. It's kind of simmering down now. Huge cartwheel crash for, is that car even still running? And another one, and another one. These guys all getting caught up with each other. Still running though, everybody's still running. So the 9 and the 2 are our final bump up positions now. So they swapped around, the Punk and Kuhn. Pecco about to put everybody a lap down. Let's go back to Pecco. He's the 4th car about to go over the tabletop with the white, all white wheels, the green body and white wheels with black wing. Let's just watch him get through these drivers. So there's one. There's another. Steady over the big jump. Nice flat landing. Very good. And this number 2 is our 2nd place car. Keep in mind, the number 2 car, who is just passed, is our 2nd place car. He has lapped the field. Okay, so I mean we're not picking him up. We're not saying he's he's the next Kimi Räikkönen of RC or anything. He's doing this all on his own. We're not helping him. He's just out there, man. Coming down the main straight. Who's he going to pass now? This is okay, sorry, this is our 2nd place car. Just about to lap him. Number 9 car of Sasha Punk. Pecco getting it wide. Keep it level. There we go. So that's a little bit of help from the referees, but Sasha opening the door, as the referees like to say, and just letting him pass. There's no reason to hold him up. Sasha is also bumping up at the moment. Sasha is miles ahead of 3rd place car, who is now David Lockhemper, the car 1. Something has happened to Sasha. Or no, sorry, to Alexander. So that's just a few laps with Pecco, people. We're not blowing smoke here. He is a quick racer, and now, ooh, very nice. Look at that. See, a very controlled, not flying into that group of cars. They got tangled up with each other. And when these cars get hung up with each other, especially under when a car drives up over the back wheels, it gets stuck between the wing and the rear wheels. There's nothing you can do except wait for a marshal to separate the cars. I'm just going to try and find the number 2 and the number 1. They're nowhere near each other on track, but the 1 and the 2, where's the 2 at? Something has happened to Alexander that he must have had a huge mistake and lost a ton of time to David. So we may as well just stay with Pecco because, as predicted, very mildly predicted. I didn't want to build it up too much, but yes, he is the star of this race, this particular quarterfinal A. Next race up. So thank you, Pecco, for giving us plenty of time to talk about everything else that's coming up. Next race up is the short course, 1/8 A. Sorry, this isn't the semifinal. This is the 1/16 final A. 1/8 A final for short courses coming up. There is no B final. Usually, if there's enough racers present, we'll have a B final followed by an A final. But for four-wheel drive, which is what we're watching now, and short course, not quite enough drivers to make a B final, so we're going straight into an A. And that doesn't mean that we're short on entries, by the way. We're absolutely full. This race is one of the best attended races that we're going to see all year for EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. You check out EFRA.ws, find out more about EFRA. EFRA is celebrating its 50th year in operations this year. Look how gently Pecco is taking that big jump at the end of the straight. He's driving very gentle. I don't think that means that there's an issue with the car at all. He's just driving, he knows he's got a lot of races to go. So after the 1/16th A, there's going to be the 1/8th A, and then the quarterfinals, the 1 quarterfinals, and then what some might say is a half final, but we call them the semis, the semifinal, and that the semifinal is definitely where you want to, that's where you want to be. Ooh, a bad landing there because he's trying to avoid somebody. Got a very slow ramp up. So nice flat landing there. That's what you want. You don't want to go nose first into anything with these cars. There is no front bumper. It's not large scale touring car. It's not touring car at all. These guys, you might find these deceptively small, but they're actually huge pieces of machinery. Nearly a meter long, about 10 to 12 kilos. Just having a look at the chat, seeing where everybody is. In the chat, what a beast. Another one. That's like Max Verstappen. Another one. This is like Surakarn in 2002. I didn't have the honor of being there at that race, but yes, Surakarn, absolutely a beast back in his day. He wanted to give everyone a chance and they blew it. And Mekop saying, you'd think at least one person could keep up a bit. His driving must be leagues above everyone. Well, what happened was Pecco nearly won the European Championship in this class last year. He literally came about 5 corners from the end before running out of fuel. He doesn't have an off switch, like I said. He just goes full gas. And these cars, when they run out of fuel, that is it. They are done. Pecco drives like a beast. That's it. And he had terrible breakage luck in the 2 qualifiers we had yesterday. Only 2 qualifiers because of a series of rain delays. We have no racing tomorrow, so today is the finals. That is it. Pecco's going to be wearing out his car during the rest of the day. And yes, he is driving quite a bit more conservative than we usually are used to seeing. These are not truggies, these are four-wheel drive buggies. So Pecco is driving an MCD, which is basically, I'm pretty sure it's laid out pretty much like basically a much larger 1/8 scale buggy. So if you can imagine a 1/8 scale buggy that's about nearly a meter long or nearly a yard long, that's about the size of these things. Number 1 car is broken out. Okay, so let's see where that puts things. That puts Zuger back up into the top position. So great result for him. Not so great result for our number 1 driver, David Lawkemper. So 2 minutes left in this one. Pecco keeping it steady. Let's see if I can find where the number 9 and 3 are. We have 3 drivers who dropped out of this one. But at the moment, we've got Ivan and Punk and Zilger. The 9 and the 3, where are they at on track? The 9 is actually just 2 cars behind, and the 3 is a car, the next car behind him. So not really a battle there. So we'll just stick with Pecco. Although he's not going to be passing anybody, I don't think, in the next minute and a half. There's not really anyone else to focus on. He's driving very steady now. To finish first you must finish. So Ayrton Senna quotes or not. Always need to make sure that you finish the race. And the race is never over until the final flag waves, or whatever you want to call it. Yes, James, they are 1/5 scale. So they don't look like 1/5 scale, they are 1/5 scale. So plenty of RC Racing TV fans and RC fans in general in the chat. So thank you very much for watching, guys. Tell your friends to give this a look. And if they're more into electric touring car, well, we have a team out in Germany as well. Number 2 car has just come off the track. So unfortunate for Alexander Kuhn. He was running in the bump-up position. It's a mechanic trying to start the car, but the race is finished, so there's kind of no point, unfortunately. That's racing. I think that is everyone finished. Pekka Ivanen taking the last of his many, many victory laps in this one. Now, the next race is going to be a little bit tougher because the car is going to be worn out just a tiny bit more. But the next time we're going to see Pecco, so mark these down, guys. Next time we're going to see Pecco is in the 1/8A final, and that's coming up at 11:41 CET. So make sure and mark that down. We're going to see another Pecco show. So Pecco not even finishing his final lap. He was actually 2 laps ahead. He could have finished 2 laps ahead, but driving smart. Pecco does have an off switch, or at least a middle position switch. Right, so the next group of racers, 13 cars in the next group. And that is the short course 1/8A coming up in a few minutes' time. All right, so thank you very much, guys, in the chat. We have. I love explaining this category and large-scale touring car in general as well to people who've come across it for the first time. These cars are huge. They are huge, and I believe you're seeing the Polestar TV pit lane cam. Look at the size of these cars. Okay, they are massive. They are no joke. And the same size of car, not a different type of car entirely, but the same size of car runs in large-scale touring car, which we broadcast just a couple of weeks ago from Groningen in the Netherlands. So I had the pleasure to commentate on that European final as well. It was a great final race. Again, only 30 minutes because that's how much fuel these cars carry. There is no refueling. Generally, there's no tire changes, although because we had mixed conditions and it was declared a wet race, they were allowed to change tires. So it's a bit like MotoGP and F1 where they're allowed to, well, MotoGP I should say, they're allowed to change tires when it's a wet race. And as Mekov in the chat says, you really get the perspective when you see these guys. You know, you understand how large these trucks and cars are when you see them actually carrying the things. They are huge. Olivier saying, how did you find it in Groningen, Mr. Commentator Man? Well, you can call me Frank, for one. I loved it in Groningen. I loved that track. That track was amazing. The first time I saw a large-scale touring car in action was in Portugal at the Villarreal circuit, which is where we were last weekend for 1/8 scale, and that is actually even better if it's possible. But Groningen, absolutely beautiful as a circuit, and very importantly, not in any danger of housing developments or businesses trying to buy the land away from the club. I heard there was drama with the Italians and the fuel. Well, there was, yes. Without going into it, yes, there was. There was also drama with the clutch size or the flywheel size of one of the podium finishers, and he was disqualified. So on a technical infringement, running a flywheel that was just a little bit too small. These cars all get teched very carefully. Engines taken apart. They have to run very specific engine requirements and clutch and flywheel size and all sorts of things like that. So, you know, it's a European championship. It's not a club race where you can run all kinds of outlaw crazy things. Everything gets teched. You have to run the same body shell the entire week. You have to run the same chassis and engine all week. If you change an engine, you have to take a stop-and-go penalty in the first final that you run. So, you know, they take this. It's a championships. It's very you know, it's run as a championship should be. So what's the typical truck that they run here? Losi, Techno, Schumacher? No, Schumacher doesn't make anything like these. Neither does Techno. There are Losi short course trucks, but not very many. I think it's mostly the British racers that run a few of the Losis. MCD, Elcon, who's one of our event sponsors. Those are the main truck brands that are run. So this is like a stock class. I guess. I mean, they're limited in the carburetor size and engine tuning that they can run, but I wouldn't call it stock. They are, you know, everything's. You're allowed to modify to a certain extent, and you can, you know, nowadays you can buy race-ready anything, but you generally can't just buy a fully championship-ready car just off the interwebs. So I'm just going to swap back over to the live timing. So thank you very much for the questions, guys, and the interest. It is a very fascinating category of racing. This and large-scale touring car, which I think is definitely the most realistic class of racing. Looks like we're missing a couple of cars. Definitely the number 7 and the number 10. Haven't gone through the list of names in this one, but once again, we're going to follow off the top 3 or 4 cars. Follow the battles. And the number 2 car, not starting, that's Godney from the UK. What's happened with him? Number 7 car starting from pit lane. And he's already stuck. Who's that? That is Boris Last from Germany. And we have the number 1 car doing a somersault. Our British taxi driver getting sideways and letting the 5 and 6 now. So the 6, 5, and I think it's the 4 now leading away. So who wants to take this one? And we have another massive crash at the very back. Number 7 stuck again in a tire. Wow, these guys, okay guys, settle down, settle down. You need to finish. It's a 15-minute race. It's not a 2-minute sprint. Calm down. This reminds me of Lee Evans in, what movie was he in? What was it? The Fifth Element, where he's shouting at the very calm down. And over the double, that is a very dangerous maneuver. So who's in the lead? We got the 6 and the 5, then the 8 and 9. So there's our bump up battles of Ross, Tekon, Oates, and Kuz. Jeez. 6 going crazy. That's our leader. And then we've got the 5 and 8. Then the 4. That's our British taxi driver. So our lead cars. The 6, 5, and 8. Again, that's Bruce, Tekon, and Kuz. And our 5 is stuck now. Who's that? That's our second place driver. So now we have let's see if he's going to be able to battle through. So that puts Willie Oates up into the bump up positions. And these guys, wow, getting wild. Let's follow this number 5 car who was stuck for a bit, but he's definitely, I think, going to be catching that number 9, Mike Loeffler from Germany. Let's see what kind of battle the number 5 of Tekon can do. Currently in 5th position. Coming up on the 8 and then the 9, so they're close together now. So the battle for 2nd, or is it 3rd, has gone crazy. So this is 1st, 2nd. Okay, so the car is after the yellow car. The 9 and the 8. Let's go with the blue and the white and silver and green car. Sorry, Jim, making you jump around all over the place, but oh, and the 8 goes over. So as soon as we get on them, but I think we're still going to be having the 9 catching Willie Oates, our taxi driver. It's a battle for 2nd now. It was a battle for 3rd, but then number 8 car of Kuz decided to throw it away. Well, not decided to. I mean, these guys are doing the best they absolutely can. But so now our battle is the 5 and the 9. But wait. First, 2nd. Yes, the 5 and the 9 is our battle for 3rd. The 5, I think, is probably the quicker car of these 3. And could possibly challenge for the lead. So these 3 cars, oh, and Willie takes it over. And then the 8 of Tekon goes into the side of him. So now it's a battle for 2nd. The next 2 cars coming over the triple. This is going to be our interesting battle. Willie's stuck on a pipe, so he's kind of out of it for the next several laps if he's able to catch up. And he flips it over again. He's trying to break the hell out of that car. So the 9, then the 5, that's our battle for 2nd, Loeffler and Tekon. Tekon getting a little bit too sideways there. So, still got battle between Ross and Loeffler, who we're on now, the number 9 car. Let's drop back to the 5 because that's the more interesting one. He's definitely catching. Number 5 car, Orhan Tekon, one of our 2 Turkish racers that are here. I believe they're both running short course. This is the first of several short course races that we're going to be seeing today. Still have Ross Bruce from the UK out in front, and the number 6, Mike Loeffler from Germany in the number 9. And then Orhan Tekon, Willie Oates, the second British racer, trying to make the bump-up position, running in the taxi. These guys all coming up. I think that's the number... is that one of our previous bump-up position? Yeah, I think it was. Number 8. Well, he was up there. He's fallen back quite a bit. So we're on Tekon. So running third, well, first, second, third, in order, just coming out of the L and coming over the doubles. So you can see them probably there all on screen, but we're focusing on the 5 because he is just a bit quicker than the rest of them. He just keeps making a little bit too many mistakes to properly put in a charge. But these 3 here coming over the triple, it's first, second, third, and Tekon taking a very bad line. Let's move up to the battle for, well, that was our battle for the lead. Okay, so our lead driver, British racer of Ross Bruce, now in third. Still bumping up, but let's follow this battle for second. It's Tekon and Bruce, the 5 and the 6. Let's see what Bruce can do. Oh, and I believe something just came off of his truck. Oh my goodness. These things can take a beating, but not every single lap. The 8 cars just pulled into the pit lane. Mechanic looking up going, why'd you come in? What's going on? All right, so we're spread out a bit again now. Looking for the action. Looks like the lead battle still as the 6 goes flying over into the craziest landing onto the main straight. But we're on the lead cars. I think that's 6 and 5. 9 and 5. Bruce flipping over again. He's going to get caught by Willie Oates. Well, no, he's not, because Willie's just flipped it and it ended up on his lid. Who wants to finish third? I'll keep an eye on that while we're watching this battle for the lead coming out of the Elcon L. Elcon, one of our event sponsors. Thank you very much to Elcon Models. And also to rccaronline.de and RC Fox. We're going to see Mr. RC Fox himself out on the track soon enough. These 2 putting another lap down on the number 1 car. Not sure what happened to him, but Joost van Zandbergen. The 9 and the 5 flying past once again. Oh, he's sideways. Woo! That's short course racing. Side by side off-road over the jumps and the dips. Oh, if you see an opening, take it. Over the tabletop, around the bowl hairpin, the not so flat hairpin now, and then getting the best acceleration they can. Both of them flying over the triple. Wow, wild landing from the number 9 there. And the 5 back in the lead. Back in the lead. This is the first time he's been in the lead, I think. That's Tekon and Loeffler. Where is Bruce Ross? He's way down now. Oh, come on, guys. You're the only 2 drivers in your section of the track. You're both going to bump up. Just take it easy. Take it easy. The body shell for Bruce has come off, so I think that is going to put an end to his drive. He's currently in 5th place. Still 5 minutes left in this one. There's a chance, but I don't think he's going to make up the laps. He's still getting repaired. His mechanics, or so, like a pair of mechanics down there, saying no chance. But he's back out on track. I'm not sure who they were talking to, those other mechanics. But these two drivers here are battling for the lead. I'm sure being told to calm down, take it easy. Oh, and nearly flying off the track is Tekon. So 4 minutes in this one. Dropping out has been Roger Koos, Boris Lass, Gerald Van Hetgor, and Rinus Visser not starting this one. Not sure why, so if you do know why and you follow the Dutch racers, go ahead and pop it in the chat. I'm sure someone out there knows, but no one up here does, so unfortunately we can't pass that information on. These guys driving steady now. In third place now, it's Simon Andrew Godney. So we've got at least one Brit in the bump up positions. And which car is that? That's car 2. Ah, that's our number 2 all blue truck, just coming out of the L, but we're sticking with the lead cars. But just letting you know, Godney just nearly a full lap down as these two cars go flying sideways again. So that has really opened. Let's move to this blue car, just the next car about to go over the next truck about to go over the tabletop. This is our current third place and final bump up position, Simon Andrew Godney from the UK. Finally able to have a little bit of break in the racing action to show our third place driver, and he's actually coming up on the number 1 truck of Zandbergen. Started in pole position, and so for whatever reason, don't know why, but fell back and fell back and fell back again. And now he's about to be lapped by our third place driver, Simon Andrew Godney. So it looks like Willie Oates is still running. Willie is actually the next, 2 cars behind Godney on track. And if anything happens, fingers crossed, nothing will, but if anything does happen to Godney, Oates is going to be the beneficiary of any bad luck. So just about a minute and a half remaining. Running order still Loeffler, Tekon, and Godney, with Oates waiting to pick up the pieces. It's Germany, Turkey, and 2 UK drivers. So anybody out there familiar with RC racing in the 10th off-road sense, you've seen plenty of crashes, I'm sure. Well, just imagine if that car were to weigh 10 or 12 kilos, that's over 20 pounds, about close to 25 pounds, depending on the make and how it's configured and everything. And it's crashing at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, that, which is, what, about 50K? 50 kph or so on the slow end. And that's what it's like marshalling these massive, large-scale, 1/5 scale beasts. And someone in chat earlier mentioning, let's go to the number 9 car if we can find him, Jim. I think it's this one just coming down the straight. Yes, so it's the number 9, our leader. Looks like he's going to be taking this one, followed by Willie Oates on track, running 4th at the moment, and then number 4. Next car past us is 2nd place driver Tekon, but we're focusing on our leader who's going to take this one. 2 seconds left. So this is the victory lap for Mike Loeffler. For some reason, the number 1 car has gone into the pits and come back out. So, I mean, time is finished. So, I'm not sure why. And look how gently he's taking that triple now. There we go. And that is race finished for Loeffler. Tekon is going to come across to finish second. Godney is going to finish in third. So that's at least one Brit is bumping up. So how'd you like that one? That was a little bit less action than Pecco. So kind of sometimes you have to search around for stuff. We like to cover everybody if we can in the finals, but obviously the main action are the bump up positions. Yeah, there's still continuing discussion of various types of large scale. Yes, there are 1/6 scale cars. A lot less popular, I think, now that 1/5 is actually pretty popular in Europe and the UK. The UK off-road large scale off-road series getting close to 100 racers at the national events, which is a really good turnout. I'd be surprised if a touring car gets that much, but maybe, I don't know. And 1/4 scale, I'm not sure how popular it still is, but it was popular in the States, but 1/5 is the preferred size, so just a little bit bigger.
5 minutes to start. 5 minutes to start.
Go, go, go.
So the next group of racers out on track now for their warm-up. And these drivers, this is the 1/8 final B for two-wheel drive. So we're going to see a little bit different shape of cars now. It's a real mix of cars now. It's not all the short course and all the four-wheel drive and all the two-wheel drive all in one go. We've just seen short course truck. Before that we had four-wheel drive, and this time we've got two-wheel drive. So a little bit different shape. We're mixing it up for you today. Here on RC Racing TV at the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships in Stařeč, Czech Republic, just outside of Třebíč, in the south end of the Czech Republic, not far from the Austrian border. So we want to thank Elcon Models for providing sponsorship for this weekend. They're our main event sponsor, so we want to give them a massive shout out. Huge thanks for everybody at Elcon Models. We talked to quite a bit of them yesterday, and hopefully we'll be playing in those interviews. Elcon obviously TQing the two-wheel drive section with Wesley Van Helmond, who especially the Dutch racers will know from electric off-road. We were watching him race at the Racco 2000 track a couple of weeks ago. And I can't remember, I don't think he did all that great. Oh, we have a broken car already. That's the number 5 of Mark Higgins. Another one of our British racers. A good number of British racers here. It's great to see the Brits make the trip. So we've got in car 1, Milan Prusa from the Czech Republic, Danis Mikalanis from Lithuania, Jiri Adamek from the Czech Republic, Klanauskas Mendingas from the UK, Mark Higgins from the UK, currently in the pits. Hopefully he gets back out there in that car 5. Marek Kovar from Czech Republic, Uwe Stulp from Germany, Filip Dokladal in car 8 from the Czech Republic. Maris Garklavs from, I think it's Latvia. And Milan Let from the Czech Republic. And of course, Philip, Maris, and Milan bumping up from the 1/16th B final. So here we're going to start seeing our bump-up racers putting the second set of 15 minutes of hard driving on their cars again. So we'll see how gentle they take it. The smart way to do it is to just let everybody crash in front of you, and when you see a nice opening, take it and hold position as well as you can without overdriving your car and braking it, because if you brake, you're out. It's your last race of the week. So Higgins, the green and white car, Ian Audie's still working on it. If he's not able to make the grid, he's going to have to start from pit lane. I'm sure driver and mechanic are well aware of that. So 1 minute to start, going to have formation lap. If Higgins isn't able to get out for the formation lap, he's going to have to start from pit lane. There we go, looks like he's running. Ian Audie doing his Audified magic. Great job, Ian. Ian is our TQ man and defending champion for short course. So once again, you can check out all of the race dates and previous coverage for EFRA championships on EFRA.ws. You can check them out on the EFRA Facebook page. Just search for RC Motorsport Europe. I am also on Instagram, which just reminds myself that I didn't actually get around to making that Reels post that I meant to make up earlier. All right, so we've got the cars in position. The race director, Vojte. Everyone getting put in the proper box. Looks like we're missing car 6. Car 6 is in the pits. It's our Ferrari replica car. Mechanics trying to get him started. He's going to have to start at the back now if he is able to get out. Hopefully he's able to get out in the next few seconds. Nope. Mechanics giving up on starting the car, so don't know what happened, but here we go. We're off. Horn is sounded. We're off and away. And the number 2 getting into the lead already. Follow these first 5 cars out, see how they sort themselves out. Hopefully very gently and without any breakages. For them, anyway. Hopefully for them. For us, we'd like to see as much action as possible, but we don't want to see big, huge dive bomb breakage passes. Running order 2, 4, 5, and 1. That is Michelanas, Mindaugas, Higgins, and Prusa. Higgins, I swear, he must be counting himself very lucky. He has Ian Audie, engine tuner extraordinaire, as his pitman down below him, because it didn't look like he was going to be starting at all. Oh, and he flips it! He flips it! Another car flips in sympathy. Higgins now at the very back of the field. So the first 3 cars away. We've got a battle for 4th, which is not one of our bump-up positions. So we'll follow and see what happens. Okay, it looks like we've got a little bit of sorting out to do still. But we did have the 2 and the 1. Let's follow the 8 and the 0s. They're coming over the doubles for now and see what develops. It looks like we have the 8 possibly moving up to battle with the 1. I think that's, yes, let's move up a couple of cars to the cars, the 1 and the 8, who are our 3rd and 4th place positions. That's Prusa and Dokladal. So we got still 13 minutes to go in this one. It's the two-wheel drive buggies, 1/5 scale. Oh, and who is that? Number 2 flipping over, getting wheelies. He's off the track. He's trying to get back on the track. Oh, nightmare. That was our second place driver, Mikalanas from Lithuania. So now we got the 4, the 1, and the 8. So that's Mindaugas, Prusa, and Dokladal. They are away. So I think our big battle is going to be the 3 cars coming out of the bowl corner now. We got Higgins trying to move up, get back into what he sees, I'm sure, as his rightful place. He was running in 3rd, and then he made a massive mistake coming over the tabletop. These 3 cars coming in on the straight. Higgins already passed the 0 of Kovar. Now working on the number 2, who's just come back, recovering from going off the track of Mikalanas. So these 2 cars are going to be quick, the 2 and the 5. But that 0 car, actually that's Milan Let. My bad. Sorry, Milan. They are, and the 2 getting sideways, coming off of that jump. So all 3 of these cars are probably equally fast. Higgins getting away now, as we do have an actual battle for the lead, but we're going to leave it. Oh, Higgins flying it again over the triple. So we'll let those guys catch up with each other. Let's go back to the doubles. It's all action on the camera. We're moving it all over the place. Following, this is now our lead battle between the 4, the 1, and the 8. That's Mindaugas, Prusa, and Dokladal. Now, just a reminder, the top 3 guys are all bumping up. Whoever crosses the line in the first 3 positions at the end of 15 minutes, and there's 11 minutes remaining in this one, they will all bump up. So these guys do not have to battle so hard with each other. They need to take it easy. We definitely have a very good groove now on the fast sections, but as Ian himself was telling us yesterday, the cleanest line is not necessarily the fastest because of all the bumps and the dips. And then obviously as that evolves and moves around, and which car was that? It's a massive flip. I think it's the number 7. So he's not in the battle, but he's actually running 4th. That's Uwe Stumpf. So our lead battle down the straight once again. The 4, the 1, the 8. Stumpf in 4th. Higgins coming up on Stumpf. So we'll keep an eye on that as we're watching our lead 2 cars come over the second set of doubles. The top 5 cars are all in about the same 10 seconds of track. So we're trying to keep an eye on what is happening and what is developing, who's moving up and who's dropping back. At least these guys are keeping it easy for us. Of course, as we go on through the day, the cars are going to get faster and faster, but the drivers will also get, dare I say, better and better. So they'll be able to keep it on the track just a bit easier than the cars in the finals ahead of them. Everyone wanting to bump up. Let's go to Higgins coming up on Stumpf now, the 7 and the 5. That's the white and the red car, followed very closely by the green car. Higgins taking a bad landing there. Let's hope he land it flat, guys. You don't want to be braking. Higgins coming up on, okay, that's the 3. He's being and Higgins over. He gets caught up with lap traffic. That was Adamek, who is now, I think, broken or been given a penalty. I'm not sure. And he's broken. So unfortunate for Higgins, but at least that clears away 1 car from him, from his battle. So let's go to the next 2 cars coming over the tabletop now and into the bowl corner. We have the rad 80s surfer look number 8 of Dokladal, and the white and red number 7 of Stumpf. This is our battle, our battle for the final bump up position. Stumpf throws it away as Higgins rolls it over on the triple. So there goes that battle before we even are able to focus on it. And Stump getting sideways again. I think Stump has a problem, so Higgins is going to be catching up to him. For now, let's just follow the number 8 car, because if anything happens to him, the 7 of Stump and the 5 of Higgins will be able to capitalize pretty quickly. So that number 8 car is Philip Dokladal from the Czech Republic. He's trying to catch Milan Prusa, the number 1 from the Czech Republic. And they're both trying to get to the, well, he's running under the British flag, Kalinauskas Mindaugas, which I'll grant you does not sound like a quote-unquote British name, but he's running under the BRCA flag, so we're going to call him a British racer. So these 3 drivers coming through the flat hairpin and the triples now. Top 3 positions, or bump-up positions. Just under 7 minutes remaining. So while we have a very slight lull in the action, let's see what the word in the chat is. No, just a thumbs up. Thumbs up, everybody. Thank you for watching and viewing and being with us today. We got finals all day today. We're going to be very busy boys. We've got Ben out there capturing awesome footage and photos for us, which you'll be able to find later today on the EFRA Facebook page. We've got Jim Little next to us here. Well, us in the royal sense. He's on the moving camera. And we've got myself, Frank McKinney, commentating for you guys and bringing in. We've got our battle between Higgins and Stump. It was there for a moment, and then Higgins went sideways and took it away. But the battle for second is not a biggie. So I'll keep an eye on Higgins and let you know when it's safe to move to him, because he is catching Stump, but he makes a mistake and loses several seconds. There's only 5.5 minutes left in this one, so we're running out of time for any further bump-up positions to be swapped around. Running order still, Mindaugas, Prusa, Dokladal, Stump in the car 7 and Higgins in the car 5 are pretty close together now. So let's go to the flat hairpin and the triples. These 2 guys, Stump in the lead car, Higgins in the following car. Good jump there. Well, decent enough. Oh, Stump getting up on 2 wheels. Higgins going to attempt to make a pass here in the L. Not through the Elcon L this time, but coming over the first set of doubles. Cutting it tight and too tight. Catching the pipe and flipping over. Let's stick with Higgins because in that green and white car, because he is definitely the faster car. He just, unfortunately, just throws it away when he gets a little too close to Stump. Maybe just a little too aware that he needs to get a pass on Stump and then catch up to the cars ahead of him. Stump makes a mistake, so now Higgins again all over the back of him coming into the L. Higgins braking just a little too much. Only rear-wheel braking on these, I believe. So that's why they get sideways very easily under heavy braking. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe they only have rear-wheel braking. Or I don't think they have disc brakes, I should say. They might do. I can't recall. I know the touring cars definitely have front and rear disc brakes, which is, I mean, come on. On an RC car, that's like super cool. It is one more thing to brake and adjust and pay for and everything, but, you know, and upgrade, of course. So 3 minutes left in this one. What can Higgins do? I think he's out of time. Our lead car is still the number 4, way out ahead of these guys. Higgins now getting harassed by the number 2 of Michelanas. That is an actual battle, so that car directly behind him. It's a battle for 5th, so unfortunately this is not going to be affecting the bump up positions. These guys are too far behind the 2nd and 3rd place cars of the number 1 and 8 of Prusa and Dokladal. We really should be focusing on anyone other than these guys, but this is the closest battle for position. So 2 minutes remaining. I think we're going to have to move away. So let's go back to our 2nd and 3rd place cars, number 1 and 8, coming over the first of the doubles. Unfortunately, I think time is, although Stumpf has made a massive mistake and let Higgins into 4th place, I think we're going to be out of time for Higgins to catch these two on camera now, of Prusa and Dokladal. These guys just too far ahead. Don't have an easy way to see the gap distance, but it's a big gap. It looks like about at least 10 seconds of difference there. One of these guys would have to actually break because there's a minute left in this one. So the only hope is that one of these two crashes out a couple times. And it doesn't look like these guys are driving very, very, very steady, which is the smart thing to do. So if you're not aware of the how the bump ups work, top 3 drivers in each of these lower finals will bump up, meaning start in the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions, or possibly even lower down. I'm not sure, maybe 11th, 12th, and 13th. But I think it's going to be 8th, 9th, and 10th in the next final, which is going to be the 1/4 final B. We're watching the 1/8 final B. And cars are coming across. The next time we see these cars come across the pit, let's go to the finish line, sorry. Let's go to the finish line and catch our leader. There's our leader coming across. That is Klanauskas Mindaugas, I believe. Isn't it? Is that car 1? Oh, wait. Car 1 is... It's car 0. I got myself a little bit mixed up. It was car 4 that was leading. There we go. Yeah, we got him. There's Klanauskas coming across to take the win. He's going to be starting in car number 8, as car number 8, in position number 8 on the grid for the 1/4 final B. So the next race we're going to see is another two-wheel drive final. It's going to be our two-wheel drive 1/8 A final. So you can see how the program works if this is if you're new to this sort of thing. Yes, so thank you, MMR, correcting me, letting me know that some cars do have front brakes and some don't, basically. So some cars will be driving like a real car where they have front brakes and it's all adjustable and hydraulics or mechanically assisted or however. Other cars will have rear wheel braking only, and that's where you might see them where they start to get very sideways under heavy braking. So it's a bit like, well, like driving a rear-wheel drive buggy, basically. only the rear wheels will be braking the car. And if you've ever experienced that in a real car, say, you know, in a very carefully controlled and empty and safe wet car park, and you're driving along at 20 or 30 miles an hour, and just pull up on the handbrake and you start to slide sideways, that is what it's like when you really drop the anchor on these things, on the model car. So next group of racers already out on track. There's a 1/8 final A and another group of bump-up racers out there. So in this one, we've got Radek Bambula from the Czech Republic, Michael Schultz from Germany, Yanis Zarins from Latvia, Elias Letamaki from Finland, two Swiss racers, Sasha Kuz and Fabian Ritter. And from Slovakia, I believe, is going to be Jan Masijic. And our bump-up racers from the 1/16 final A, Remco de Loof, Uwe Dombrova, and Kurt Hafliger. So we're going to see them out on track again. Same body shell, same drivers, just with different numbers on the cars. And again, they will have already completed a 15-minute race before this one. We've got another 15-minute race to do. And if they're in the bump-up positions once again, I'm going to start driving very gently. Make sure that they can finish the race first and get as far as they can in the next race, ideally into the another set of bump-up positions. So about 3.5 minutes before the clock starts. Sasha Kuz not checking in so far. Car number 5. See if he's out there. Might just have a broken transponder or who knows what. A loose wire. Anything can happen on these things. These cars take a lot of abuse. Car 5 is out there. Okay, so yeah, there we go. He's checked in now. So 2 minutes to go. The drivers are going to start getting called in to the pits now. They're going to come in, get into number order, and then just a final check for the mechanics if there is anything to check. No real need to refuel because these the fuel tanks can hold about 30 minutes of fuel at racing speeds. And then they'll go out for a formation lap, so one more lap. So it's a bit like F1 and MotoGP, or full-size racing in general. Full-size, formation lap.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know how it is.
So everyone in the pit lane.
One minute to start.
All cars to your starting position. All
And the
cars
referee's
to your
telling him
starting
now
position.
to now exit the pit lane for the final for the formation lap. Lead car not heading off yet. There we go.
7.
All right, so our race director, Vojta, getting everybody into their starting boxes.
Number 6 will go from pit lane.
Car number 6 needs to start from pit lane, apparently. Okay.
10.
Okay.
8. 7. 6. 5. 4.
Off and away. Everyone off in good order. Number 6 hasn't started yet, so not sure what's going on there. Number 2 taking the lead. And number 1 getting sideways over the first of the doubles, and also taking out, is that the number 5, number 4. So now we've got the 2, I think that's the 3, the 1, and the 5 out as our leading 4 cars. Number 6 has finally come out of the pit lane, but about a half a lap behind everybody. We've got a 3-car battle for second at the moment. Let's follow these guys. 4-car battle now. The 7 has decided, I want to have a piece of this. And we've got the 9 creeping up in there, wanting to make it a 5-car battle. Our leader, number 2, making a very slight mistake, so if he can have a clean lap, I think he's going to have a good gap, but we might have a battle for the lead here. Number 5 definitely moving up to challenge for the lead. Number 1 and 7. So we have 2 groups of 2, and then a group of 3. Let's follow this second group of 2. This is our bump up battle between the 1 and the 7. It's Bambula and Masijic. Once again, only the top 3 bump up into the next race, so every position is important, but these are the most important positions, is 1, 2, and 3. So the battle for the final bump up spot usually provides us the biggest amount of drama and battle coverage of these lower final races. Still 13 minutes to go. These guys need to drive it steady, but finish in the top 3. So primary thing is to finish in the top 3. Oh, mistake from the 7, flips over, lets the 1 get right up there. These guys side by side now, and who's this coming up to say hello? The car 9. 3-car battle for 3rd place, final bump up position, coming down the main straight now, hung up on the pipe is number 9. Coming through the L, the 1 and the 7 having a disagreement of who gets to keep the corner, and the number 1 wins it. That allows the 9 to move ahead. That's Dombrova, who we saw bump up from his earlier final. So he's happy about that, for sure. Number 1 car, Bambula, definitely not happy. He started on the front row. And look at him, he's battling for 3rd with these guys. Who are these guys? Bumping up from below and ahead of me now. Coming over the triple, these 2-wheel drive cars not quite able to make the triple, so taking it as a double single. Plenty of drama happening behind, but we're focusing on these guys. So who's that that's just flipped over and lost his position? That was the car 7. So now we're back to a 2-car battle for 3rd between the 9 and the 1. Dombrova leading away. Number 8 car also trying to have a little look here. That's Remco Delouf. Meanwhile, Michael Schultz and Sasha Kuz running away with it. 11 minutes to go. And The number 2 and 5 just driving it steady. They know that they are in the lead, and if these two guys behind them can keep squabbling over the final bump up position, they will be very, very safe indeed. No need to push. Oh, and there goes the 6. Sorry, the 9. He flipped over, you see, and it looked like a 6 just for a moment. But that's the 9, actually. It's Dombrova. Bambula's gotten ahead of him now. So let's see if Bambula is able to pull away. Trying to make that triple. Not quite able to. These two cars coming down the main straight. Meanwhile, the number 8 car trying to catch up. That's Remco Delouf. And then we got the 7 also trying to chase him down of Jan Masijic. Trying to make it a 4-car battle for third. At the moment, this here between the 9 and the 8 of Dombrova and Delouf, I think it is. This is our battle for 4th spot. If these guys can keep it clean, they can catch up to number 1 car of Bambula in 3rd. But I think number 7 car of Masijic is going to have other plans and just try and get past everybody. Oh, and that is our number 1 car getting sideways, Bambula. So now these 3 cars almost all back together again as Dombrova gets sideways under braking. So our 1st and 2nd position drivers having a little disagreement over the tabletop, but that doesn't lose them much position now. We still have a healthy battle for 3rd, and then a battle for 5th developing behind them. So we're sticking with this battle for 3rd. Again, final bump up position. Most important battle on the track. Number 1 and the 8 still in that position. Bambula and Delouf. If they can just keep it clean, they'll be able to catch up with these other guys. They're starting to have their own little squabbles. The lead cars of 5 and 2, that's Kuz and Schultz. Oh, and now a big disagreement. The Marshall, I wouldn't say taking her time, but definitely playing it safe. And I'm sure they were stamping their feet on the rostrum, but what can you do? These things are massive and they're scary. But that has allowed Masijic to move up into 3rd. So let's see what these guys now do. We've got a 3-way battle for 3rd position. Although it's slowly starting to stretch out. Nope. Come back together again, coming off the tabletop. Masijic having a little moment there and allowing Bambula to catch up. And now they are together nose to tail down the straight, followed as close as he would like to by Delouf, coming through the Elcon L. And over the first set of doubles around the unnamed corner. Quite a slow corner, so it's not very rutted up. That corner is, though. And then over the tabletop, into the bowl hairpin, into the now not so flat hairpin. We're well over halfway complete with this one. Less than 7 minutes remaining. So there's still plenty of action to come, I'm sure. The 7, the 1. Oh, and who's at this flip? It's the 8. Now he's got a battle with the 6. It's not what he wants. So running order at the moment, Kuz, Schultz, Masijic in the 7, followed very closely by the 1 of Bambula, coming over the triples. These 2 cars, this is our battle for final bump up position. Gives us the opportunity, as it's getting stretched out just the tiniest bit, to thank you guys, thank you everybody, over 100 of you, I believe, watching at the moment. Watching the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships here from Stařeč in the Czech Republic, just outside the bit larger city of Třebíč. We're about 3 hours south of Prague and a couple hours north of Vienna on the southern side of Czech Republic. This race brought to you by EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. We want to thank EFRA for organizing all of these races and clubs and the federations, the European federations, to bring you these amazing championship races. Year after year, it's been our pleasure and our joy to be here with you guys. We've got lovely weather. It's nice and sunny. It's not going to be nice and sunny tomorrow, which is why we're running all of the finals today. Ran 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday. Quite a lot of drama happening with only 2 finals to go. Well, 1 final to count, basically. Throw out your bad result, keep your good result, and that's it. Some drivers, like we saw Pekka Ivanen earlier, if you're feeling a bit bored and you want to see some fantastic racing action, scroll back to the I think it's the 1/16th A final for four-wheel drive, and watch Pekka's drive through the field, starting from 10th, lapping the field. I think he lapped everybody at least once. Great drive from him. Nearly won the European Championship last year. As we see our third-place challengers in this race come together just very slightly. Still very close. Wondering when Bambula is going to try and make a big move. Try and steal that third place away from Bambula. Sorry, from Masijic. Bambula is the one in the number 1 car following. So yeah, just to finish my thoughts. We also like to thank our event sponsors, our main sponsor, Elcon Models. And these 2 cars about to go into the Elcon L. As you can see, it's kind of an upside-down shaped L there. So we want to thank Elcon Models. Elcon, one of the few manufacturers with cars in all 3 categories of racing that we're watching. Obviously, the 2-wheel drive champion from last year is here. And the 1 flips over. Lands on his wheel, so champion's roll, but he loses a few seconds there now. So it's going to take some time for him to collect that back up. So number 5 for us is our leading car. We've got 3 minutes left in this one. Who's our number 5? He's quite a ways ahead. We'll keep an eye on this battle for third, but let's switch to our first place racer, number 5 of Sasha Kuz in that orange and green car. But yes, just to finish again, I keep going to distract myself. Elcon Models providing a good amount of sponsorship coverage for everybody. So yeah, if you're looking for a large-scale car, give Elcon Models a good look. You have quite a unique drivetrain layout with planetary gears, front and rear, that allows them to change the clutch engagement basically for the front and rear tires separately, which is quite a unique thing. It looks really weird when you first look at it, but once you learn what it actually is and how it works, it's quite a cool system that they've got. And I think we've just had, one of the cars has had a tire insert pop out. I'm not sure which car that is. It's either the 9 or the 5. So it could be the 3 who's just come to a dead stop. It's kind of hard to tell. Definitely had an insert come out. We do have a couple of other sponsors. RC Car Model Online and RC Fox. Both of these are German-based RC retailers. RC Fox, I know, particularly specializes in large scale. as one of their main product lines. And Mr. RC Fox himself, Mark Kreisig, is here and racing this weekend. So doing pretty well. I believe he finished either 10th or 11th overall, so he's somewhere in the semifinals. We'll see when he pops up. So just less than about 30 seconds left in this one. Sasha Kuz, who's on camera now in that car 5, looking to have an easy win and bump up. Looks like the end of the road for Dumbrova and Kurt Hafliger. Had Yanis Zarens breakout not too long ago. That was the car number 3 that we saw get retrieved earlier. But Sasha Kuz looking to bump up Schultz and Masijic as well. And they, if all else remains as it is, as time finishes, they'll be bumping up into the quarterfinal A, which will be up at, this is the 2-wheel drive, they will be up at 12:50, so in about an hour and a half time. So we got a little bit more time. Between them. So these lower finals, there's 8 minutes between each race. So that one, I'll grant you, wasn't as exciting as the Pekka race that we saw earlier, the 1/16th A. That's because Pekka definitely well out of position after qualifying. Kind of figured that he would at least bump up, if not win it, and he did win it. So again, if you have some free time later, give that one a watch. It's a good race. So next up is the 4-wheel drive 1/8 B final. So this one is going to have Peter Saul, Miroslav Jurenka, Tobias Vesthoff, Christian Shimsky, Michael Thompson, Richard Lufkin, Leon Satchel, Sasha Punk, Thomas Ryan, and Julid Yaman. Now, those are your drivers from cars 1 through 10. Bump up drivers from the previous final were Punk, Ryan, and Yaman. PL Racer in the chat saying, thanks for the live stream. Well, thank you very much for watching. We had about 100 viewers watching the last several racers each. So, yeah, we'd love to see those numbers go up. We do understand that if you're not into off-road, if you're not into large scale, maybe you're into 10-scale touring car. Maybe you're into electric touring car and watching some of the fastest drivers in the world in that category race. The number 1 car is just broken out. Number 1 car driving itself into the pits. People just looking at it. The mechanic going, what are you doing here? So it looks like a rear hub has broken. The drivers race down. So a bit of drama going on in the pits. You can maybe see that on the pit lane cam. So, yeah, thank you very much for watching. If you'd like to support RC Racing TV and help us bring more RC racing and support more RC racing to the world, and which helps support the RC hobby in general, we'd love to have you as an RC Racing hero. So you can join, just find the join button in the browser window or in your YouTube app. And check that out. It's $5 dues of your own local currency, and that is per month. You can stop it after the first month, but you will get a set of stickers, RCTV stickers, physically emailed to you. And the only other way to get those is to actually be present here at an RCTV event that we are covering. You also get a cool highlighted name and a little RCTV badge next to your name. when you type in the chat, and we'll give you as many shout-outs as we possibly physically can. And also, quite importantly, you'll be able to get priority requests, follow requests priority when we are doing qualifying and practice. So you can get that by joining the RCTV YouTube channel. Just go to find, you may be watching us on Full Start or EFRA or RCTV YouTube. Just go to the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and you can click that join button. Ongoing drama for that car number 1 that broke out. So the mechanic running back with a spare part. The driver's down there in the pits. We'd also like to encourage everybody to check out the RC Racing TV merch on rcracingtv.com. You can also find it if you click the shop button in the YouTube app or browser window. You can find that there. You can get some cool, some really excellent merch, hats, hoodies, and lots of different t-shirt designs. One-eighth final B for four-wheel drive has been called into the pits now. And they're about to go out for their formation lap. Not sure if Peter Saul in that number 1 car is going to be able to get back out. If he can't start once the formation lap has begun, I think the driver's still in the pits. So I think if he's able to get back out there, he's going to have to start from the pit lane, which means he's going to have to work his way through the field. But I think he's running out of time. Got Connie Svensson and Craig from EFRA giving it a good watch. The driver's racing back up to the stand. But I think the drivers, once they're on the straight, okay, so I think that is the end of him being able to do his formation lap. So he's going to have to start from the back of the grid. So this might be an interesting one now. Is he going to be able to keep his cool? No, he cannot start. The formation has already started. He cannot start from front. He's being called back. He's going to have to start from pit lane. All the cars are going to have to, he will be told when he can start his race. So pretty standard for if you're familiar with full-scale racing. You can't make the formation lap. You need to start from pit lane. So here we go. Peter Saul starting from pit lane. So it's going to be Urenka, Westhoff, and Shimsky leading off the 2, 3, 4, and 5. Number 5 running Red Bull colors. And goes Saul from pit lane. So he's already made up 2 positions, gone off the track. So let's stick with the battle for third at the moment, which is, I would say, is hot. Well, now it's a battle for second, because second position, car number 3 has thrown it away. So we've got the 4, the 7, 5, 8, 3, and then the 9 and the 1, who's moved up 2 positions. The track now very dusty. Completely different track from yesterday. and a big squabble over basically third place. It's about like an 8-car battle for third. Number 5 car coming out the loser that time around. It's a Red Bull driving car of Michael Thompson. He's going to fall way down the order. Number 1 car now coming a cropper of these other 4 cars ahead of him. So the lead car is the number 2 of Jarenka. Then we have Satchel in the 7. Meanwhile, we have a 1, 2, 3 car battle at the moment for third. And that's between Westhoff, Punk, and Shimsky. Then we have Ryan and Saul having a disagreement over who is going to be bumping up. A big, what is going on there? We have one of the lead cars coming into the pits. So I can't see which, that's a number 2 car has fallen out now, and way back. What's he doing? Are they changing tires? Let's stick with the action on the track. I'm watching what's happening in the pits, though, just to kind of report. Not sure what's going on there. Anyway, it's a multi-car battle for third. Many little disagreements going on. A number 1 car has moved up into the battle for third now. It's between the 3 and the 4, I think. Sorry, the 8 and the 4. The green car and the rainbow-colored car. Almost rainbow-colored. That's Punk from the bump-up position, and Shimsky. So, of course, now as I look down to get their names, it's kind of spread out again. Where's our number 1 car? Our unfortunate pole position man. Three, 1, and 8. So, according to the timing, number 1's running second. So, yeah, there he is on track. So, I think he's just died. I think number 1 car has just died. So our number 1 car, unfortunately, has just died out on track. Peter Saul, the mechanic. What's going on with the mechanic? Mechanic not paying attention. Needs to retrieve the car and restart it. See what's going on. Don't run across the track. There we go. Now it's safe. So if you can imagine running across a track with these cars barreling at you at 50k an hour or faster probably, and meanwhile you're carrying a 25-pound beast of a machine that's also hot, moving, loud, and covered in mud or dust or worse. So now we've got the 3, 8, and 7 out in, that's our running order for second, third. Westhoff, Punk, and Satchel. So we're on our lead car. Let's drop back to the battle for second, just coming down the straight now. This is our battle for second between the 8 and the 7 of Punk and Satchel. So plenty of bad luck befalling some of our potential leading cars. Absolutely, it looks like no compression in that number 1 car's engine. And at this point, still 9 minutes to go, almost 10 minutes. Plenty of opportunity, but it's running out fast. If you think of your opportunity to get back out and get into a bump-up position, think of it like a very fast-flowing, emptying bottle of water. And that's your opportunity rushing away. So the amount of pressure on these drivers and mechanics, everyone knows what it's like. Most of the mechanics are drivers themselves. So Tobias Westhoff looks like he's running away with it at the moment. Sasha Punk and Satchel, Leon Satchel in second and third. Michael Thompson has just popped up into fourth, taking over from Thomas Ryan in the number 9 car. So our battle for fourth is actually hotting up. Where are they out on track? Somewhere in the middle, the 5 and the 9. It's our Red Bull car. It's a bit spread out now. The number 2 car wanting to have a say. No one wanting to make a good jump coming off of the triples. That's our leader, just gone past. Second, and then number 0 is not in it. It's Yaman, one of our bump up racers. Battle for second between 8 and 7. Looks like it's our closest battle at the moment on track. Let's find where they are. I think they're just coming over the triple now. So this is our, let's follow our battle, our third place car, 7. The green and orange car, number 7. Leon Satchel. So no one around him really. The next car ahead of him is second place. So a question coming through on the chat. The main finals are on Saturday or Sunday? The main finals are today. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely drenching with rain. So the main finals are today. And actually, that gives me a good opportunity to tell you the times of the main finals. Short course final is going to be at 5:20 to 5:50 today. So again, that's today, not tomorrow, not Sunday. EFRA Nitro finals always finish on a Saturday, except for this weekend when we're going to have lots and lots of rain tomorrow. Two-wheel drive finals scheduled for 6:05 to 6:35. Four-wheel drive final, the fastest drivers out there, coming on the track at 6:50 to 7:20. Yes, they're all 30-minute finals. And that's, of course, provisional, provided that I think it's only semis are able to have a 10-minute delay. Now, we do have 6 semifinal races. The lower finals do not have a 10-minute opportunity for a tactical timeout. So meanwhile, while I have been babbling on, the 7th and the 8th have swapped positions. But yes, just letting you guys know, the provisional schedule for the rest of the day. So apologies for the timing if it's still frozen. We have let our technical guys know. Mech Op is asking, do they not do track maintenance through the day by blowing it up and spraying it down? No, it's off-road. Timing on my RCM is still working. If the timing on the screen has stopped, apologies. We are working on it. We are sort of Coast Heart TV this weekend. So many thanks to Laszlo and David for their assistance and help this weekend. Many thanks to everyone who is watching as well. We do appreciate all of the comments and the chat and the help letting us know that the time is frozen, stuff like that. Still nearly 100 of you watching, so thank you very much. It's amazing that so many people are sticking with us through the day. If your electric on-road racing touring car is more your thing, you can check out the other live events happening on the EFRA YouTube and Facebook channels, and also RC Racing TV, because the electric touring car European Championships are also happening this weekend. We've got James, Zach, and Ash out there. Don't know what their weather is like, but our weather is glorious. Absolutely lovely weather today. It's not going to be so lovely yesterday. It wasn't great yesterday either. But today, beautiful. Do need the suntan lotion on though. I say suntan lotion, the sun cream. So 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this one. Sun's getting higher and higher with every passing minute, so I'm able to get my feet out of the sun, so it's nice. And the timing should be fixed at this point, so please do let us know if there are any other issues. All right, so less than 3 minutes left in this one. So sorry, it hasn't been quite as much of a crazy race. But the car 3 of Tobias Westhoff has been leading, I believe, since the very start. Leon Satchel in the car 7, Sasha Punk in the car 8. Those are current bump-up positions. Germany, UK, and Germany once again. So top 3 cars fairly spread out. Let's give some love to our leading car of number 3. Where's he at? He's just coming over the first double in the white and red. Looks like an MCD. Although there are a couple other racers' car brands here that not super familiar with. I think it's APF and Ultron. It's an NPF. APR? I can't remember. I know there's Ultron and I think there's APF are the 2 other brands. Not too familiar with, but also present. And looking to take away the, walk away with the European Championship. The defending four-wheel drive European champion, Patrick Schweinzer, is here as well. Not doing super hot. But we'll see. Maybe he's more of a long lap, a long race racer. We'll see. We'll see. Just going to nip off for a very quick natural break right after this one. Hopefully, we have a child in a stroller at the very bottom of our ladder that we've got, and hopefully not going to be in too much of the way. We'll try and get to the toilets. But stick around definitely for the next race, because guess who we've got? We've got Pekko Ivanen. I'm not going to say it like in our normal Pekko Ivanen way, but Pekko Ivanen, if you weren't watching the 16th A final for four-wheel drive, absolutely put on a racing clinic. I mean, imagine if you're, I mean, most races I think will be familiar with maybe Forza, but especially Gran Turismo back in the day. Running Gran Turismo with a supremely overpowered car, running against 6 AI racers, and just absolutely just blazing through the field. That's pretty much what Pekko did. And it was quite fun to watch, I must say. So there we go, that's his time finished. So as soon as the last racer has crossed the line, we'll just go silent just for a couple minutes while we make our way, have our little natural break. This kid below us with the ice cream absolutely just like flowing down his chin. Okay, so there we are. There's our finishing order, Westhoff, Satchel, Punk. And so we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so here we are. 1/8 final A, 15-minute race. We got Dennis Zimmerman from Germany, Christoph Voigt from Germany, from Estonia. We have Hanno Kroes. We have Martin Kraus from the Czech Republic, Ricardo de Guus from the Netherlands, Milan Rubinek from Czech Republic, Martin Fitzpatrick from Great Britain, Pekka Ivanen from Finland. From Switzerland, we have Angelo Zuger and Alexander Kuhn from Germany. Cars have been pulled into the pit lane, and 1 minute has just 1 minute countdown has just started, so they're off on their formation lap. So once again, keep an eye on the number 8 because we are. The sound should be back. Please, someone give us a comment in the chat to let us know if the sound has come back. I was away from the mic for a couple of minutes just to sort a couple of things out with the local restroom. I want to make sure that the sound is okay. Unfortunately, I have to wait about 20 or 30 seconds for any response to happen. Okay, good. Yes, well, I mean, the sound never went away. I just turned down my mic. So, yes. All right, so, once again, Pekko is in this race. He's in car 8. He's in his traditional green and white with black wing and the Finnish flag on the side pods. However, he needs to work his way through a selection of slightly faster racers than the group he worked through last time. We're going to follow the 1, 2, and 3, 4 off of the starting line here in about 5 seconds' time. But keep an eye on Pekko. Pekko's off safe. Hasn't made any contact with anybody yet. Just letting everybody know. Once he gets into, moves up a position or two, we are going to, and there he goes. He's already made up 2 positions, and he's over. He's been collected. He's okay. He's back on his wheels. So the first 3 cars off and away. That's not quite safe. I think we're going to, once Pekko is safely past the 9. And he's closed the door that number 9 car has. But Pekko away. Number 4 stuck on a marshalling post. Number 2 going very wide. So let's move to Pekko now, currently in the 5th position. He's coming up in the 3-way battle between, I can't even tell, the 2, the 4, and I think that's the 6. So now it's a 4-car battle, including Pekko. So we got Dennis Zimmerman way out in front now. Pekko already, as I've looked down, has moved himself up. Sorry. There's another car that has a very similar scheme. So he hasn't quite moved himself up yet. But these guys, he's letting these guys work themselves into a frenzy. The 6 and the 2, that is Rubinek and Voigt. But ahead of them is Kraus. So it looks like the 2 has already taken himself out. And there he goes now. Pekko's into 3rd. What did I say? All right, so let's see what Pekko does. Let's stick with Pekko. He's running 3rd. He's coming down. He's following the car 1 of Zimmerman now. Zimmerman's caught up very rapidly by the 4 of Kraus. Kraus, from the front, has a very similar scheme to Pekko, but a different color rear wing, so I need to keep that in mind. Kraus has a white rear wing running the number 4. So the 1 and the 4, let's move to them, the lead battle of the 1 and the 4, because Pekko's going to be catching these guys very rapidly because Kraus really wanting to get past Zimmerman. And he has done now. Pekko taking it easy over that double single. Now we're on the second place battle. There we go. Nice move from Pecco to get into the second place, and now Kraus Zimmerman overdriving it over the first of the doubles, and now Pecco's in second. So we've got a very big battle now, a 3-car battle for third. We're going to leave Pecco to work it out with Kraus and move back to the 3-car battle for third place, coming over the triples now. We got the 6, the 1, and the 2. That is Rubinek, Zimmerman, and Voigt crossing the line in that order. Coming around the Elcon L, the track kicking up lots of dust now, or should I say the tires of these cars, as Pecco has moved into the lead now. So you see that the next time they come across the finish line, you'll see that timing change on the left side of the screen, on the right side of the screen. So a multi-car battle for third place, the final bump-up position, the 2, the 1, and the 6. That is Voigt, Zimmerman, and Rubinek. Pecco now gapping second place driver Kraus. So we're watching this battle. This is the final battle. The final position for bump-up is third. So these guys are going to have a very hectic 10 minutes and 38 seconds remaining in this one if it keeps up like this. Meanwhile, I am on Pecco watch. So don't worry about Pecco if you're watching. Pecco's mom, Tara, usually watching his racing. He's doing really well. Oh, and there it goes, flipping it off into the on the straight. We got a dead car, number 2. That's Marshall might want to get out there at some point. We have another car with the bent up rear wing. No, that's just normal. Meanwhile, Pecco has made his way past that hecticness. So where are we at? The 2, 1, and 6. Where are they? They're still in that order. I think Pecco is. It's the 1 and the 6 coming around the L. The 2 is way behind now. So this is still our battle for third. The 1 and the 6 coming over the doubles. And the second set of doubles. 9.5 minutes remaining. So this is the 1/8 A final. Next race after this, short course. They run almost the same speed. They're a little bit longer wheelbase, a little bit wider as well, and the body shells are a lot less aerodynamic. They're, especially in the wind. We had very high winds yesterday as these cars were going over the jumps. So the short course bodies acting as basically a massive sail or parachute, really slowing the cars down, really being affected by the winds, especially the cross winds. And these guys cross. So battle for third, heating up once again. It's at car 6, very slowly reeling in. Again, it's Zimmerman. It's Rubinek in the 6, making the pass, coming out of the Elcon L. Very good move there. Zimmerman getting sideways. Zimmerman's not going to be any slouch either. Remember, he qualified ahead of Rubinek. He's not going to make it super easy for him. Meanwhile, Pecco watch. He's doing fine. He's over a lap. He's about 80% of a lap ahead of these guys. Call it 3/4 of a lap. But it's actually slightly more than that. He's on the straight now, so he's coming up on. He's about ready to lap them in a few laps. Second place car, number 4, just crossing the line. So this is the only battle, the only significant battle on track. There are 1 or 2 other battles, but this is the only one that really matters as far as bumping up. And Now it's a battle for fourth between the 2 and the 6. Voigt and Rubinek. And you see Pecco coming up behind them to put him a lap down. Referee will be calling them verbal blue flags, as I call them. Just letting the number 6 car. Okay, that's the leader behind you. You need to let him pass. And getting past the 2. That's a terrible line out of that set of corners. The 6 car needs to let him pass because he's being told. Whether you agree with blue flags or not, it's the rules. There you go, he's let him pass. The number 8 car looking set to, well, you know, the nice thing about winning a final from the number 8 position, you bump up, you don't have to change numbers on your car. There you go, see, isn't that great? One less thing you have to do. I'm sure Pecco's car is maintained as impeccably well. Huh? How you like that, Jim? How about that? Ace. I just made that up. So Pecco Ivanen in the car 8 leading this one. Martin Kraus in the car 4. Dennis Zimmerman in the car 1. Milan Rubinek in the car 6, attempting to get back up there. Pecco putting a pass on the car 1 of Zimmerman. Next up for him will be the car 4. Actually, the car 0 put him another lap down. So the 2 and the 6. Oh, no, that's the 2 and the 6. That's still our battle for 4th position. Following the 8, which is, it's all right. We may as well, because battle for 3rd, which is that number 1 car. The 1 and we do have a battle now. The 1 and the 6. They are actually just trading spots now. So it's now the 6 and the 1. Just coming over the second of the doubles. That is an actual proper battle for 3rd, and he's just been bumped, Zimmerman. Getting it very wild because he's got 2 other cars battling with him. The number 2 and the 4 trying to put him a lap down. Oh, and he's hit the number 4. Sorry, that's, trying to lap him. The 4 is Kraus in 2nd. So he really could have just let him go. But who can keep track of the numbers on the car when you're battling for position with several other cars on track? Upside down car that Pecco is able to maneuver around just fine. He's getting past the number 7. And now he's got about half a lap of clear track ahead of him. So Pecco, watch, just to let you know, he's completely doing fine. 4 minutes left in this one. Let's see where the battle for 3rd is shaking out. Got the 1, got the 2, the 1, and the 3. 2, okay, the 3 is out of it, but the 2 and the 1. So the yellow and red car, he's just passed the white car, who's flipped upside down. And then he's the 1. He's disappeared now. He's many seconds behind. So battle for 3rd has fizzled out. Battle for 4th is nowhere. Martin Kraus all on his own in the number 4 car. Sorry, that's the battle for 2nd. So yeah, no battles for bump up positions. The car 8 of Pecco, we may as well go to him as he's come around the bowl hairpin. As you can see, completely empty track all around. No one to take his eye and distract him, keep his eye on the ball, coming down the main straight, keeping it nice and steady. He doesn't even have to stress the engine or the clutch or the brakes or anything at all. Just keep it nice and steady, rubber side down. Two minutes, 40 seconds left in this one. And then we're going to play in one of the interviews that we did yesterday. A nice little thing. So those of you watching on RC Racing TV and EFRA will be able to enjoy that. Pecco making his way past the multicolored number 9 of Angelo Zuger. It's like, get to question the wisdom of having gummy snacks and then a Diet Coke. Pekka Ivanen once more down the straight, and I will just we'll stay on Pecco, but I'll just mark out where our number 4 car, second place driver Martin Cruz is. He's about at least a half a lap behind. Actually, a lap and a half behind. Half a lap, yeah. Number 2 car, Christoph Voigt, running third. I don't think that's going to be a battle. Is he? I think this might actually be a battle. A 2-1. Yeah, I think we do have a battle. Coming over the second of the tabletops, just about to go over the tabletop actually. That's our 1 and 2 cars. This is our battle for third. So they're coming through the not so flat hairpin. Taking the that's a terrible landing for car number 2 of Christoph Voigt. Terrible landing as Pecco's coming up to lap him. But let's stick with this number 1 car of that is Dennis Zimmermann from Germany, because he's got Pecco immediately behind him, and then he's got the car 6 of Rubinek, who's actually the next car. We do have, if we take Pecco out of the running of these 4 cars, that's a 3-way battle for third. So this is very important. Oh well, too late. That is the order. Voigt not going to take this one as long as Zimmermann finishes. Voigt is out. So that is our number 1 car. Number 2 car, sorry, gone. So Pecco is going to take this one, nearly lapping the field once again. Remember, he did exactly that in the 1/16th A. So Pecco Ivanen taking this one in the car 8. Martin Kraus, car 4, taking second. Dennis Zimmermann crossing the line now to take third. And I'll shut up now, and we'll have a little bit of a feature that we did yesterday. All right, so we're here with young Alfie Jack and his mother Heidi from the UK. And so we last caught up with these two in Fehring, Austria. So how's it been for you guys?
It's been going really good, actually, especially at home in the UK Nationals. It's been a really good year so far.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And for you?
It's been incredible. I've upped my game a lot, and I'm close to winning the junior thing at the Nationals. I am, so yeah, I'm proud of myself.
Well, you should be. That's excellent work. And I've heard tell that you're actually running in the top group here at the European Championships.
That's right. I'm 7th overall, and I've got all of the top drivers from different countries right in front of me. So it's just an amazing achievement.
That is. I mean, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. That's fine. So, Heidi, is Alfie Jack already at that point where the young'un starts to outperform the parent?
Oh yeah. I've been left behind a long time ago. So, but I still do it. I love it. I enjoy it, and I like racing with Alfie Jack. So I'm not going to be hanging my transmitter up.
Well, that's good. I mean, we do enjoy seeing the family element here. I mean, you know, and in this one we have like kind of the total package here. We've got very easy to talk to pair of racers.
Yeah.
Brits, you know, always fun loving. The family unit and probably going to be a top junior racer. Well, it's not count on chickens, but you know, I don't know if there's.
Keep our fingers crossed.
So obviously it's been kind of a wet week here. What has you're mentioning before we started the talking about the travel and the conditions? What's it been like?
It's been different every day here so far. It's been wet, and then it has been drying out quite quick. It's and then the grip levels are coming up quite impressively. So it's been a mixture. It's been interesting. We didn't go out when it was very, very wet because we saw some of the states the cars were coming back in. But yeah, it's been a mixture. It's made it very interesting.
I can imagine. I can't imagine what the challenges are. I know what. I mean, I'm a fan of like harsh condition type racing, like WRC rally stuff. But this looks very, very difficult. What do you think the finals are going to be like?
That could be very interesting. I think it could be anyone's game. I really do.
And Alfie Jack, what do you think?
Yeah, I think just the same with my mum. It could be anyone's game. Anyone could drop out of at anyone's time.
So what sort of preparations? I mean, we saw some gaffer tape being applied, lots and lots and lots and lots of gaffer tape. Well, I mean, apart from just trying to keep mud out of critical components, what are you doing? What can you do?
GT85 in just to help the mud not stick as much and try and just protect the bearings. Obviously, we've got servos. Obviously, like you say, the duct tape. We're taping all inside the roll cages just to try and keep some of it out.
And Alfie Jack, what are you getting hands-on with all this prep on your particular vehicle?
Yeah, I've been quite helping. I've built my engine, but my granddad's been telling me where to put the screws and everything, and I've actually put the engine in and everything, and the servos and everything. So yeah. Keep it dry.
All right. Well, best of luck in the qualifying and finals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that little interlude in the action. We talked to, like I said, several racers yesterday in the pits and got some pretty good insight from everybody, from the organizers and EFRA officials and former EFRA officials, but especially the racers. We talked to, like I said, quite a bit of them, so hope you enjoyed that. Right, so next group up is the short course 1/4 final B. And in this one, we've got about 20 seconds before they're allowed to go out on track. They're in the pits and ready to do their formation lap to get onto the grid. We've got Daniel Koch from Switzerland, Patrick Weiss from the UK, from the Netherlands, Jürgen Taken, Nekadet Yaman from Germany, from the UK, Alfie Jack Schokok, who we did talk to yesterday, Brian Kaldenho from the Netherlands, from Germany, Bjorn Bleier, Orhan Tekon from Turkey, Wally Oates from the UK, and Ross Bruce, also from the UK. So good luck, everybody. This is the 1/4 final B. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure any ladies in this one, but we do have some lady racers running. Alfie Jack's mother, for one, she qualified fairly well. Early on, it was looking like Alfie was going to definitely be the better of the two, but in the end, 2 rounds of qualifying. Obviously, if you have two tough rounds, makes it quite difficult. So anyway, there he is starting in the 5th position. And like everyone else, he's going to be hoping to finish in one of the top 3 positions. because only the top 3 bump up. There we go, 10-second countdown.
7, 6, 5, 4.
So we're going to be watching the lead groups of drivers. The number 2 already getting a little bit wild over the big jump. Massive kerfuffle at the back end of the grid. Alfie Jack already moving up, trying to move up in that number 5, still in 5th position. Drivers mostly out in numerical order, that top 5 and 6 positions. Number 8 car has moved up from the first bump up spot. Trying to get past Alfie. Battle for second, very intense. These cars, they do have front and rear bumpers. They have enclosed tires, so it's a lot more racing action than we've seen in the buggy finals. Let's move to this pink and yellow truck. It's currently the pink truck and the yellow truck. It's number 3, and then we got the 3, 4, 8, 5, and 10. It's our battle for third. 5 truck battle for third place. Alfie right up there, trying to get past the number 4 pink truck, and he is able to. So Alfie presently in 4th position. So running order after just 1 lap is Koch, Weiss, Yaman, and Taken, and then Tekken. Let's see how it looks after 2 laps are completed. Running order changed too much. 1, 2, 3, still in that order. Then we've got Alfie Jack Shilcock in the 4th position. I know we have some fans in the chat wishing him well. Oh, and he's hung up on a pipe, and there goes the number 8. The Marshal not able to get across the track because these things are very fast. And, yeah, that's just bad luck getting hung up there. So there was a Marshal that was very close, but he was stuck across. There's a wheel that's come off. No, is that a tire that's come off or an insert? Is that the number 4 truck has just come off, and he's in the pits to get a tire change. He's no tire. And mechanic going to change the wrong side tire. There we go, changing both rear tires. Let's move back to the action on the track. Traction. Koch, Weiss, and Taken, 1, 2, and 3. Tekken in the car 8 in 4th position. So where is he at? He's a couple positions ahead of Alfie Jack. Oh, well, yeah. Lead battle going down the main straight. Not entirely wise, but let's stick with these guys and see what they might end up doing. The number 1 and 2. Oh, and Alfie's running wild. What's going on? He must have, I think he's in the completely wrong section of track. Car 5 being told to wait. I think he got bumped and then got shoved to the infield by a car on the main straight. So we're with the action at the front of the group between Weiss and Koch. Taken running 3rd, Tekken running 4th in the 8 truck. Alfie, just so you guys know, running 6th place at the moment in the number 5, but we're with the lead battle at the moment. And what truck is this? The number 10 truck has been taken off. That's Ross Bruce. Bad luck for another one of our British racers. Number 2 and 1 coming across the triple. Nice, clean jump from that number 2 truck of Weiss. So our battle actually is the number 8 and the 3 going across the big jump now. That's our battle for 3rd. The number 10 car, the 3rd truck, is not in the battle. He's at least a lap or 2 down. So he needs to keep clear and not involve himself. Oh, man. Big T-bone action. That's off-road, baby. Get stuck there, and you're in the firing line. That is not the number 8 truck's fault at all. Number 3 just got stuck and came to a complete stop. But this is our battle for 3rd. Nice jump there from the number 8. Tekan. So we have Jürgen Taken and Orhan Tekan. So let's keep it really confusing for the commentator guys. Taken and Tekken. And not Tekken like the video game either. That number 10 truck needs to keep out of this action. Yes, unlap yourself, but if you're going to be inserting yourself into a race that is not yours, and look at that, see, he takes out the number 3 just very slightly, and now coming sideways, cutting across the number 3's nose. That number 10 truck is not involved in this race at all. He's literally running last. So yes, you might be faster, but you're running last. I'm sorry. Oh, see, now that's what happens. That's what happens. You've now taken that driver out of the running. Meanwhile, the number 6 has come up, and he wants to have a go. So now you've affected the number 3 truck's race. So sorry to go on about it, but 3 laps down and messing with other people's races. I'm sure not on purpose, but it's just unfortunate all the way around. And still doing it. Let's move on because this is annoying me. The lead battle coming down the main straight now is our 2 and 1. This is our lead battle. We'll let the 10 and the 3 sort themselves out. If I was a number 3 driver, I'd be shouting at the referees saying, what is going on here? And there goes the number 1 over, the number 2. Not broken though. The number 8 is now right up there. So now we got a battle for second. It's the 2, 1, and 8. Actually, it's the 1, 2, and 8. So battle for second. If these guys are smart, just keep it chill. Keep it extremely, extremely chill. Wally Oates flipping his taxi. I'm not sure his passenger is going to be very happy with the the flipping over off the double. Oh, and there goes the 8 over. So that's the battle for second fizzled out for the moment. Let's move to the 1, the number 1, the green car coming through the Elcon L. Not much action happening elsewhere on track. The 1st and 2nd and 3rd spread out by about 10 seconds. It's the 1, 2, and 8 of Koch, Weiss, and Tekan. Kaldenhove has now moved up into 6th place after the number 3 was taken out by lap traffic. Let's see. 6 and the 3. We got. We might be able to. There might be something happening here with Alfie because he's just passed Taken to go into 5th place, and he's coming up on the number 6. Yes. So let's over the doubles. We've got young Alfie Jack in the darker of those 2 cars, and then he's following the 6 very, very closely. This is the battle for 4th place, so it's not a bump-up position. But if either of these 2 trucks can make their way clear and get a gap, they might be able to catch the number 8 truck, which just gone down the main straight about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of them. Bad landing for that number 6. That's Kaldenhove. So Alfie. The exuberance of youth, as well as Probably much better hand-eye coordination than I would guess 90% of the racers that are here. As well as young eyes. Trying to put the pressure on Kaldenhove. Oh, that was almost a beautiful pass. Oh, and gets into the back of Kaldenhove. Let's watch, let's focus on Alfie. Alfie Jack, I should say. I'm assuming he prefers using his full name. And if you're curious what the, why it's a multicolor, sort of like a spotty green, white and blue color body shell, it's actually Sonic the Hedgehog. So it's obviously impossible to tell on screen, but once you get nice up and close, get a photo of it, you can see the Sonic the Hedgehog design. It's quite cool. Last saw it in Fehring, Austria last year. So it looks like Alfie's already starting to make up reel in Kaldenhove just very slightly. And now he's on his back bumper. Look at these trucks. They just look amazing. I love it. Oh, bad landing for both of them. Both of them casing the landing of that one. Alfie not trying to barge him out of the way, but where's Kaldenhove going? He's just cut the track. Kaldenhove in the car 6, truck 6, has just completely cut the track. He is going into the pits, so he must recognize something wrong, but he's just cut out about 15 seconds at least of, he's calling it quits. That's Kaldenhove done, I guess. So unfortunate. Don't know what happened there. I didn't see anything wrong with it. So that's Alfie Jack moving up into 5th position. Actually, I think he was a lap ahead of Alfie Jack, or his timing. I think the timing system is waiting for Kaldenhove. So now Alfie is going to get his lap off of Kaldenhove. There he goes, into 18. So where's the car 2 now? The truck 2 is about 10 seconds ahead of Alfie. Alfie's just come to a dead stop. Alfie has come to a stop. Engine cut. What is happening here? Let's watch Alfie coming through the pits. Mechanic running through. Second mechanic pointing at bring it over here and we'll have a look. Impossible to tell. Looks like he's lost radio. Servo's moving, it looks like, so he's trying to start the, that's where that trigger is. It means, let's see the servo's moving, see if he's getting radio signal. Mechanic trying to start the engine now. He's going another lap down. So let's see, he's number 3. Has just gone past his position. And he's been sent out, but issues. And the marshal throwing the car out in front of the number 8, which you really shouldn't have done. Sometimes it's impossible to follow these things, but so Alfie now under real pressure. Looks like he's with 1.5 minutes left. I don't think he's going to be bumping out of the 6th position here. So that's racing, though. Let's see where the number 1, he's coming down the main straight. Let's see where the number 2 is, just going across the triples. And the number 8, actually, we've got a battle just at the end of the straight now. The 8 and the 2, rather. That's our 2nd and 3rd place cars, trucks. If anything happens to either of these, the number 3 truck of Jürgen Taken, who's just crossing the triples now, will fit. So these guys can still crash and flip over and do whatever they want. There we go, just like that. Not that they want to, but see, he's recovered. He's okay, the number 2 truck of Weiss. And Alfie is cut again. So I think that is definitely Alfie's racing efforts done now. So the 8 and the 2 still, they're not that close together because the 2 of Weiss, the big crash earlier, About a lap ago. 20 seconds left in this one now.
Just enjoy the ride. Keep your cool. Open the door for the drivers, okay? Keep cool.
Okay, so 1 second left and Alfie is gone again. So I think that is Vice completed. And that is him done. The clock also caught the number 8 truck of Tekan. We'll just let the, where's the green truck? Let's find the green truck going over the tabletop. Winner, he's going to be car or truck number 8 in the semifinals. Wait, I'm not sure what number he's actually going to be, but he's made it into the semis. So great job for Daniel Koch, Oran Tekan, and Patrick Weiss. So now we have another little video-tastic treat for you guys. So just going to cut off now and let that play in. All right, so we're here with defending large-scale off-road champion Patrick Schweitzer. Patrick, how's the last year been for you?
So, wie war das letzte Jahr für dich als Europameister? Ja, haben wir schon durchgehört. Yeah, it was quite amazing. Everybody was happy that Patrick won the European Championship in large-scale four-wheel drive, and even after a few weeks, he also won national championship in 8-scale nitro in Austria.
That's an amazing pair of accomplishments. So it's been a good year for you. How has this week been for you here in the Czech Republic?
Wie war die Woche für dich so in Tschechien?
Ja, dass wir eigentlich viel probiert haben.
They tried a lot of stuff on the car to get it much faster, tried different stuff, and it's going pretty well.
Okay. And this year you've got the defending two-wheel drive champion, Peter Hartmann, on the four-wheel drive team, I guess we can call it. How's that been? Have you guys been able to bounce ideas off of each other and setup tips, or has he helped improve your racing or your setup at all?
Ja, habt ihr zwar viel zusammengearbeitet,
Ja,
habt ihr
dass er
verschiedene
der
Sachen
beste
probiert.
Teamplayer ist und
Ja.
dass er am besten ins Team passt zu mir. Und
He's really happy that Peter is in the team now in four-wheel drive because they are working closely together, trying different stuff on the car, not always running the same, to see the different opinion and how the car behaves, and he's really happy about that.
Excellent stuff. It's great to see teamwork working together properly. So now on the car itself, what is it, any developments that are new for this European Championship?
Yeah, there's a special front diff in the car. This will be in production by end of the year and goes straight into the kit. And there are some special clutches in also. They're brand new, and also a new wing on the back.
It's great stuff. It's great to see racing development make its way directly into the hands of the privateer racers. So as far as this week, it's obviously been a little bit wet. So what kind of, apart from the general mud challenges that a very wet conditions bring, what sort of challenges are you expecting in the qualifying and finals coming up?
Was für Herausforderungen siehst du im Qualifying und in die
ja,
Finale?
dass das Fahrerfeld sehr eng zusammen ist und mein Hauptziel ist mal, dass ich ins Finale komme und dass ich dann alles gebe.
Yeah, the biggest thing we will be a gap between all the drivers because there are a lot of drivers really fast on this track because it's not too difficult. And yeah, his main thing is to go in straight into the final.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, we hope to see you there. I'm sure we will. And good luck for the racing to come.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we do hope you enjoyed that little video treat. And next race is already out and getting their warm-ups in. So this is the 1 quarterfinal A. So we start with the 1 quarterfinal, or the on these lower finals, we start with the B, then the A. And if they bump up, they go into the next B or A, respectively. And so these guys will be looking to move into the semifinal A. And of course, drivers who qualified well yesterday, they will already have been qualified directly into the semifinal. So we see a lot of the progression of racers. Obviously, the really good guys, obviously, they'll qualify either on pole if they're very good and lucky, or directly into the semis, which is, you know, usually as good as you can hope for. And obviously, if you get into the quarterfinals, which is what we're into now, you want to finish in the top 3 to get yourself into the semis. So it's a bit hard to understand. I think if you actually watch an event all the way through and follow the progression of drivers, like for instance, in this case, we've got Pekka Ivanen in the 4-wheel drive class doing really well. Did terrible in qualifying, broke out both times, started in the 1/16th, won it, moved into the 1/8 A, won that, and we'll see him in the 1/4 A at 1:59 Central European time, and hopefully he'll bump up. Hopefully for him, he'll bump up into the semifinal A. So that's how the progression works. And basically, there's an A side and a B side. A lot of people like to call it Christmas tree finals. So if you can imagine, it's kind of like bracket racing, I suppose, where you. There's a lot of drivers that start in the 1/16th or 132 or 164, that sort of thing. And then they move up and up and up and up and eventually into the semis. And of course into the semis. After the semis, you try to do as well as you can to get into the main final. And we have 3 classes of racing here at this one event. So 3 European Championships to decide. So, yeah. We've got 30 seconds left to go in this one. This is the 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships from Stařeč in the Czech Republic. So if I think we have a broken car already. The number 1, I think, has broken. That is a proper tragedy. So we want to thank our event sponsors, Elcon Models, and as well as rccaronline.de and RC Fox. The number 1 car not even making it out of the formation lap. His mechanic giving him the universal sign for dead, the hand across the throat. So we're 10 seconds away from, well, probably about 15 or 20 seconds away now. Race director putting everybody in the proper starting boxes. 10 seconds to go. We got, who was that that's crashed out? Ian Southey, tragedy. Number 1 car out, but we're going to follow the 2, 3, 4. The 2 is flipped out and gone off the track. One of our Turkish racers. That leaves the number 3 truck of Erdal Kilavuz way out in front now, all on his own. Leaving the rest of the cars, 4, the 6, the 5, the 9, all to argue out who's going to take second. The 4 is starting to break away. That is Bruno Trotman here with Melanie Trotman. I imagine wife or girlfriend, but I'm not quite sure. I'm sure we've talked to them before. So the 5 and the 9, let's follow them. That's the blue car following the white and red number 5. Number 9 truck are one of our bump-up racers of Simon Andrew Godney. So we do have some British interest in there after Ian Southey, unfortunately, somehow freakishly braking. Engine stop or something happened out there on the formation lap. 3 minutes of warm-up, goes fine, and then on the formation lap, crash, out. So we've got the 4, the 1, I think that's the 5, and the 9 in that order. Sorry, it's the 4, 3, and 5. So let's follow the blue truck, number 9 of Godney, because it looks like he's just a little bit quicker on pace. Let's see what happens in the corners, though. pace is one thing. Actual corner speed and acceleration and keeping calm under pressure, entirely a different thing. Looks like Godney is able to keep up. Bumps getting their own way. Godney very slowly catching up with that number 5, I think, of Wadman. So we have a Swiss, a Brit, and a Brit. And unfortunately, Ian Southey, one of our other British racers, crashing out. Richard Smith, another British racer, running at the moment in last in the car 7. So I imagine these British racers will know each other very well, whether or not, I don't know whether they're pitting with each other or not, but I'm sure they're aware of each other out in the pits at the UK National Series. So running order at the moment, Bruno Trotman, car 4 is Paul Scrace in second. Godney has moved up to third. So let's find that 9 and 5, because that is our battle just coming through the not so flat hairpin. I'm sure we've been on them before, but I was just checking something off screen. Oh, and that's a fortunate bump. Oh, and then crazy getting sideways on the straight, that pink and white checker car. Now moves up, I believe that's going to be 4th place of Andrew Spence. So another Brit in there. So it's a Swiss and then 4 Brits. Then a German, Turkish racer, Dutch racer, and then 2 more Brits. Unfortunately, Ian Southey not actually running. We have a car that's just pulled into the pits, I think. I can't see the number on it, but I imagine that's going to be Richard Smith, because it looks like the track computer is waiting on him. So 2 of our 6 Brits in this one, I think, are out. Yes, that is a British BRCA shirt right there. So these 3 trucks coming through the L. Oh, and Godney getting sideways over the pipe. I smell rain. The sun has gone in, as we say. 29 degrees out there now. It's definitely cooled off a little bit by a degree or 2. So 9 and 6 and 8. This is a dogfight right here. Ooh, not a good landing for that number 8. See what the 6 and the 4 are doing. Here's our battle for second, actually. This is actually more important, coming over the second double. The white and green car and the white and pink car. Trucks, sorry. That's Bruno Trotman and Andrew Spence. So our leading car, Paul Scrace. A full straightaway lead for him, while these guys squabble it out. And they're rapidly catching the number 0 of Joost Zandbergen, who Scrace has run away with. So Trotman, something is happening with Trotman, our Swiss racer. And that truck number 4, which is the white and green. So he must have made a mistake that I didn't catch. So So if he continues to go wide like that, so he gives up a little bit of space to that truck 6 of Spence. And there's the 0 getting lapped. It's okay. Ooh, very nice track cut. I mean, not a track cut, but jumping over the curb to shorten the racing line. That's very nice. That's not so nice. That's a terrible landing off of the... actually, he didn't even land on the track. That was Spence, I believe. Yes, the pink and white. So now we're all spread out again. And we have a couple of dead cars. So we've lost a couple of cars of Smith and Southey. Scrace is way out in front. Trotman has got a very good lead on Spence. Godney, another quite a ways behind. But let's see, the 8 and the 2 are very close together. Well, now they're not. But that's a battle for 5th anyway, so not so hot. The battles have kind of simmered down now. This is our quarterfinal A. This is top 3 drivers. Actually, it might be the top 4 drivers. Or is it top? It's at least the top 3, but it might be. I don't think it might be the top 4. If someone knows how many drivers bump up out of the quarters, please let us know in the chat. Running order at the moment: Scrace in the truck 3, Trotman in the truck 4, Spence in the truck 6, Godney, Loeffler, Killavuz, Wadman, and Zandbergen. And it looks like, unfortunately, Godney's truck has died out on track. His mechanic retrieving it. That number 9, Marshall's not allowed to start the trucks or spend too much time because their job is not to fix broken trucks. Their job is to remove vehicles from the racing line. So number 6 has just gone upside down. So has that let the number 8 catch up? And he's upside down again. Maybe a little bit wild. Where is the number 8 coming up? We might have a battle coming up. Oh, no, sorry, no, it's number 6. So, yes. Okay, beginning of the straight, Jim. Beginning of the straight, we got the blue truck. It's going to be being chased now by the pink and white truck. And that is the battle for 3rd. So this is Trotman. Sorry, Spence. Something has happened with Spence's truck. Or he's just decided to start driving extremely erratically, which is not the usual thing. So I'm going to guess something has happened with his truck. Maybe a tire bead has come loose and he's lost the phone. Both cars over now. Okay, now they're together. They are bumper to bumper, side by side. Number 2 decided to get in there. This is a 3-way battle for 3rd now. Now it's picked up. We've got 4 minutes left in this one. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. These guys, whoever crashes the least, basically, is what's going to decide who takes 3rd. The leader, Paul Scrace, way out ahead. Bruno Trotman also way out ahead. These 2 cars, there goes Spence again in the pink and white. Now they're all 3 together once again. If he could just break free and then just not crash. But the track conditions, driving conditions getting harder and harder with every passing lap. So I definitely feel for these guys. it's very easy to say, why did you drive like that? But these guys doing their absolute best. Drivers in the next heat watching to carefully see where the smoothest lines are. 3 minutes left in this one. We still have Scrace way out front, driving for the UK. Bruno Trotman is actually just behind him somewhere on track in the car 4, but we have the car 2 and the 8 together pretty much right here, coming over the first double. Oh, Killavuz and Loeffler. Killavuz lost his rear spoiler. I don't think that tiny little spoiler is going to be affecting much anyway. I would have a spoiler something like the size of Taylor Litchford's. That's absolutely massive. Let's get maximum downforce on that rear end. I think the spoiler's no, it's still hanging on just by a single screw, probably. Hanging on for dear life. These guys battling for the third and final bump-up position into the semis. And there goes the car 6 of Spence. Finally has given up its ghost. He was already running way down the order, and now he's been pulled off, so that is Spence out of the picture. Meanwhile, we are on Erdal Killavuz from Turkey and Mike Loeffler from Germany. Paul Scrace running third now. Trotman has moved up into the lead. It may have swapped back around now again. So we're on the battle for third. Whoever finishes ahead of the other in this battle between these two trucks, the bright yellow and the dark blue, will be bumping up. I'm pretty sure it's only 3 bump up spots. Okay, car 10 giving him plenty of space. And hopefully he gives the truck number 8 as much room as he gave truck number 2. It's truck 0 of Joost van Bergen in that car 0, hopefully flipping over. Car 5 has now decided to come up and have a little go. That white and pink truck with the black wheels. We now have a 3-way battle for the lead, for the final bump-up position. We're on our last lap, folks. This is a battle down to the wire, literally. Wait a minute, where's our number 2 gone? Number 2 is gone. So the middle truck of these 3 is Van Bergen, who's not involved. So unfortunately, our number 2 truck of Killavuz gone, completely out of the picture now. I'm feeling rain spots. So it looks like as long as Loeffler can keep it rubber side down. Oh, is he going to cross? He just does. And there goes the number 5 of Wadman, crossing just a couple seconds later. That is how close it was, folks. Scrace, Trotman, Loeffler, Wadman, Godney, and Zandbergen. Whatever happened to Killavuz, Spence and Smith, and Southey? 4 non-finishers in that one. So there we go. That was the short course 1/4 A final. All right, we're here with defending two-wheel drive champion Peter Hartmann, this time running four-wheel drive in the European Championships. So, Peter, what made you move into four-wheel drive?
Yeah, we made some decision in our team. So one driver from four-wheel drive. Wesley moved to two-wheel drive, and then was the opportunity for me to drive four-wheel drive. So I'm happy, and I like to try this new challenge.
So I imagine you've tried running the four-wheel drives before. What, from a racing, like a high-end, sharp point of the grid racing perspective, what are the differences between running two-wheel drive, where you're obviously winning the European Championship, to running four-wheel drive?
It's completely different. The driving style is different, and you need to find a new braking point. So you need to brake before the corner, then push hard, and I did some testing last weekend. So I'm now pretty confident with the car, but we will see what can we do on the last day.
All right, and so speaking of this week here, how's it? It's been wet. It's been quite challenging for everybody. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it's same for all of us. So we are trying to find the best setup, and that will be the most important thing to do.
Okay, and now we talked to your teammate Patrick. He said that you guys have been able to try different setups out on the track and sort of bounce ideas off each other. How helpful has that been for you as sort of first time basically running it in running four-wheel drive in the European Championships?
Yeah, it's very helpful because Patrick is a very good driver with a lot of experience. So I'm really happy to work with him, and also with Kalan, who has a lot of experience. So they gave me a lot of advices how to set up the car. So I'm right now I'm pretty confident, and we will see what happens tomorrow.
Excellent stuff. And so good luck for qualifying and the finals to come.
Thank you very much.
All right, so hope you enjoyed that little chat that we had with Peter Hartmann, one of the many top drivers here. We talked with him yesterday and several other racers. Obviously, Peter running an Elcon, helping out his teammate. Well, I suppose they're helping each other out. They're both top racers. Peter, two-wheel drive European champion last year, running four-wheel drive this year. So Hartmann will be in action, I'm pretty sure, in the semis. I don't think maybe in the quarters. I don't have the, let's see if I can find the listing actually. Yeah, nice chat to, it's good to get some insight from these racers. I mean, I've never raced this class myself, but I used to race touring car quite a lot, so well aware of the mindset and the prep work and all kinds of things that has to go into it. Just bring up the semis.
All start to the first lane.
See if I can get the semis listing.
A vidíte teda na holice čtvrtfinále Bayern the Racer a vnímáme jednátelného soutěží. Vydávanou lift yourself by order 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on the fifth. Jedničkou bude startovat Dalibor Roháč, s čtyřkou Martin Končel, s pětkou Libor Tykal, s devítkou Milan Průče a s desítkou Filip Dokládal. Tak budeme mít šance.
So for, let's see, two-wheel drive. Oh, I can't make any sense of this in the 10 or so seconds we have left, minute or so we have left before Anyway, he's not in this. He's not in the two-wheel drive quarterfinal B. We'll see if he shows up, pops up in the quarterfinal A. Quarterfinal B, less than a minute to go. 40-something seconds left before we get going. This is the formation lap. We've got Dalibor Rohak from the Czech Republic, Elsa Letomaki from Finland, Domantas Celsiulis from Lithuania, Martin Konsul from the Czech Republic, Libor Pikal from the Czech Republic, from Latvia, Maris Kazakas, from Germany, Lucas Horman. From the UK, we've got Klinauskas Mindaugas. From the Czech Republic, we have Milan Prusa, and also Philip Dokledal in car 10. So here we go. We've got Wojtek, our race director for the club, is making sure everybody is aligned properly in their starting boxes. These cars all have centrifugal clutches, so they can sit there quite happily. And the 10-second countdown has begun. This is the two-wheel drive 1/4 B final. They're off and away they go. All in number order. No big dramas. Number 6 getting stuck up with the number 7. They're falling to the back of the field, but other than that, everybody running in order. So this is where we really start to see the cream rising to the top. These guys are going to be going all out, but very carefully indeed. These cars, obviously two-wheel drive, only 2 wheels driven. Before anyone asks, yes, only the rear-wheel drive. They're all rear-wheel drive. This race and the following are two-wheel drive quarterfinals. It looks like we have a developing battle. It depends how quickly a driver gets impatient or makes a mistake. Impatience, meaning you're going to try and make a charge, make a dive for a risky pass or a big pass. Making a mistake at this rate will give up a position. So we're going to follow the second, third, and fourth cars. That's 2, the 3, and the 4. That's Letomaki, Celsiulis, and Konsul. This is our battle for the bump-up position. Again, only 3 cars bump up. Our lead car of Dalibor Rohak is several seconds ahead of these guys. These guys aren't quite squabbling yet. They're just about starting to. There we go. There's a pass coming through the not-so-flat hairpin. Getting a bit bouncy. So 13 minutes to go. 2 minutes down. The number 2 car of Finnish racer Letomaki pulling away from the 4 and the, I think that's the 3. So this is our battle for the final bump-up position. The 4 and the 3 of Konsul and Celsiulis. Czech Republic versus Lithuania. And it looks like the number 3 car of Celsiulis is the one who's lost out the worst out of these top 4. Everyone else is pulling away from him. So maybe he's just got a slightly different or slightly worse setup or just slightly different racing lines that makes him just a little bit slower on track than the 3 cars ahead. So that battle has fizzled out just for the moment, but it looks like we're going to have a battle for second. The white and the brown car. Ooh, and the number 4 getting sideways there, so he's lost some time. But let's go with that number 4 car, the white and red, because I think he's catching the number 2 of Letomaki. And the number 1 car is flipped over. Okay, so now we have a battle, 3-car battle for the lead That number 1 car, Rohak, trying to keep it steady, but making a mistake coming off of the big jump. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know what it was. So we got the 2 in the lead of Letamaki, and then Rohak, and then number 4 is Consul. And they are coming up on, no, they're not coming up on anybody. They're still, it's quite tight racing. It's going to be a little while before anybody is lapping anyone. The 3 cars running at the back of the field, not really taking each other out, not running all that slow. So again, like I said, we're getting quicker and quicker as the day goes on. Letamaki in the lead in that car 2, Consul in the car 4, then it's Rohak. But Celsiulis and Pikal in the car 5 all wanting to have a little word. At the moment, though, we're concentrating on this 3-way battle for the lead, because if it stays like this, and it never does, that's the curse of the commentator. They curse themselves by always saying, if the flag were to drop now, but it never does, obviously. It never stays exactly the way they say. But if it were to stay like this, these 3 cars that are on the shot coming through the bowl hairpin, these will be our bump-up racers going into the semifinal B. The 2 and the 4 are getting very close together. Let's focus on those 2 because it looks like they're pulling away just very slightly from the number 1 of Rohak. So he was leading. Oh, and there goes that's a bad landing. That'll jar something loose. I've always thought that it would be very interesting if these large-scale racers were required to run like, the science experiment that you have in school where you drop an egg from the top of a building, but you have bubble gum and straw or something like that to protect the egg and see how high you can drop it before it breaks. I've always been curious to see if there's a competition to actually drive these cars so that the egg actually survives. I don't think they would go for it in the European Championship. So, and the number 4 rolls over, so that's his lead gone. And now it's a 2-car battle with is that the 3? Yes, that's a 3 and the 4. So now it's Ceciulis and Consul. This is our battle for the bump-up positions. We'll let the 2-car battle between the 1 and 2 for the lead between, let's see, that's Letamaki and Rohak. We'll let them carry on. But here we go. This is our battle for the final bump-up position. Try and keep both of them in the picture. The number 3 of Ceciulis leading from Lithuania, and Consul, the Czech racer. And there goes Ceciulis, bringing it ever tighter. So as smooth as you might be able to drive it. Oh, and there he goes again. So now he's going to have 3 cars all over his back bumper. And now that's the battle for 4th. So he needs to break away from them and get back on the back bumper of the number 4 car, Consul. So let's stick with these guys. Let's see what happens here, because if Ceciulis starts overdriving the car, but it looks like he's, oh, and is that Consul has just flipped it over. He's trying to make it very interesting for us, but not so much for himself. He wants to stay away from those guys. You want to have as boring a race as possible in these lower finals. By that I mean get in the lead, stay in the lead, and let everybody else have the fight behind you. So it looks like Ceciulis is able to make a bit of a gap from that number 8 car with the red wheels of Mindaugas. As Ceciulis gets hung up on a pipe, or no, sorry, that was Consul. running order at the moment, just as the screen goes dark on the computer, is Rohak, Letamaki, Consul, and Ceciulis, with Mindaugas in that number 8 with the red wheels, trying to menace his way past the number 3 car of Ceciulis. Doesn't look like that tactic is working. And in fact, I don't think that's actually the tactic with the red wheels. It's just it's just a different color set of wheels is all. But it's very spread out now. So let's move to this number 4 again. The red and white Marlboro inspired paint scheme. The 90s Marlboro inspired paint scheme with number 4 with the black rear wing, because if he makes a mistake like that, that lets Ceciulis right up. Now it's a bumper-to-bumper battle for third. So pat myself on the back for that one. Coming around the bowl hairpin, and the referees watching this one intently, they know that this is a battle for the final bump-up position. 2 referees, each watching their own areas of the track, and that is a racing incident. It happened immediately just below us. Of course, these open-wheel racers, they got interlocked tires. You're going to have black circles on the side of the on the side pods of the cars. So it looks like Ceciulis now ahead of Consul. Wow. That was a risky landing there from Ceciulis. Now they're back together again because of that dodgy landing. He landed entirely on his front wheels, almost perfectly straight up and down. So now they're coming down the straight together. Drag race. Let's see what happens. A little bit loose there for Ceciulis, but he maintains the lead to hold on to third. 4 1/4 minutes remaining in this one. Let's hope the racing is as tight and contained as it is right now between these two. We'd like to see good, clean racing action. And of course, only one of these drivers is going to be able to bump up unless something happens to the first, second place. Inside line through the flat hairpin. Great pass by the number 4 car, Martin Consul. Down the straight once more. Is he able to make a gap? He's running on the smoother, faster line. Coming out of the Elcon L over the first double, high traction launching zone. And into the pitted landing area over the second double. And now, following the perfect racing line around over the tabletop, around the bowl hairpin. And they're catching up to the number 2 of Letamaki. So some clean racing and good driving has let them catch up almost all the way up to second place. The lead car, where's he at? That's the number 1. He's way out front. He's about a half a lap ahead of these guys. It looks like we're about to have a 3-car battle for second place. And still, remember, only 3 cars bump up. So first, second, and third. Fourth place, first loser in this case. Letamaki running a pretty solid run. His tire's coming off. Look at the backside of the number 2 car of Letamaki. Back right. Tires come unglued. He's losing all kinds of traction in these left-hand turns, just like this one. And the next one coming up, number 4 of Consul, going to be able to easily just breeze past him, but Letamaki trying to hold him off for the next 2 minutes. Is he going to be able to do it? I don't think so, but he needs to put off a clean pass. So the referee's calling them to be careful, but I think, yes, there goes Consul. Easily breezes past Letamaki. Letamaki, there goes the inner foam. You see that black bit that just came off? That was an inner foam. So more of that tire coming off. And now he's going to have the number 3 of Ceciulis all over the back of him. Let's follow this number 2 with the finish flag on the, there goes the inner foam. There goes the inner foam. You just saw it fling out of the back. So that's basically exactly like running on a flat tire. And remember, this is off-road. You need to have traction to have good cornering. He's pulled in. He's pulled in. He could have held him off. He could have held him off. Why did he pull in? He's telling his mechanic, change the tire. It's way too late. You're going to lose loads of time. This mechanic didn't even know what was happening. Didn't know that he was going to be coming in. So who's in third now? We got Sesiulis in car 3. We're going to have to go to him because Letamaki, I'm sorry, mate. That's your race done. Car 1 is out there. Let's go to the car 1. He's just coming over the second tabletop, the second doubles now. That's our car 1, our leader, going past the smashed up inner foam of Asa Letamaki, who has now come out of the pits, but in 6th position at best. He's lost many, many laps. We're with our leader, Dalibor Rohak. No such problems that we saw with Letamaki. Over the first of the doubles, cars are finishing now. Letamaki, just imagine if he'd had a spotter working with him and a headset, he would have been able to say, look, don't come in. There's still 40 seconds left. You could have made it if he'd been able to hold off the number 3 of Sesiulis. So this is Dalibor Rohak coming across to finish and take the win in this 1 quarterfinal B, with Martin Consul and Domantas Sesiulis taking the final bump up positions. All right, so we're here with British racer Jack Keatley, running here from, obviously, the UK. Now, Jack, this is, I'm told that this is your first time running an Elcon short course. So how's that been going for you?
Yeah, it's been going really well. Been a lot more consistent with it this year. It's a lot different to drive than my old car. But yeah, just the pull and the drive is just phenomenal.
Are there any, do you have experience with running four-wheel drive in it as a buggy in this category?
In the past, yeah. I haven't done buggy for a couple of years, but I used to do it in the past.
Okay. Are there any, what kind of train, because obviously the short course are four-wheel drive. Apart from the full body, and I assume there's a inner roll cage or not on these? Okay.
Yeah, no.
Some of them do, but yeah, it's so what translates over from four-wheel drive buggy to short course, and what doesn't? What's completely different?
The truck is a bit different to drive because it's not as nimble as a buggy. Like the four-wheel drive concept is still the same as like a buggy to a truck, but you just can't be as nimble and as quick as one of these as you can with a buggy. But everything else is pretty much identical. So if you drove a buggy and just came over to here, you'd find it really easy. So.
And we've seen the short course in the past several years. We've seen the short course class kind of build up and up. So what makes it less nimble than a buggy? Is it purely just the body and the aerodynamics, or what is it about it?
I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. The size of it and the aerodynamics on the shell. Just I'm not too sure, but it's a combination of both of them, I would have said.
All right, and you were saying that at the moment, at least in up to the point where we are at recording this, you're leading the category here in Czech Republic at the European Championships. So what's it like? Have you stopped getting engine tuning tips from Ian because you're running his engines, or how does he feel about that?
No, he still plays with the engine when I need him to. But yeah, it's really close, to be honest. Like between me, Ian, and Taylor, which is the top three, I think there's like 3 seconds between us three. So it's tight, but it's at the moment in a good place. So just hope it carries on till the end of the week.
I mean, to be honest, as a commentator, I hope it will too, because Ian kind of ran away with it last year. So we do hope there's, someone to give him a really good battle. So good luck in qualifying and the rest of the finals.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that chat with Jack Keatley. Pretty interesting talking to these top guys. Jack Keatley, of course, British racer, running with Ian Audie quite a lot and Taylor Letchford. So we'll see what happens there with these guys in the final. But the main thing is, first of all, we'd like to welcome a brand new hero. We've got a new hero. Thank you, John Toman. Get a massive shout out. Thank you so much for becoming our latest RCTV hero. I haven't seen you in this chat, so I'm assuming that you have joined the hero club thanks to our coverage in Turkheim with James, Zach, and Ash. But thank you anyway, no matter how you have joined us. So if you'd like to be a hero, and all you have to do is find the join button on the YouTube browser page or in the app if you're able to. If you're not able to, just go to in any browser, find RC Racing TV and click find the join button. You get sets of sticker. You get a sheet of stickers. You get a big shout out like this one, because John Toman's awesome. Everyone wants to be awesome. Everyone wants to be like John Toman. You also get a highlighted name in the chat, and also a cool little badge that says, "Hey, I donated." And look at that, we got Nuno Gaspar, another hero. Thank you very much, Nuno. Massive thanks for helping support RC Racing TV, support RC Racing, which supports RC. How about that? You can also help us out by joining. I mean, you guys don't have to. You can if you want. No one has to. But we welcome everyone to check out the RCTV merch shop on rcracingtv.com. And you can check out, there's some really cool shirts and hats and hoodies are all on there. Use RCTV10 to get 10% off your first order. So some chat about what happened in that last final. Basically just a tactical mistake, I would say. And not having the knowledge that a spotter would be able to tell him. You can't imagine how loud these things are. I'm wearing noise-canceling earbuds under over-ear headphones, and still plenty loud. So it's not like you can shout down saying, "I'm going to come in," and then hearing someone saying, "No, don't. There's only 2 laps." It's not really how it happens. It's very loud and very hectic, of course, on the rostrum like it is all the time. So we do have a question in there. Why aren't the tires 3-piece? Well, because it's too heavy, basically. So 7 seconds left. And they're off and running. Korsic, Jokova, Helbich, Leruzik, roughly in that order. And then we've got Zabladil, Pfizer, Sibbins, Kuz, Scholes, and Nasijic. Some of these names, hopefully, you will recognize from the bump-up positions. Who's that? That's gone over the number 5 of Zabladil. But we do have the 1, 2, 3, 4 out in order. Then the 7, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 5. So we're following this first group of racers. And as usual, the leader has a nice little gap at the moment until or unless he makes a mistake, just like that. So now second place is caught up just a little bit. Third place, kind of running up the track and flipping, trying to get back onto the track. So he's lost 2 positions there. So let's focus on this gaggle of cars that's kind of fighting over the scraps of third place, and the number 6 going very, very wide in the dust. Remember, we do have a definite racing line now. We have a very high grip section and then a very, very loose section. But the high grip section, lots and lots of cars driving over it, also is the getting the most wear. So we're seeing lots of potholes and ruts starting to form at the end of the day yesterday, and it's not going to get any better. There's no track maintenance happening in between. It's off-road, baby. So we've got the 1 and the 2. The 7 is flipped over, so now that's given up the third place to cars 3 and 8. The 7 way down the order now, so this battle between the 3 and the 8 about to come over the second of the doubles. It looks like it's at the moment a 2-car battle, but the 9 is trying to get in there. That's the Sivens, Helbich, and Schulz cars. At the moment, we've got Czech Republic leading in the first 2 positions. Then we've got Neil Sivens from the UK. Slovakia actually taking third. Our British racer falling way down the order to 7th. That's our number 7 car that got turned around and flipped. So the number 3 alone in third. So number 10 flipping over, wanting to test out the robustness of their alloy suspension arms. Let's move to this battle for the lead. Coming down the straight now, the first 2 cars, the 1 and the 2. That's Korček and Jalova. They're often leading at the moment out on their own. And we have a building battle for third. Between the 3 and the 8, that is Helbich and Kuz. So let's try and keep both of them in the picture. And I do apologize to Jim just publicly and out loud because I can't see actually what the camera is showing. So there we go. Wow, that's a great pass. Under power down the main straight by the number 8 car of Sasha Kuz. Actually, our first of the bump-up racers in this one. So he'll be very familiar with the track conditions, more so than the rest of these guys, which will help in the early running for sure. And now he's lost that position. Or no, he almost lost the position. So, oh, and getting sideways there. Of course, the second place, zooming down the main straight, 3, and then the 8. So yes, he did lose that position when I said he did. Coming over the first of the doubles. Korček, Jalova, Helbich, and Kuz. That's our running order, 1st through 4th. Helbich, and luckily for me anyway, positions 1, 2, and 3 are occupied by cars number 1, 2, and 3. Oh, that's a risky pass there. I think it just about pulled off. Car number 8 fighting for his life in that fourth position to try and get back up and so he can fight for third. You go from one knife fight to another. A bit like a John Wick movie. And let's see what kind of power he's got now. Not able to put it down. So the 3, the 2, and the 8 goes sideways, gets caught up, and now he's caught up with the, disaster. Disaster. Let's follow this 3 and 2 as they're coming over the second of the doubles. This is our battle for second. So the loser out of this one is going to be their final race, and no one wants that. And a broken car number 8. That is tragedy for our Swiss racer of Sasha Kuz. Coming off the stand, shaking his head. That is dreadful, but that is racing sometimes. Number 2 going over after a bad landing off the first double. So that lets the 3 of Helbich get past. Running order still, Korchik, Helbich, and Jilkova. Neil Sivens is actually right there behind him, so we got a 3-way battle for second. Loser out of this one, again, well actually, yes, I was incorrect before. The loser out of this battle is going home, packing up. After they turn marshal, of course, you got to do your racing duties. Oh, that's not a great landing. Oh, and don't rev it because now that's going to make your, that's going to possibly explode. And then, Neil, what you doing, man? Revving it out of frustration, but that made his tire turn into a pizza cutter, as some RC folks like to say. And that could have destroyed his rear tire insert, which then basically makes it completely out of balance, and then that'll eventually, after all this wear and tear and landing and everything, take the tire off the rim. So whatever you do, don't rev it when you're upside down. Be frustrated, but don't punch anything or just pull the trigger. So Korchik, Jilkova, and Helbich. It's still a running order. Sivens still in fourth, so he's holding on to it, but he's got a battle on his hands with the 4 and the 0 cars immediately behind him, Leruzik and Masijic. And I think what I predicted has happened. He's lost position. He's lost 2 positions just in the time it took for me to turn around. He's lost that rear tire, I think. He's running on one rear flat tire, basically. Oh, and a broken car 10. That gives Sivens a spot, but it's the car 10 broke immediately in front of him. Rear end breakage. But now Sivens running on a flat tire. Number 1 and 2 running away with this one. About to go over the tabletop. We may as well, I think we've been focused on them already. Coming around the not so flat hairpin. Taking it nice and steady over that double single. Let's see if we can reset here. The 1 and 2 running for second. That makes it very easy. They're running together, but they're not battling. The number 3 running third, the number 4 running fourth. So let's focus on that number 3, just about to come around the not so flat hairpin now. The car immediately behind him, that bright green and orange, very much like my Mazda 787B replica socks. That is the 4th place car. If you're a Le Mans Racing or World Endurance car fan, you'll know what I'm talking about. I'm more about Group C. That's my deal. But yeah, it's not quite the diamond sort of shape of the. Whoa! And what happened there to the car 3? He went completely straight. He's gone outside of the track. The marshal trying to jump the fence, falling on his face. He's stuck in the fence. And other drivers, he's gone. That car is gone. He lost radio. He's coming off the rostrum now. A very sad Marek Helbek from Slovakia. Wow. The mechanic running around and retrieving the car, but that car is done. Still in one piece, but whew. So now we've got the number 4 in 3rd place, with the number 5 in 4th, the number 6 in 5th. So that puts it in, actually what's happened to Peter Korchik? He's gone over somewhere. The number 1 car has lost his lead position. He's made a mistake while we were paying attention to that. High attrition rate so far in this one. Well, not really. 2 cars out, 3 cars out. So we do have a battle for the lead between the 2 and the 4. So I believe they're coming over the triples now, with the car 1 in 3rd just behind them by about 5 seconds or so. So this is our battle for the lead. And I'll keep an eye on the number 1 car, because if he makes any more mistakes, he's got the number 5 car, Mikhail Zabladil, wanting to take that spot off of him. You got to keep your eyes on your head on a swivel here. All kinds of action going off. So this is coming to the very end. 1 minute left in this one. The very end of the 2-wheel drive 1/4 A final. Next up in about 10 minutes time, 9 minutes time, we've got the 4-wheel drive 1/4 B final. So we're going to have some very good racers in that one. And then we're going to see Pecco in action once again at just before 2 o'clock local time. That's Central European time. Meanwhile, out on track, the number 2 car of Petra Jilkova. Then it's the number 4 of Ethan Leruzik. Petr Korchik in 3rd. And he's got the number 9 car immediately behind him, but he's 3 laps down, so he's completely fine. Number 5 car is about 10 seconds behind Petr. So I think he's okay. In fact, time has ended. So this is it for everybody. There we go. Petra crosses, Ethan crosses. Czech Republic and France celebrate once again. There's Czech Republic racer Petr Korchik. And then 2 more Czech racers, or German racers, already finished in the car number 9. There we go. That is it. So Petra, Jilkova, Leruzik, and Korchik bumping up into the semifinal B, or semifinal A's for two-wheel drive. Next up is four-wheel drive.
Guys, drivers, thank you.
So hope you enjoyed that race. Thank you very much for watching. Close to 120 viewers now. Fans of large-scale off-road, thank you very much. So we'd like to thank everyone for joining us here. We are live, broadcasting live here from Stařeč in the south of the Czech Republic for the EFRA large-scale off-road European Championships. And we are about to go into the four-wheel drive category now. You were just watching two-wheel drive go around. Short course was about half an hour before that.
5 minutes to start.
So track is open. All right, so now we're here with Thomas Kraus, local Czech racer here for Elcon. So Thomas, if I were to get started driving one of these, what kind of tips would you give me to go around this track? Maybe when it's a little bit drier.
I don't really know, but you have to have quick car because it's a quick track, and some good handling, speed to the jumps, and
that's everything. Everything that your Elcon gives you, yeah. Perfect. Okay, so your brother is a former European champion?
Yeah.
And so, is he here mechanicking for you or helping you out in any way?
No, he is driving full-wheel drive, and he is doing well.
Okay. All right. So, are there any tips that your brother has maybe been able to pass down to you to help you in your quest to be top junior?
Yeah, we have a headset, so he is on the radio and he gives me some advices, like where I can be faster, how can I jump, and tell me lap times.
Okay, so he'll be listening out for your engine compared to everybody else's that are out there, and go, oh, you might be coming on power a little bit too much in this point, and maybe try a different line at this point, or something like that.
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay, well, it's a very unique thing. I mean, a lot of people aren't aware that even in model car racing, the drivers will have spotters, basically, just like NASCAR and World Endurance Championship or Le Mans. They'll have spotters. So, is there anything on this car that makes it that gives you just extra confidence out on the track?
I think nothing special, but the engine is good and exhaust that give me so much power in the car, so I can be faster.
Oh, that's great, and hopefully you're able to pass on your local racing knowledge tips to the rest of the Elcon team.
Hopefully I can. I will try to help them if they need to, and yeah.
Okay, no, it's perfect. All right, well. Thank you very much, and good luck in qualifying and the rest of the finals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. All right, so as you can see, drivers still in the, or cars are still in the pit lane. And we're just counting down, waiting about 20 seconds before they're going to be allowed onto the track for their formation lap. No dramas so far with anyone not starting. Of course, we have seen drivers break out literally on the formation lap. So that's some rotten luck, let me tell you. So they're headed out one more lap, not for practice, but literally just to get out on the onto the starting grid. So getting lined up, our race director, Wojtek, making sure they're all lined up properly in their starting boxes. So this is the the last of the two-wheel drive quarterfinals. The last of the lower finals. The next time we'll see these guys out on track, or the two-wheel drives anyway, will be for the semifinals. Semifinals starting with short course at 2:22, two-wheel drive at 3:18, four-wheel drive at 4:14, and we've got the 10-second countdown now. Off and away. No dramas for the leading first half of the grid. A little bit of argy-bargy coming over the first of the doubles. First three at the moment away. And hoping to break away and just stay nice and clean and steady. But the number 5 having some other ideas. He's wanting to, number 4 getting barged out of the way by, I think that's the 6, and then getting repaid by the 8. And now, number 6 way down the back of the field. So the 2, the 1, and the 3, that's our running order. Lahtinen, Bellotti, and Melanie Trotman. So Marko Lahtinen, as you can probably imagine, from Finland, running, and flipping over, but champions roll, maintaining the lead. Just ahead of the number 1 of Eric Bellotti from France and the Swiss racer Melanie Trotman. I remember the Trotmans from last year in Fairing, a quick racing couple running these large-scale beasts. Melanie getting a nice pass through the Elcon L on that number 1 car, Bellotti. Meanwhile, behind the number 5 car of Peter Schmidt from Germany, and Sasha Punk, the number 10, one of our bump-up racers, having a bit of a argument, and another bump-up racer, Tobias Westhoff, all 3 of them German. Just because they come from the same country doesn't mean they're all like mates and palsy. I don't know who's pitting with who or who's got a beef with anyone else, but running on top of the tape is that number 8 car. So the 2 running away with it now. Nice big gap. And then the 3 and the 1. So let's focus on the 3 and the 1 coming over the tabletop. That pink car and the yellow car, basically. They're a little bit more involved paint schemes than that, let me tell you, once you see them up close. But for purposes of the TV coverage, they're pink and yellow. Oh, and little Melanie Trotman getting up on 2 wheels there. Was that hitting the pipe or a grip roll, the beginnings of a grip roll? Or probably just catching a rut. the track, as we said earlier, evolving and changing with every run. All right, here with British racer Taylor Letchford. Taylor, you were just telling me this is only your third year of racing.
Yeah. We came in. Was it 2020, I think, or 2021? We come on board with Elcon last season. So they released the trucks last season. It's essentially the same as the buggy, but it's a bit longer, a bit wider. I know Jack was saying it's less nimble. I think this is the reason. It's a bit longer. It doesn't move as much in the air because you have that longer chassis. So last year we was in fairing. I kind of just wanted to see how it goes, and I think we was doing well. But I had an electrical issue with the car, and that was game over for me in that heat. So unfortunately we didn't finish the highest highs we want to. So we're back for redemption this year, I think. Fingers crossed.
And I mean that's excellent work. First of all, to be only racing for your third year. I mean, had you ever picked up a controller before then?
Honestly, I have picked up controller before. I've had little nitro cars previously, but never actually raced because I'm unsure what we would do other sort of motorsport in full size cars. So it's only recently that I've really wanted to pick up this and do it. So. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it as at the moment. So I think there'll be many more European Championships I'll be coming to, for sure.
Well, I mean that's excellent. I mean to have. I mean it's a great accomplishment. First of all, to be running. So I mean, Jack said that you're basically running in the top 3 with
Yeah.
defending champion Ian Audie and himself and you. You guys are the top 3.
I think we're lucky in the UK. We have quite a big following for the large scale program. So we have almost 100 drivers at every national meeting. So between the 3 classes, and short course is the biggest class in the UK. So me, Ian, and Jack can race against each other with the competition. I think it makes us better drivers. So obviously yesterday I was running really well. I managed to get the fastest lap on the track, but I made a mistake which cost me the top 2. So it's so close that it could be anyone's game, and when we're racing, it's different to the practice and the qualifying. So I think I need to put some good laps down later on, and we'll see how we go. But I'm confident in the car.
Well, that's excellent. So what about this? Obviously, I'm pretty sure Ian's running a different brand.
Yes.
So what is it about the Elcon short course that maybe puts it a step or 2 ahead of maybe what Ian is running or what some of the other drivers are running?
So with the Elcon product, I believe it's just more of a professional build, if you know what I mean. Everything fits together perfectly. There's no slop in anything. It's just a really easy to drive car. It's you've got all your adjustments that you need in there, and nothing that you don't need basically. And it is very easy to work on because it's a very different platform to most other cars, which have a centre diff. Whereas we've got planetary gears and 2 clutches on either side of the engine, so we can tune the clutches for different RPM engagement and have the front come in before the back. It is different, and when you look at it, it might look a bit alien, but once you get used to working on the car, it is very easy to work on, and it's very reliable.
I mean, that is definitely a very unique thing about the Elcon line is that just the layout of it doesn't look like what you might expect from just a bigger 8-scale buggy, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so it remains to be seen exactly how well you're going to be doing against Jack and Ian.
Yeah, and like I say, I'm aiming for that top 3. I mean, any one of them positions is a really good achievement for us. So, I'll try my best, and that's all I think I can do.
Well, fantastic. And again, just for your 3rd year of proper racing, that's amazing achievement. And it's great to see you here again at the European Championships.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you guys here covering it as well. I really like watching it when with the other scales and stuff. I really enjoy watching your coverage, so it's really good.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sure the rest of the team will really appreciate that. And like I told Jack, I hope it's a really nice close race between all 3 of you guys.
Yeah, and I hope that we all race, and it's close racing and close, clean racing. That's what we're here for.
Perfect. All right. Well, good luck in qualifying and for the finals.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're here with Australian racer Callan Gunn. Callan, first of all, good day.
G'day, mate.
Got to do it. So Callan is one of, well, I think you're the only Australian racer that comes out, and it's kind of due to a unique rule within EFRA that if there is no IFMAR championship during the year, I think it is, they allow international racers basically to come. So there is no international IFMAR World Championship for this. So you fly out and make yourself available.
Yeah, I have to be on a waiting list, obviously, because of people have to drop out to get a spot.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, especially when it's full like this. So it was a bit of a gamble this year, but we got there. So, 12 months ago, I didn't think I was going to be here. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's great to see you again. I was mentioning earlier, you might want to start bringing like a little stuffed wallaby or a kangaroo mascot or something like that.
I think we might need it on the track today with all the mud, but I'm sure it will dry up pretty quickly. Yeah.
So, so correct me if I'm wrong. You were in Fairing last year, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So how has the last year of racing been? What's the large scale scene like for off road?
In Australia?
In Australia.
Yeah, it's quite good. It's growing it's growing, and the events a lot more events. So it rides in waves, but we're on the up at the moment, so which is quite good.
And I imagine, in accordance with the population figures, it's mostly on either, was it the southwest coast and maybe a tiny bit on the east coast?
No, it's all on the east coast, and a little bit on the west coast, just south of Perth there. So, yeah. And you've also got South Australia, which is sort of in between.
Right. Okay. So I mean, in general, it's its own continent, it's basically Australia. So there's a lot of travel, regardless, even though it's just a single country.
Yeah, many hours driving. Where we can go through 2 countries in the space of 9 hours. So yeah, it's a bit different. Yeah.
So conditions back home probably a little bit different than what you've had this week.
Yeah, well, it's our winter now, but where I live on the Gold Coast, the weather is 25 degrees down to 8 degrees at night or so. So yeah, it's this is definitely not summer for me.
So what has the week been like for you?
For me, it's been good. I've only just sort of recovered from 12 months of having cancer and stuff, so to be here is probably a big achievement. So anything over and above that is just a bonus. Yeah.
Well, I mean, definitely. I mean, there's not a lot more that racers would say kind of outpaces RC racing, but yeah, certainly beating cancer is going to definitely be top of the list.
Yeah. So yeah, we haven't finished that part of it yet. We've still got a bit of a road to go, but it's good to see all my friends that I've made over the years here. So that's, for me, that's the special part, and to be able to race is just a bonus.
Yeah, well, I mean, hopefully it's sort of just the morale of seeing friendly faces that you last saw about 12 months ago. I mean, that must be a big part of even just being here.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think I would be here, so yeah. It's
well, we certainly are glad that you are.
So am I. Yeah. I feel the best I have felt in the last 7 years. So yeah, it's good.
It's fantastic. So, where do you see yourself hopefully finishing the week in the results?
In the results, definitely in the semi-final, and then anything can happen. And with this track, anything can happen. So, goal is final, and then we'll see.
All right. Well, best of luck in qualifying and for the finals.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for RCTV for great coverage. Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Team Australia, Sweden.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're here with defending short course European champion Ian Audie. Ian, so it's been a year. How's it been? Have you become a rock and roll star? You've been painted, put some new graphics on the van. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. It's the same year as always, same as 5 years ago. It's just the same.
So you're racing in the UK Championship. Told that's a pretty strong championship with especially with short course.
Yeah, it's probably one of the biggest classes in the UK, to be fair, short course. So that automatically expands the good drivers, doesn't it? Because everybody brings each other along. So quite often the short course is actually the quickest cars of anybody at our national meetings, even against the four-wheel drives.
And so have you ever found yourself or felt like maybe you have a target on your back with the other drivers trying to chase you down?
There's always been a target on my back for 10 years, so there really isn't any difference.
And okay, so how has this week been for you here in Czech Republic? Have you been this track before?
I've never been to this one before. Great track, quite unlucky with the weather, I think. A little bit to learn, still playing with setups a little bit, but yeah, we see how things go. Practice is okay. The real racing starts, doesn't it, now?
And obviously everyone challenged by the mud and conditions and prepping their car, and we've seen just recently on the previous recent EFRA coverage that rain can certainly affect even previous world champions and European champions out there. So what sort of prep have you done? Have you done anything different than racing in the UK, or have you just done the same that you've always done for the past several years?
It's more or less the same, really. I mean, we don't have mud tracks like this in the UK because our weather is always bad. So we don't have to practice with this. But after racing years and years of 1/8 rallycross and then large scale and things, I've seen this mud before, so I can prep for it. But hopefully, from an organisational side of things, hopefully we've made a good plan now, and we shouldn't really be racing in the mud anymore. This afternoon, when we start round 1 of qualifying, whenever we do decide that, should be good.
Okay, excellent. And so we've got potentially a British trio looking really strong in short course. How do you see the challenges stacking up to take your, to stop you defending your European Championship?
I'm sure they're doing everything they can to stop me, which is fine. That's part of the fun, isn't it? I'm game for a race. It's no problem.
That's great. I mean, it was lovely to see you win last year, but it will be even better to see a nice close race against not just 2 racers, but 3 racers out there in front.
We'll see. We'll see how things pan out. Anything can happen in racing, can't it? Everybody can have some bad luck, servos, breakdown, stupid crash, or even being taken out by a back marker. And you just never know. So there's no guarantees for anybody, is there?
Shiny side up, rubber side down.
Absolutely. That's the top tip.
Always. All right, well, good luck in qualifying and the finals to come.
Yep, thank you very much.
All right. All right. Okay, everybody. Thank you for your patience and sticking around. We do apologize for we had a huge power cut, basically. So we did miss the finish of that race. Safe to say, Melanie Trotman made it through, and I will do my best to find out. That was four-wheel drive, wasn't it? So the finishing order for that one was quarterfinal B, final run. So Marko Lehtinen, Samu Pavalainen, and Melanie Trotman were the bump-up racers in that last one. Those were cars 2, 4, and 3. And we're about to get going with the quarterfinal A, which we know. I mean, the main thing here is that we get to see Pekko drive again. That's the main thing here. So he's about to go out on track. The quarterfinal A for four-wheel drive. And this one we got Ben van de Velden, jeez, from Belgium, which makes it, woo, can I call you Joe? No, the Belgian racer, Ben van de Velden. And then from Denmark, we got 3 racers, Palle Hornum, Christian Williams, and Ole Kling. From France, we have David Marikal. From Germany, we have Christoph Spielut, which I'm just going to call Christoph, and also Frank Haler. Then we've got Pekko Aivonen from Finland, and then Martin Kraus from the Czech Republic, and Hanno Cruz from Estonia. So, just back online in time for all of this to get going. Gary Burns, thank you very much for being a hero. Our latest RCTV hero, awesome. And we'll cover that as soon as this race is done. So, Pekko Aivonen, first of all, we're going to follow the lead cars going out. Can you grab the drink off of him? Thank you very much, Ben. 5 seconds to go. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Everyone out on the track. Pecco in car 8. So we're going to follow the lead group of cars first. I'll keep an eye on Pecco watch. We want Pecco to do well. We want all the racers to do well. We don't cheer for any particular racer, but we do like to keep an eye out on the racers that we know are going to be quite strong. Pecco running 9th at the moment. Now 8th. These lead 4 cars off and away. And as usual on this track, we've got the lead car away until he makes the very slight mistake. So now we've got 2 groups of 2. Pecco moving his way up. I think he's in 7th now? 6th? 7th. 3 cars and then 1 car and then individual cars. We've got the 1, the 3, the 2. The 3 has just crashed out and is off track. Is fine now, back on track. Van de Velde and Hornum, Williams, Kling, Marikal and Kraus. Pecco Ivanen running 7th, but I think he's moved up a bit. Someone's just gone way up the track and is stuck in the fence and going to be 9th. Don't worry, wasn't Pecco. Pecco is running 5th now. So let's now focus on these 3 cars because this is our battle for 3rd, and it includes Pecco Ivanen. Why do we follow the battle for 3rd? Because that is the final bump-up position. What are bump-ups? Those are the cars, the first 3 cars in each of these lower finals will be moving up, or bumping up, as we like to say, into the next race. That's the nice advantage of nitro and petrol car racing. Pecco trying to get past this number, is that the number 5? Nice landing there of David Marikal. Pecco keeping it. No, oh, what happened to Marikal? That's the first car we've seen hit those tires, and he just drove straight into the tires. Pecco now challenging for 3rd. Now he's in 2nd. Remember, we were following Pecco Ivanen because he was last year's leading driver in the main final for this category. He came 3 corners away from winning the European Championships. He ran out of fuel. He is quick. We're not following him just because. We're following him because we know he's going to give us a good show and a great race. So let's keep on Pecco, that number 8 car. Nice flat landing. I hope his mother, Tara, is watching because Pecco has been putting on a driving clinic all day long, basically, since the very start. Pecco moving up from the 1/16th A final into the 1/8th, and now this is the 1/4. He's doing really well. So let's see how the rest of the field is doing. Leading at the moment is car number 9, Martin Kraus, another one of our bump-up racers. Pecco started actually ahead of Martin on track, and they're coming out of the Elcon L now. Pecco just holding station, a little wide there, but holding station, not trying to do any dive bombs because that could break them both out of the quarterfinals. Martin doing the wise thing, the smart thing, letting him pass. So Pecco, if you to go ahead, you go on, dude. So that is Pecco and Martin. We might have a developing battle for 3rd. I'll keep an eye on this. We've got the 2 and the 5. That is our battle for 3rd. So coming out of the L now, the bright orange car with the white wing and yellow wheels with the pale white car. I think that's one of those Ultron cars, a very unique body shape. So these two battling for, well, not quite battling yet. It is it's an endurance race. It's a short endurance race, but 15 minutes is a good long race. And of course, these guys, this is the first time they've been on track all day. Pekko, by this time, knows this track very, very well. So the 2 and the 5, Hornum and Marikal. Pekka Ivanen still leading away. Martin Kraus gave him the easy pass in the car 9. Both of them bumping up. Oh, and Martin over. Marshall right there. So no major danger. So we're following the 2 and the 5 still. It looks like the number 2 is pulling away ever so slightly. Haven't been watching super close, but it's possible that Marikal either has just the slightest of wrong setups, because the track is much drier. We see cracks in the dirt appearing. We see potholes and ruts appearing. They were appearing last night, actually. So the setup may be completely different. Pekko definitely going to be using his track knowledge, and not just track knowledge of, like, I mean, where the potholes are. I mean, how the track is drying out, and you know, changing his setup race by race. I imagine he's running fresh shocks each time, fresh tires each time. Everybody required to run the same engine all week long. It is marked. Car has gone off in the bowl hairpin. Not quite as dramatically as a couple of races ago, but yeah, it's done, broken and done. So Ivan and Kraus, Hornum and Marikal. Once again, the 2 and the 5. Getting spread apart lap after lap, just more and more. I think Marikal has made a big mistake somewhere. He's lost several seconds, but I was trying to figure out why that car way off at the end. I think it's the number 7 of Frank Haler has crashed out and broken. Temperatures come down quite a bit. It was 30 degrees earlier, 24 and a half now. 46% humidity, so back to normal pretty much. We do have some dark clouds somewhat over us, but not directly over, so I don't think we have any major threat of rain. I think we're quite spread out now, so it's Pekko's way ahead of Kraus, who's way ahead of Hornum, who's way ahead of Marikal, so how about we find Pekko? Jim, can you find Pekko just by knowing him? There we go. This is the advantage of being on camera and with these drivers as they bump up. You get to know the story and of how each driver's moved up into the semis. Pekko, obviously, an absolutely torrid pair of qualifiers yesterday, breaking a upright in the first one, breaking a shock shaft in the second one. And these are 5mm shock shafts, by the way, so if you're unfamiliar with large-scale off-road, these are not your mamby-pamby 12-scale tiny little paperclip shock shafts. These are 5mm thick minimum, and some of them are 6, maybe even 7, depending on you know, how heavy duty you want to go. They're very, very heavy-duty shock shafts. And yeah, so to break one of those, that'll put an end to your racing campaign for the day. So that's what happened to Pecco yesterday. 2 rounds of qualifying because of massive rain delays. You'll notice that we are running all of our finals today. No finals being run tomorrow, which is the norm for petrol and nitro EFRA championships. And the reason for that is because we're expecting deluges of rain tomorrow. So basically, everyone's racing program finishes a day earlier than planned. That does mean we have a very long day. Well, we had a very long day yesterday. That actually started very late and ended very late. Normally we would have finished. Normally we would have started around 9, like we did this morning. But we would have finished around 5:30, maybe 5, maybe 6 at the latest. No, we finished at about 9 last night. Today, we're going to be finishing just before 9, and we came on air just at about 9. So yeah, a full 12-hour program today. So luckily, we've got some cover to keep the sun off us and any specks of rain. We did have a big power cut, but that has been resolved apparently, hopefully for the rest of the day. It's the kind of things that we expect to happen at some point here at RC Racing TV. But yeah, so we have plenty of time to explain all of this to you while Pecco is so far ahead of Martin Kraus, and he's so far ahead of Pelle Hornum, who is also way ahead of 4th place David Marakal. So at the moment we have Finland, Czech Republic, Denmark, France, Germany, Belgium, Estonia, and Denmark. Unfortunately, we've had Ole Klinge from Denmark and Frank Haler from Germany. They're going to not be able to finish. So we're still on Pekko Väivänen. Running nice and chill, I must say. Not surprising for a Finnish racer. He does seem to have dialed things back a bit on his wild drive. Not wild. And the car he's about to lap is 3rd place racer Peter Hornum. So that tells you how strong Pecco is in this category. This is the quarterfinals, remember. And just to illustrate how, not cocky, but how confident Pecco was feeling, he mentioned to me earlier, I said, so where have you qualified? I said, well, the 16th. He literally qualified dead last. He's the only driver, I think, to not make any laps in both of his races, I believe. You can check that out on my RCM. But he said, I asked him, where do you hope to finish? He said, obviously the main, but definitely the semifinals, which is where he's headed at the moment. There's 1 minute and 15 left. But he, just to kind of get across how confident he was feeling, he just mentioned, early races practice. So he basically treated the 1/16, the 1/8, and this one here as he's treating them as practice. So anyway, I don't want to big up Pecco far too much more than he deserves. Obviously, we'll see where he ends up in the final. We believe he's going to be in the final. But yeah, he's looks like he's going to be bumping up with just 1 minute left. 35 seconds left, along with Martin Kraus, who bumped up from the previous run, and Pelle Hornum. So we're already on our leader as he's coming across to finish his race. So now doing a little knack-knack coming over the big jump. A little bit of a swirl. I don't know what it's called. Whatever the trick is called. Getting sideways there. So yeah, Pecco, he's feeling good. He's definitely in the semifinals. So I'm curious, although he cased the last jump. So I'm curious where actually that puts him. Let's see if I can figure this out. Because sometimes this is difficult for me to figure out. As we're going to play a VT. And here you go. Hope you enjoy it. All right, so we're here with EFRA large-scale off-road section chairman, Connie Svensson. Connie, how has the week been going for you? Your first full EFRA event.
It's been challenging. It's my first time as the chairman as an event. I mean, last year in Austria I was a driver. So first of all, I have to say this is an amazing facility and track. So I kind of miss racing, but it's also fun to be part of organizing and making this a great event for all the drivers, but also kind of the team managers, the federations and all the families, because it's a fairly big gathering, and just having it as a full event with 150 drivers. They bring in, their family and all that. So we probably have 250, 300 people here today. And I see it a little bit as my role also to make sure that everybody is enjoying it. And part of that is that the organizer has been really good in if we say, we need to fix this, they've been all over the place and try to fix it. So it's really a collaboration between, the organizers, EFRA, all the officials, the refereeing and the race director. And so we've had some, as I said, challenges with the rain condition here. So we had put out a proposal and we had to have voting with all the drivers, and that didn't go through. And now we're in a situation that we have to change the schedule anyway. If we have done with the original proposal, I think we would have had a little bit more qualification rounds. But now it is as it is, and I think all the drivers seems happy with the way we're trying to move this forward and make the best possible racing. That's the most important part, and that it's fair. So we have a good racing in the A-mains. So it's not just bad luck or something like that.
I think you've covered almost everything I was going to ask. How many weeks or months, maybe even, of preparation has gone into this from your side, talking with the organizers, the federations, and drivers, like you said?
Yeah. So as I said, since this is all new to me, the whole EFRA thing, like how do we run an event? What is the process and procedure before this? I need to make sure that all the countries get their allocations correctly, so how many spots each country go, and that is also a little bit of it's also a little challenge. The first time, who should get what, and people want more places for their federation, and some of them have been late and all that. So, but I think everybody was happy how many places they got when they got into this. And then, of course, we have pre-meetings with the organizers, so making sure that all the practicalities are done, we don't have any outstanding issues. I've been trying to improve the process of gathering some of the information when it was used with pen and paper to do it more digitally, improve to collect all the links to RC Racing TV, the feed, the My RCM links and everything in one place, so it's easy when you're at the track to get all the information you want. And also to try to actually write down some of the best practices and guidelines, because as we know, Ian has been the chairman before, and he has been running this and have a lot of experience. So I have also, talked to Ian a lot about the different, how should we do this. So he's been a great help for me, but also trying to, write this down, because this is all in his head. So the next one, if I'm not, chairman forever, because I can tell you one thing, I do want to go back and racing it at one of the Euros, when, I'm not sure, so.
All right. Well, I'm sure you're itching to maybe after the end of racing borrow someone's car and get out there on the track and see what this track is like when it's dry.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Stark has been one of my kind of bucket list tracks, and they usually run a GP each year. So maybe I can come back here and run a GP if it's possible. Yes, I would love to borrow one of the cars and just do a couple of laps to see how it is.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, we hope the rest of the racing weekend goes as smooth as it possibly can.
Yes, I hope so too. And we have a fair and we have 3 new European champions.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I'm sure we're going to get some very close racing in all of the events.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Connie. All right, the first semifinal now ready to go, about 20 seconds from being released from the pit lane. So we're moving into the faster and faster guys. We've got Taylor Letchford, one of the top British racers. Jack Keatley, one of the other top British racers in large-scale off-road short course. Matthew Stokes, who was doing really well last year. Thomas Hopf, Urs Gehring, Kees Jimmink, Fabian Marat, Daniel Koch, Oran Tekan, and Patrick Weiss. So we have 4 Brits in this one, 3 Swiss racers, 1 Turk, 1 Frenchman, and 1 Dutchman. So quite a lot of action. About to occur on track. So thank you everybody for joining us. Semis about to go out on track. Now if anybody can help us out, I cover a lot of different categories for EFRA and RCTV. So if anyone can let me know who actually bumps up in this one, I would love to know. Yeah, Matt Buxton, I'm a name that in the chat, but surprised you're not here, mate. So, let's see. 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships Semifinal B about to go. They're off on the way. Taylor Letchford, Jack Keatley. They haven't seen the track for at least a day. A full 24 hours. Many of the rest of these drivers have been bumping up. Green truck goes rolling. I think it's the 5. Yes, it's the 5. They're out of sorts. Taylor and Jack trying to break away. Over the triples. Taylor getting a terrible landing there, casing that last jump. So he's down to 5th. We got the 2. The 3 with terrible number placement on his car, the 4, the 7, and the 1. So that's Keatley, Stokes, Hop, Morat, and Letchford. Ten trucks all running. No dramas on the formation map. No dramas except for Taylor dropping from 1st to 5th. At the end of, I think it was the first lap. He's done a complete lap now, pretty steady. So he's making his way, catching up to the number 7 of Fabien Morat from France. We'll keep an eye on him. Let's watch these third place cars, the bright yellow and the the 7 and the 4, and we got Taylor in the white coming up to him. So here is our battle coming up as the 5 flips over again. Unfortunately, that's Urs Gehrig from Switzerland. Taylor getting a great landing that time. Catching up to the 4. Let's follow these two. The 4 and the 1 coming through the Elcon L. Number 2 is out. Jack Keatley gone. Let's move back to the battle for second, though. The 4 and the 7, Jack Keatley. I'll keep an eye on whatever has happened to him. You don't know. I think they're trying to get the engine running again. They have a hand starter, not a pull starter. Another car truck has gone. I see a mechanic waiting to cross. No, it's the spring came off the car. And these springs are about almost the length of your hand. I might be overstating it, but they're very big. So meanwhile, I think Taylor's had some additional troubles. I think that's his spring that came off. Taylor Letchford. Let's look at the white car coming out of the bowl hairpin. Look at that the front left, sorry. It's just slamming up and down. He's broken his front left shock. Oh, disaster for the Brits. Look at that. You can see it as it's coming down the straight. It's just dragging on the ground. Taylor now running in 5th place. And he knows it. His mechanic knows it. He went out and picked up the spring from the Marshall. Taylor running in 5th. Keatley now well out of it, running at least 3 laps down from the leaders now. Let's see where our leaders actually are. Matthew Stokes, Fabi Marat, and Daniel Koch. It's the 3 and the 7 and the 8. The 3, 7, and 8, they're already in the infield. That's our bright yellow and orange car, the other bright yellow and orange truck, and the green truck. Those are our 3 cars. We know they are definitely bumping up. I'm not sure exactly who is bumping up in this one, so forgive me for, I don't want to say the wrong thing and just guess out loud, because that'll be quite wrong. Taylor just lost 2 more spots, so running in 8th position now. The thing is, it is actually worth it to keep running if you still have drive and tires are pointing in the right direction. Obviously, the steering is still working fine. 15 minutes remaining in this one. I did forget to mention that this is a 20-minute race. All of the semifinals are 20 minutes in length. So the 3, the 7, and the 8 still just clicking off consistent laps. Keeping all things safe. So, but 2 big casualties. All right, thank you very much, Gary Burns, one of our heroes. Being a hero once again, telling me that the top 5 go to the main final, keeping it nice and simple. It's not like touring car or 1/8 on road, where it's the top 4, but then it's the next 2 fastest drivers from either final. It's very simple, just top 5. So Taylor running in 8th, well out of that top 5 position. Patrick Weiss and Matthew Stokes, the 2 British racers that remain in the real running for this one. So let's find the car 5, and we'll move forward as we go through. So we got the car 5, who was driving, let's say, a little erratically in the beginning. He got turned over halfway through the first lap, and ever since then has fallen down a bit. But he is running. Oh, Jack Keatley is back out running. That's good for him. Taylor has come in and he has actually come down off the stand. So I think that is the end of his challenge to get into the final. We need to be on the 5, Jim. So this is Patrick Weiss. Sorry, not the 5. I'm completely wrong. The car 10. Were you on the 10? No. Okay. Car 10. Where is he at? Just come past us now. The sort of the monster yellow and green with not actually monster colors, but it's yellow and black. Number 10. That's Patrick Weiss, one of the British racers, presently in 5th position. Who's this behind him? The car 6. That is actually our battle for the final bump-up position. So we will stick with these guys until it stretches out. But this is our battle for the final bump-up spot. Taylor Letchford, unfortunately, just pulling off track. Jack Keatley out once again in the car 2. He is about 7 laps down from everybody. Still 12 minutes to go, so it was worth a go. If it would have kept running, it would have definitely been worth a go because you never know who can drop out ahead of you. What has happened, and during that time, something has happened to the 6th place car of Keys Jimink in the number. Oh no, sorry, he's right there. I keep looking at the wrong. Right. My apologies. Getting a little bit mixed up here. New set of races, different set of rules, and obviously a completely new set of drivers. So this here, Patrick Weiss and Keys Jimink, and oh, that's trying to close the door from the outside. Not really going to work. He had the inside line, and now he's got the inside line. There's Patrick, and I'm sure the referee's keeping a sharp eye on this one. Patrick getting a really good jump off the triple there and making up lots and lots of ground. So it seems like when Jimink is able to shove his nose in and go, look, if you're not going to move ahead, I will do that for you. And Patrick is like, no, I'm just gonna power on ahead. Thank you very much. Trying to, okay, again, liking that really wide line. It must be smoother, but it is very loose. So these guys, nose to tail. Oh, nice inside line pass there over the triples. Side-by-side drag race. Heavy braking coming into that first corner. Into the L. These guys really battling it out. It is for the very last bump-up position into the main final. So this is really almost all for the marble. Oh, and there he goes. There goes Weiss. And in sympathy, the car number 9 of Tekken. Now they are battling. Meanwhile, Jimink moving ahead. So that number 9 car who's moved up with those bright orange wheels, that is also for position. Oh, and what's going on here with what's happened? He's gone into pits. He's just been given a drive-through penalty, I believe. I don't know exactly what for. Maybe he accidentally cut the track. I wasn't watching. So these two here now, he's gone a position down, 2 positions down now. So this is, again, our battle for the 5th and final bump-up spot between Weiss and Tekken. Once again, just to review with 9 minutes remaining. Taylor Letchford and Jack Keatley, 2 of our 3 strongest racers in this category. Both of them falling out of contention, falling out of the race. Weiss trying the inside line that time, because Tekken was occupying the outside lane. Oh, great pass fabulous pass, shooting in there, stealing the inside line, and then again over the triples, just Weiss and Tekan going at it. It's the beautiful thing you can do with the full-bodied covered wheel short course trucks. No points for guessing, just looking at the body, which one is the British racer. But Tekan is from Turkey. Oh, fabulous. Dive bombing in there, but too deep. And Weiss being very kind there and letting him go. He did not cause him to go through, but I guess he felt there was something going on. Meanwhile, that lets the number 6 of Jimink move up. So we have a 3-way battle for the 5th and final bump-up positions. And behind Jimink, we've got the number 3 of our leader, Matthew Stokes, coming up, and then the 5 of Urs Gehring, who's running way down the order. But it would be a bad thing to stay behind the leader and just drive smooth, basically. Urs running very wild in the early part of the race. So we've got Tekan, Weiss, and Jimink in that order, racing down the main straight over the big jump into the Elcon L, battling for the 5th and final bump-up position. Let's see what happens in this last, it's about 6.5 minutes remaining. Farmer in the field behind, he doesn't care. He's got to get his plowing done. So that's what he's doing. Hopefully he's got the live broadcast on a tablet inside the cab of that tractor. You can do all kinds of things nowadays in modern tractors. I'm not sure how modern that particular one is, but it doesn't look all that modern. So Tekan, Weiss, Jimink still in that order. Let's see what, they're getting very close. So Tekan just a little slower than the other two. Let's see what kind of dive bomb maneuvers we get this time. Going in the bowl, and Weiss tips it over. Jimink now moving up, taking up that position as Stokes is coming through to put a lap on them. He's taking it easy though. He's not trying to go hard, which is obviously, again, the much wiser thing to do. Jimink now falling behind Weiss. And getting sideways goes Weiss, and that he has to allow Stokes past. And obviously I'm sure those two know each other fairly well, coming from the British Large-Scale National Series. So now the battle is spread out quite a bit now. So let's focus on the 9 and the 6 coming out of the L now. Still our battle for 5th. We'll let Patrick Weiss work his way up. These guys all running fairly steady laps, all roughly about the same speeds, as you can see. 4.5 minutes remaining in this one. Running order, Stokes in that bright yellow and orange truck just behind these two. And then we've got Fabian Morat and Daniel Koch, Thomas Hopp. Orhan Tekan is in that car with the red wheels, the truck with the red wheels. That is our final bump-up position, is what he is occupying. And the yellow and black Losi truck just behind him with the white wheels. He's gotten sideways. Now everybody's together. Let the leader go, let the leader go. And now you guys can all fight it out. Oh, going crazy. No one wants it. Who's going to take it? Who's that coming up? The number 7, that's a second place truck. So car 10 just giving an on-track stop and go. So now this is our battle for 6. So we almost don't really care what happens here. But if these guys could keep it clean, they can catch up to the number 6 car truck once again of Keys Jimmink. So it looks like Weiss is getting harassed just very slightly by Gehring. I think they're many laps apart, though. No, they're not. That's actually for position as well. So Urs Gehring, they were smashing around together so much, they let Gehring catch up about a third of a lap, I think it was. 3 minutes remaining in this one. We still have Stokes, Morat, Koch, Hopp, and Jimmink taking up that last and final. Even though they mean the same thing, I'll just go ahead and say them both. The second to last and penultimate position. Anyway, Jimmink taking up the fifth and final position, the bump up spot going into the main final. That's it. All these guys want to do is make it to the big show. So no real battles out on track now. Everyone's spread apart quite a bit. The only real battle is for 6, which, like I said, doesn't really matter a huge amount. So let's give our leader, who he's just behind the number 6. The leader in the number 3 is the second of those bright cars coming through the bowl hairpin now and into the, again, not so flat hairpin. 2 different lines there. Well, one was to, that was Jimmink letting Stokes pass very easily indeed. He is our leader. That number, wait a minute, that's number 7. How have I gotten all mixed up? That's the number 3. Ah, come on. Going over the tabletop now is the number 3. So he's gotten Jimmink, he's gotten past Jimmink ages ago. Here I am thinking for a few laps that he was way ahead. So Stokes now on camera, coming down the main straight in that 3 truck. One of many British racers here and doing Britain proud, I'm sure, to go into the main final. So 1 minute left in this one. Fabi Morat in the car, truck 7 was the car that we were following. Okay, so that's okay. So we followed him for a bit, a tiny bit. Good job, Fabian. Daniel Koch in the truck 8 is in the green truck. So there's that's our 3rd place. Thomas Hopp in the car truck 4 is the white and blue with the pink rear end. Just going through the middle bit now. So excellent racing, everybody. And Keys Jimmink, who we featured quite a bit on camera. 15 seconds left. And I see the rest of our remaining short course racers, including our TQ man. Yes, TQ does have to go through the semis. Old school racing. It's not, there's no Super Pole in this one. It doesn't go straight in. Car 6 is just flipped over, but not under any major danger. Car 7 is now stuck. He's cut the track, but I think he's... Oh, is he finished? Okay, well, that's all right then, if he's finished. He has, yes. Right, okay, so Matthew Stokes taking that one, Fabian Morat in 2nd, Daniel Koch in 8th, Thomas Hopp in 4th, and Keys Jimmink 5th. Those are our bump-up racers, the ones not making it. The big stories, Taylor Letchford out with a broken shock. Jack Keatley, I believe it was engine trouble. And then it was Oran Tekan, Patrick Weiss, and Urs Gehring not making the main show. So the way I believe it works is it doesn't go necessarily on fishing order. I think it will go on the fastest total time in the semi is going to decide the order of the grid for the main final. So I think that's how it's going to work. Feel free to correct me if I've got that completely wrong.
please. Team manager from Estonia, full-time TV, please. Team manager from Estonia, full-time TV.
So next race, they're already out on the rostrum. Cars are out. I think someone has preempted the order to go out on the for the warm-up. So in this one, we've got Ian Audie, our pole position sitter. Alex Mulder, Mark Kreisig, Mr. R.C. Fox, Gertjan van Medevort, Heidi Schokok, Michelle Puziat, Daniel Scholing, Paul Scrace, Bruno Trotman, and Mike Loeffler. That is our group of 10 racers out now for the semifinal A. So we're well into the semis now. So we'd like to thank everybody for joining us here in Stařeč in the Czech Republic for the 2023 large-scale off-road European Championships. And at the moment, we're watching the short course trucks. We'll have two-wheel drive up immediately after these guys, and then finish off the day with four-wheel drive. But just so you guys know, since we're into the semis, short course final is intended to kick off at 7:20, and that is going to be, all of these are going to be 30-minute finals. Two-wheel drive to kick off at 6:05, and four-wheel drive at 6:50. Now that does not take into account, these are all provisional, and the only reason why is because we may have 10-minute technical timeouts. So if that does happen, we'll see. We hope it doesn't, because it does delay it, the program a bit. And if it happens in every single final, which obviously didn't happen in the first final, but we could be delayed by potentially 50 minutes in the worst case. Well, in the worst case, a whole hour, because there's 6 finals. But basically, only in the semifinals are the drivers are allowed to call 10-minute technical timeouts. That's if someone needs to suddenly change a clutch or something crazy like that. So Gary Burns letting us know that Patrick and Matt are from the same club, MMR Raceway. So yes, we have, I think MMR is with us at the moment, or was viewing the program earlier. So thank you very much for everyone who stuck around all day. We do appreciate it, and especially through our usual power cut. Got nearly 140 of you watching now. So thank you very much again, guys. This coverage has been brought to you by Elcon Models. So we want to thank Elcon very, very much for providing sponsorship for this race. It's allowed us to bring you some additional video and all sorts of really cool stuff for you. We've been playing that in to the RC Racing TV and EFRA live streams during the day. So thank you very much, and hope you appreciate that. Thank you very much, Elcon Models. Also like to thank RC Racing, or rccaronline.de and RC Fox. Both of them are German-based retailers for RC, obviously. I'd like to thank everybody here at the track who's been so helpful to us. And, of course, to everyone who's watching, all 137 of you, I believe it is. So short course semifinal A, about to go out in about 15 seconds.
All times score with starting position. All times in the starting position.
So they're out on their formation lap now.
30 seconds to start.
This is the semi-final A for short course here at the 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships. Ian Audi, our pole position racer, out there. Top 5 to bump up.
And so guys, we have the 2 chicks now going on the other side. Very good.
And that is Wojta, our race, the chief race organizer, setting them up. Okay, Ian Audi leading them off. We've got Alex Mulder, we've got Mark Kreisig, and Gert van Medebort. Let's see what happens. Off and away, everyone off. Clean start for everybody, except for the number 8, getting a little bit squirrely. Paul Scrace, one of our bump up racers. Oh, and the number 7 and 6 coming a cropper over the second set of doubles. We do have a truck who has changed engines, who has to come in and do a stop and go penalty. That's a fairly normal thing. You're meant to run one engine all week long, one chassis and one body. If you make any changes to those, you have to do a stop and go penalty, and that's the truck number 7, and he's been released, so he's now at the very back of the field. Meanwhile, Ian Audi leading with Alex Mulder trying to get right up on his back bumper. The truck 3 of Mark Kreisig, the only one running like a external roll bar with lights. So that's pretty cool. Gertjan van Medebort in the 4th spot. 5th spot is Heidi Schilcock at the moment, being chased by Bruno Trotman. So we'll let Ian and Alex duke it out, but we have a battle for 5th here between the 5 and the 9. That's the purple and white, and the white and green trucks just about to come over the second of the doubles. This is our battle for 5th, and it's getting closer. Gertjan about to be giving Heidi some taps in that back bumper. Look at them. They both look about the same speed coming down the main straight. And obviously this being the semifinal, both of them, they're not slow. They're going to be pretty decent racers. Well, the number 6 has been caught up on a pipe. That's the Michel Pougiat, but unfortunately already running last, so not going to affect our leading quintet for this battle for 5th. It looks like Heidi's very slowly edging away from Gertjan, just like Ian has been edging away from Alex. Alex just flipped it over, and now he's in the clutches of Mark Kreisig, who gave him an accidental tap as Alex went sideways. So Mark being very, very gracious and waiting. It certainly wasn't Mark's fault that he T-boned Alex, but very good of him to wait anyway. So it looks like Gertjan's gotten just a little closer to Heidi now. And This is a 20-minute race, remember. It's a little bit longer than the 15-minute lower finals that we've been watching for most of the day. Running order still, Ian Audi, Mark Kreisig, Alex Mulder, Gertjan van Mettevoort has gotten ahead of Heidi Shilcock now. He's looking down and away. Gertjan's in the 4. Okay, sorry, this is Bruno Trotman in the white and green. So my apologies, got it a bit wrong there. And just as I'm saying that, he's flipped it over, coming over the triple. So now it's down to Heidi to chase down Gertjan in the truck number 4, which I thought was the white and the green. But is actually the truck ahead of Heidi. So are we still on Heidi? Are we still on the purple and white car? Okay, so that is Heidi Shilcock that we're following. At the moment, again, final bump up position. So it was Bruno Trotman, not Gertjan, who was chasing him. Sorry for anyone yelling at the screen. Ian is out! Ian is out! Go to the L! Go to the L! Ian Audi has flamed out, or I'm not sure what you call it, in his engine's cut. So Ian keeping it, staying very calm. Let's follow this, because this is going to change the order quite a bit. I'll keep an eye on Kreisig has just come through to take that lap off of Ian. Unfortunately, Ian crashed out, or he stopped at the very start of the lap. So that means he's, even if he is able to catch up, he's going to have to make up the lap, an extra lap. Ian and his pit crew not running headsets, so they're not able to talk to each other very well. Ian is coming off of the rostrum now, unfortunately, so let's leave that for now. Let's find Mark Kreisig, who's our new leader. Car 3 coming into the first corner now and into the L. This is our new leader. Mark Kreisig talking down his chances yesterday. But it's how racing goes. It ebbs and it flows, swings and roundabouts, waves and troughs, or whatever you want to call it. The quick answer, I think we just had a foam air filter just come off of someone's truck. So someone's engine is going to start sounding very, very bad indeed. I think it's the number 6. Don't want any dust getting into these engines. Ian, I'm not sure if he's headed back up. It looks like he's headed back up to the rostrum. Now, the thing is, with 8 minutes or over 7 minutes, he's gone all the way to the pits. I think his mechanic is trying to get the engine running again. So just reporting on these things as I'm seeing them. Kreisig well out in the lead. Mulder a whole straightaway behind him. Gertjan van Mettevoort is another 10 seconds or so behind him. And that means that Daniel Scholing actually has come up to pass Heidi Shilcock, who's still running 5th. So it's the 7 who has off camera passed Heidi Shilcock for the 4th spot. So everyone behind Ian benefiting there, because he was definitely running in first. We've got a damaged, what car is this? It's a number 8, Paul Scroyce. He was running, I think, number 3 in a previous run. Ian shaking his head. I think that is it for Ian's title defense. So Ian very sanguine about it. That's how racing goes. And I think we have the battle, yes, coming over the second double. This is our battle for 4th place now, 4th and 5th. So it looks like Daniel Scholing has made a mistake somewhere along the way and allowed Heidi to catch right up to him. Coming over the triples, Heidi taking it very sedate with a double and a single. Coming over the big jump, nice and flat for Daniel, nice and flat for Heidi, a little bit nose heavy. But any little mistake and Heidi will be there to capitalize. But it looks like Daniel's just the tiniest bit quicker. Mark Kreisig working through lap traffic behind him. So behind these two is the very next car is our, actually, it's a battle for the lead between our 3 and our 2. And they're swapping spots. Mulder has just worked his way ahead of Kreisig. Down now. So we're over halfway through this one. Ian still trying to figure out what went wrong on his engine. So this is our lead battle. The battle for 4th and 5th has kind of fizzled out. Heidi dropping off the back of Daniel. So the running order at the moment, Alex Moeller and Mark Kreisig, who we see on camera there. The number 9 truck is not in the fight at the moment. But the number 4 of Van Medevort, and then we have number 7 of Scholing, and then the 5 of Heidi Schilcock. So I think Kreisig made a couple of major mistakes there, so he's fallen off the back of Alex Mulder. Let's give Alex Mulder some love. The number 2 car, truck about to go over, and whoa, very sideways. Going over the, well, around the not so flat hairpin now. Next truck that he's going to be coming across on track is the 5th place truck of Heidi Schilcock, as Ian is carting away his number 1 truck. Our TT man not going to be able to defend his title. So a major development. We've got, what car is that? I think that's a 6. It's way out there. So running order for the top 5, still the same. Mulder, Kreisig, Van Medevort, Scholing, and Schilcock. Trotman trying to make up some space to Schilcock that has many seconds. Many seconds. Let's see if I can figure it out. Yeah, 5-second gap, almost 6 seconds actually. Mulder about to put Heidi a lap down. 6.5 minutes left in this one. So as we've seen out there on track, Mulder has now put Shilcock down 1 lap. It's apart from the couple of racers who have fallen out of this semifinal A. Everyone pretty close. Mulder just started his 24th lap, so is Kreisig. The rest of the racers all the way down to 6th place on their 23rd lap. Loeffler and Scrace on the 22nd, and Kuziat still running in 9th position on his 21st lap. So really only one casualty in this one, and that is Ian Audi, Mr. Audified himself. Five, 15 minutes down. Field very, very spread out, so not many battles going on. We do have maybe between the 3rd and the 4th place drivers of 4 and 7. As Mulder has flipped it over as well. The 4 and the 7, there might be something happening there. Just something different to show. Oh, and now we've definitely got a developing battle here. So they've actually swapped positions. So if we could just zoom out and see how big of a distance gap it is. So that's the 7, then the 4 of Scholing and Van Mettevoort. Heidi Shilcock not really in much danger from Bruno Trotman, but he is the next car behind her. About 10 seconds. Is it about 10 seconds? Let's see. About 9 seconds. But Scholing and Van Mettevoort, these are the closest battle that we've got on track. 7 who's just crossed the line, and Van Mettevoort who's just on the line now. So it looks like Van Mettevoort's just a little bit quicker now, so you can see the distance between them. Ever so slowly shrinking. 3.5 minutes left. See if we, once we get to the L, go to a wide view, you can see what the sort of gap has shrunk. Maybe not really. See the distances between them is it's about 3.8 seconds. So Scholing making a little bit of a hash out of that the corner before the tabletop, so might be a little closer now. It depends if Van Mettevoort is, oh, he gets a terrible landing off the triple once again. That's how he lost his position. So I think that is going to be his charge over. But we have Heidi Shilcock coming up on Van Mettevoort. So now we actually have Van Mettevoort and Heidi Shilcock in the same piece of track. So this might be a battle here going over the second of the doubles. And that's Mark Kreisig in the gray and black truck behind Heidi. So Heidi will let him pass. Maybe a little bit too easily. He didn't have to go off the track. Oh, and Mulder now trying to get past to put Heidi a lap down. Okay. It's all fine. A little bit of a couple of taps there that you wouldn't even feel. So now that kind of, we've got. Let's go to the car 4 as he's the first of the trucks about to go through the not flat hairpin, because he might make some mistakes here or get flustered a bit letting the 2 leaders past, and that would give Heidi a lot more of a closer run on Van Medevort. So you can just hear the referee telling Van Medevort, okay, you have the leader behind you, you need to open the door, which is a very nice way of saying, okay, let him pass. As I've been saying, I call these verbal blue flags. So if you're familiar with full size racing. So Van Medevort not making the greatest line over those the triples, but then neither did Mark Kreisig. So now Alex Mulder is past Van Medevort. So let's stick with Van Medevort because he's in our 4th position, this number 4 truck. We have a dead car on the straight, So the mechanic is able to get out there before any cars come past, so that's good. And time has expired, so there we go. Right, so we're going to go off cons just for a bit. Going to go silent just for a moment, or a few moments really. And we'll be back very soon after this video. All right, so we're here with young Alfie Jack and his mother Heidi from the UK. And so we last caught up with these 2 in Fehring, Austria. So how's it been for you guys?
It's been going really good, actually, especially at home in the UK Nationals. It's been a really good year so far.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And for you?
It's been incredible. I've upped my game a lot, and I'm close to winning the junior thing at the Nationals. I am, so yeah, proud of myself.
Well, you should be. That's excellent work. And I've heard tell that you're actually running in the top group here at the European Championships.
Yeah, that's right. I'm 7th overall, and I've got all of the top drivers from different countries right in front of me. So it's just an amazing achievement.
That is. I mean, you kind of took the words out of my mouth. That's fine. So, Heidi, is Alfie Jack already at that point where the young'un starts to outperform the parent?
Oh yeah. I've been left behind a long time ago. So, but I still do it. I love it. I enjoy it, and I like racing with Alfie Jack. So I'm not going to be hanging my transmitter up.
Well, that's good. I mean, we do enjoy seeing the family element here. I mean, in this one we have like kind of the total package here. We've got very easy to talk to pair of racers. Yeah. Brits, always fun loving. The family unit and probably going to be a top junior racer. Well, it's not count on chickens, but I don't know if there's.
Keep our fingers crossed.
So obviously it's been kind of a wet week here. What has you're mentioning before we started the talking about the travel and the conditions? What's it been like?
It's been different every day here so far. It's been wet, and then it has been drying out quite quick. It's and then the grip levels are coming up quite impressively. So it's been a mixture. It's been interesting. We didn't go out when it was very, very wet because we saw some of the states the cars were coming back in. But yeah, it's been a mixture. It's made it very interesting.
I can imagine. I can't imagine what the challenges are. I know what. I mean, I'm a fan of like harsh condition type racing, like WRC rally stuff. But this looks very, very difficult. What do you think the finals are going to be like?
That could be very interesting. I think it could be anyone's game. I really do.
And Alfie Jack, what do you think?
I think just the same with my mum. It could be anyone's game. Anyone could drop out of at anyone's time.
So what sort of preparations? I mean, we saw some gaffer tape being applied, lots and lots and lots and lots of gaffer tape. Well, I mean, apart from just trying to keep mud out of critical components, what are you doing? What can you do?
GT85 in just to help the mud not stick as much and try and just protect the bearings. Obviously we've got servos. Obviously, like you say, the duct tape. We're taping all inside the roll cages just to try and keep some of it out.
And Alfie Jack, what are you getting hands-on with all this prep on your particular vehicle?
Yeah, I've been quite helping. I've built my engine, but my granddad's been telling me where to put the screws and everything, and I've actually put the engine in and everything, and the servos and everything. So yeah. Keep it dry.
All right. Well, best of luck in the qualifying and finals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we hope you enjoyed that piece of video. So we've got the next semifinal semifinal B out, and that is for two-wheel drive. And this one featuring Alex Schmidt from Germany, 4 Danish racers, Luke Vandenberg, Sjord Lubelinkov, Kevin Van Medevort, Lars Abes, 2 Danish racers, Lucas Borchert and Ronnie Lund Borchert. If I remember right, Ronnie is the father of Lucas. From the Czech Republic, 2 more racers, Dalibor Rohak and Martin Konsul. And from Lithuania, Damantas Siliulis. So that is their formation lap. Race director making sure everybody is in the correct spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down the grid, down to 0. Remember, top 5 in these semifinals bumping up into the main final. The main final for short course kicking off 5:20 Central European Time. Two-wheel drive kicking off at 18:05 at 6:05. 4 seconds. And the semifinal B for the large-scale off-road European Championships in two-wheel drive has kicked off. Everyone off and running out in numerical order. It looks like someone has flipped over. I think it's the number 9. But the number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all out in that order. Schmidt, Vandenberg, Lubelinkov, Van Medevort, and Abes. So 20-minute 20-minute semifinals, and it looks like the number 2 is very slow flip over. And I think the number 3 was about to be given a stop and go, so he slowed down, let him pass. That's nice. Meanwhile, the number 1 car of Alex Schmidt way off in the lead. And that leaves the number 4 of Van Medevort and Lars Albez in the car 5 to chase him down. Five and the 2. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the battle for 5th place. Let's focus on the number 0 and 3 cars just coming over the first of the doubles. At the moment, that is our battle for the 5th and final bump up position. Remember, only the top 5 racers are going to be advancing to the main final. A lot of squabbling ahead of him for that 2nd and 3rd place. Number 6 car just coming out of the pits. Not sure what happened to Lucas Borchert. I believe the younger of the Borcherts. Number 1 car, Alex, massive lead over the number 4 of Van Medevort. So top 6 cars still out. This battle for 5th place not really moving all that much. These guys, I think, just driving steady, making sure that getting a feel for the track. The last time these guys were out was almost about 24 hours ago, so the track has changed massively since then. It's dried out. Oh, the number 4 car is over just before the finish line. Who's that? That's our Van Medevort. So this changes things. So now our new battle for the lead, for the 5th place. It was between the 4 and 10 of Van Medevort in that car 4. We still have so we have a. There's our leader, way out in front. He's already going over the triples. 2nd, 3rd just coming over the tabletop, and then 4th, 5th, 6th. So at the moment, yes, the Belgian-colored, or is it German? So yes, the 0 and the 3, that is our battle for 5th. Cesiulis and Lubelinkov. And they have just about collected the car number 2 of Luke Vandenberg, so he's fallen way down the order. Meanwhile, our leader of Alex Schmidt, just absolutely loving it. He's way out alone. He's got a lead of ages. I can't even tell how far. He's about a half a lap ahead of all of these guys. So I'll keep an eye on that, but the main thing is that to note is that the cars on track now, in the Belgian or German themed car with the red, yellow, and black, followed very, very closely by the white and green with yellow wheels. That is our battle for 5th. So it's 5th and 6th on camera. We've got just under 15 minutes remaining. And if you're familiar with nitro races, but not large-scale off-road, just so you know. Ooh, and the number 2's gone over again, so he's losing loads of places. It's Van Medevort, I believe. No, Vandenberg once again. Sorry, just trying to chase a wasp very nasty looking one. So Vandenberg way down the order, or leader way ahead of everybody that's squabbling for position here. So I think, yeah, these guys have moved up a position. It's actually the battle for fourth now with the red, yellow, and black and the yellow and green car. Next car behind is number 1, who I think is way out of proceedings. No, it's number 8, so that is 6. So if that car can catch up, the number 8, sorry, of Rohak, if he's able to catch up, he will want to have something to say about bumping up potentially. So 13 minutes remaining in this one. Running order, Alex Schmidt, Kevin Van Medevort in the car 4, Lars Abes in the car 5, Sjord Lubelinkov in the car 3, Damantas Sesiulis in the car 5, and those are our bump-up positions. The rest of the drivers, Rohak, Vandenberg, Consul, Borchert, and Borchert. So number 1 car making his way through the field, just keeping it steady. Number 4 and 5 just coming down the main straight. And then we've got 3, 10, and 8. So it's the 10 and the 8 now. Oh, the 10 just takes it over. Number 8 coming under. Oh, and the 10 is broken. 10 is broken. Look at that. That's what happens when you hit a landing wrong. That's about a 50-pound or 50-euro suspension arm. It's a lot more expensive than 10th off-road. So that is Damantas Sesiulis from Lithuania out now, and he was running in 5th place. So let's see who's going to take that over. It's going to be the car 8 of Rohak, who was just behind him. So obviously that's a very easy one. Unfortunately, what that does is it means that our battle for 5th is utterly non-existent because there are 6th place cars just coming underneath us now. So it's about a 10-second wait on a track that's about 40 seconds long. 38 seconds for these guys, 39 seconds. Close enough to 40. So that changes things. That puts Schmidt, Van Medevort, Abes, Lubelinkov, Rohak, Consul, Vandenberg, Borchert, Sesiulis still counting at the moment, but obviously he's off. So Borchert is still running, so he's going to pass him, pass Sesiulis in a couple of laps. So that's what happens when you get a bad landing. Yes, thank you, Rimfire, for just providing some additional insight for the comment that's in the chat. They may look slow, but they are not slow. These things weigh about 10 to 12 kilos. So that's close to, well, over 25 pounds. And they hit speeds of anywhere from 50 to 70 kilometers an hour. That's 30 to 40 miles an hour or so. They're not slow. They may look it, but they are not. Guarantee. You certainly don't want one of these tumbling end over end towards you. All right, so let's do a little minor reset. I think we've got a battle possibly building between second, third, and fourth and fifth. So let's see where 4 and 5 are out on track. I think they're still stuck together. 4 and the 5, yeah, they're close. They're only a couple seconds apart. And then a few seconds behind them is the 3 and the 8, which is, that's our 4th place battle. There's no real other battles of importance. So let's go to our car number 1, who's going to be the 3rd car going over the tabletop at the back. Car 1 with the yellow scheme, black wheels, black wing, white wheels. And that is Alex Mulder, able to very easily clear that triple. And that's something that some of the 4-wheel drive racers are unable to do. So it just shows what kind of, he's got a good setup, good clutch engagement, and a good driving line. He's able to make that triple very easily. And he's just very slowly working his way through the field, letting everybody else battle it out and brake and crash. And all right, you didn't have to go that wide, whatever car number that was. Wow, it's a little too wide, car 9. One of our bump-up racers. So Alex Schmidt making it look very easy, I must say, with 8 minutes remaining in this. So remember, the main finals are 30 minutes long. This final, the semifinal, is 20 minutes, and all the drivers that have moved up from the lower finals have been racing 15-minute finals. Alex Schmidt from Germany showing us how it's done. Look at that. Nice and smooth. Ooh, a little bit nose heavy there, but landed okay. So while we've got some time and everyone's so spread out, let's see if we can find car 4 and 5 of Van Medevort and Lars Abes. I think they're just coming down the straight now. Yes, the lead 2 cars. This is our battle for second, technically, but no one is doing any. Oh, and this is the car 7 just in front of us, nearly taken out massively. So anyway, let's go back to the middle bit with the car 4 and 5. I think the car 5 now has finally moved ahead of the 4. So that's Abes taking Van Medevort. So this is a 4-car battle for second. So these guys not wanting to crash out. At the moment, they're all bumping up the final. So I'm sure with their wise head on, they don't want to make any crazy lunges or have any breakages or get tipped over and lose their bump up position. But I think someone eventually is going to get maybe a little bored of running in 5th place or 4th place or 3rd place and have a little go and see what they can do. 5.5 minutes remaining, just over 5.5 minutes. Alex Schmidt getting a little bit wild over the first of the doubles. Okay, so it looks like Lars Abes is pulling away in that car 5. He's saying, all right, well, I may as well finish ahead of the rest of you.
5 minutes to drive.
And just under 5 minutes remaining in this one. Ooh, and the 8 and the 3 getting a little bit nearly tangled up in midair. That's never something you want to have happen because you do not know how you're going to land. You could end up breaking something very easily, even on these big beasts. So we have a question from Vojta. in the chat, what is the next heat? Well, there are no more heats, technically. The next race is the semifinal A for two-wheel drive. We're in the semifinal B for two-wheel drive at the moment. And then after that, it's another 20-minute race. After that will be the four-wheel drive semifinal B and the semifinal A. And then, miraculously, we have a 20-minute break. Well, actually 18 minutes. Which is going to be the longest break without any car action all day. Seriously, we've been going all day since 9 o'clock. The main final for short course will kick off at 5:20. That's assuming there's no 10-minute delays called. The main final for short course starts at 5:20. Will run until 5:50, so it's a 30-minute race, and then there's a 15-minute break. Two-wheel drive final. There's another 30 minutes that kicks off at 6:05, and then there's another 15-minute break, and then the four-wheel drive kicks off at 6:50 for another 30-minute main final. And in answer to the question that I saw earlier, I forgot to answer. Do any drivers run two classes? No, this is not America. You don't run 9 cars of racing just to fill your day. You have plenty on your hands with even one of these. So let's see, 2 minutes left in this one. Still running with Alex Schmidt, that perfectly prepared and set up car. Lars Abes in the car 5, running second, and Sjord Liblinkov running third in the car 3. Van Medevort in the car 4, and then Dalibor Rohak in car 8. And not under any threat whatsoever by Luc Vandenberg, who is our 6th place racer at the moment. So Schmidt, Abes, Lubinlinkov, Van Medevort, and Rohak. Those are drivers who are going to be bumping up. Germany, Netherlands, and then Czech Republic.
Velmi nadějně, pokud to vypadá jenom nadějně, tady je to nadějně hodí. Ono zajíždí například proč? Ještě kolo. Ještě není konec. Tak to jsem nepochopil, jakou tu informaci dostal Vladimír Roháč, ale určitě není konec závodu.
Okay, so apologies, just doing something off screen. So that is our finishing order complete. Our race, the semifinal B for two-wheel drive. Alex Schmidt taking this one with ease, I must say. Lars Abes, Sjord Lubelinkov, Luc Vandenberg, and Kevin Van Medevort are going to be our drivers that bump up into the main final, which again is going to be kicking off at 6:05 local time, that's Central European time. Short course will be kicking off a little bit before that at 5:20. fastest drivers out there are going to be on track and racing at 6:50 Central European Time. So we have a very brief break. Basically just the warm-up period, swap over time and warm-up period for the next group of racers, which is PL Racer. You have information about that ourselves, RC Racing TV. So as you can see, Matt Buxton has the details. We don't have the capacity for a roving reporter. Okay, hopefully the sound has improved. Working on various making sure that all is okay. Can you hear me okay?
green 5, car 4, car 3, green 5, also car 5. See what you're driving.
To drive. Positioning of performance. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 6, 9, 10, 8.
Petr Korček, Dřeváky a Peťa Jirková 10. Elcon at the bubble, the Elcon at the bubble, track is clear.
9 minutes to drive. Positioning after 11 minutes. 1, 2, 7, 4, 3, 5, 6, 9, 10.
At the bubble, okay, track clear. Start 10, thank you. Start 4. Start 4, give position back. Okay. Start. Dílek aktuálně odsunut na 5. místo. Těsně za sebou má dalšího Francouze Stravě, který útočí.
7 minutes to drive. Positioning after 13 minutes. 1, 2, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10.
Stejská stačí soustředění za Tomášem necelé 2 vteřiny zpět. Now you have two more fast cars behind you. Open the door, please. One more, Tanay. Thank you, good job.
Positioning up for 18 minutes. 1, 2, 7, 5, 3, 4, 6, 9, 8, 10.
Winner Tomáš Kraus, Česká republika, druhé místo a postup do hlavního finále. All cars to the pit lane, the race is over. All cars to the pit lane, the race is over. Make cut the track, go to the pit lane, start clean, cut the track, please. All cars to the pit lane, go, make the track.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Neviditelné auto je zřejmě mimo hru, mimo tuto jízdu. Jedeme dál do konce více než 19 vteřin. 19 minut samozřejmě. Na třetím Rakušan Schweitzer, na čtvrtém Petr Hartmann, Česká republika, startovní číslo 5. Na pátém místě Francouz Valentine Didier číslem 6. Jehož auto nám málem vyletělo z areálu, opravili technickou závadu, určitě to byla nějaká elektrika a jistě toto řízení, že bude dohánět svou ztrátu cestou. 12. Petr tak padá na místo páté, ale to je pořád poslední
the second behind, and you can see the gap has absolutely shrunk down to nothing. Oh, and Schweitzer caught up. Schweitzer's out! Schweitzer's out! Didn't see what happened there. Did they come together? Well, you were on it, right? Well, Schweitzer's out. That's car number 4, suddenly losing laps and positions. So Patrick Schweitzer, our defending champion, not going to get into the main final. So terrible for him. Schweitzer, number 4 car, out. So let's see and do a bit of a reset now. Hartmann passed by Rodewald. We've been trying to sort out some issues here, so not able to see what exactly happened out on track. So number 1 car still in the lead, Roman Volker. And it looks like everyone's fairly spread out once again. So taking over the 5th position is Valentin Puziat. Let's move to the number 6 car now, and it's the 8 who's flipped over. It's okay. Peter Hartmann coming down. Number 6 is going to be one of these two. There he is. The second car going through the triples just about now. It's Valentin Puziat. Our final, well, he's commentator's curse. As soon as we go to him, flips over. But that's Valentin Puziat from France, taking over the 5th position from Patrick Schweitzer. Well, sorry, moving up thanks to Patrick Schweitzer braking. Not sure exactly what happened, but it was several laps ago now. So this car being checked out in the pits. 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. Unfortunately, no way back for Schweitzer now. He is 6 laps down from the leaders and 4 laps down from Puziat. 5 laps now. So this is Valentin Puziat. And we'll take a little tour of the racers. The next car ahead of him on the timing is car 5. And that's Peter Hartmann just going over the big jump, going into the Elcon L. Hartmann running an Elcon, handily enough. Coming over the first of the doubles, the big doubles, and over the second big double. That's Peter Hartmann, last year's two-wheel drive European champion. Schweitzer getting a hug from his translator. We spoke with him earlier. It's hopefully you were able to catch the video interview that we did with Schweitzer and his teammate. So we're with the new four-wheel drive racer for Elcon, last year's two-wheel drive winner Peter Hartmann. So let's move up to car number 3 of Sven Rodewald now. And I think it's this one coming down the main straight now. That's Sven there. I'm not sure what car it is. I think it's an MCD because it's got a very tall sort of roll cagey sort of handle thing over the engine behind the cockpit. Car 5, Peter Hartmann just flipped over. That's okay. No one around to challenge him for that 4th spot. So Rodewald running 3rd. Nice leap over that triple. So Ken Volkiers. The next 2 cars at least going to be easy to figure out because it's the 1 and the 2 are running 1st and 2nd. So there we go. There's Ken Volkiers in the red and white car, just going over the big jump into the Elcon L. Volkiers, I believe, is running one of the Ultron cars. You can see it by that big black thing sticking out the side. I have no idea what it is. It's potentially, I'm just very surprised it's something like that is that large sticking out of the side of the body on a racing machine. But anyway, Volkiers doing well with it, no matter what it looks like. He's running ahead. He's just lapped Petter Hartmann. And so that means the next car we're going to follow is our leader, car number 1 of Roman Walter. And he is the second car going into the flat hairpin and coming over the triples now. He's the first car coming over the triples now. Very good jump and landing. So, the big upset in this one, as we're looking at less than 3 minutes remaining now. The big upset is last year's winner and defending European champion in this class, Patrick Schweitzer, is out. So, very, very unfortunate for him. And we have a really good selection of members of the public here. It's very nice that the track owner and club, the RCA RC Auto Club Stařeč, has put out signs all around the village, encouraging people to stop by and check out the large-scale European Championships. It's not very often that you're going to have European Championships appear in your town, so why not? It's a nice little day out. And now now that we're past we're nearly past rush hour, we've got lots and lots of people, more and more people showing up as the work week has actually finished. So fantastic to see the number of people that we do have here. So still no challenger really at all for Valentin Puziat. We're watching Roman Walter in the car number 1. We're going to stick with him for the final minute and 10 seconds. One minute left now. Roman doing maybe a bit of style jumping now. Get some big air. Ripping off the knack-knacks and the cans and all that good stuff. Some burly moves, dude. We have another, who's this? A dead car is at the 7 once again. Not making it into the pit lane. And another massive crash from the 6. But he's okay, no one around to challenge him, but that's our 5th place driver. And the 8 has a front right tire about to come off, but it's Marko Leitinen. He's running an 8th, so no change to anything that's happening. So we've got the 1, 2, and 3. It's first, second, third. Then the 5 and 6. And they're starting to come across and finish. So massive apologies for the audio issues that we've had the last couple of races. We've had to do some system restarts and various other technical things behind the scenes. But thank you everybody who stuck around. We hope you enjoyed watching Wesley Van Helmond pretty much dominate his two-wheel drive semifinal. And that is, we've just watched the first of the four-wheel drive semifinals. The four-wheel drive semifinal A about to start in about 7.5 minutes time.
Next group, semi-final A, four-wheel drive. Please, marshals, to the positions.
Okay, so the next group names are up. Ferry Fernie, our TQ pole position man. So top qualifier doesn't mean necessarily pole position in the case of large scale off-road, because just because he has earned the top qualifier position. However, as we saw earlier in the short course semifinal A, Ian Audie, our pole position man, last year's defending champion, actually not had a bad receiver, and he had to end his race. So that was a big casualty in that race. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, we don't like to see that happen to anybody, obviously. These small little electronics issues that are basically race-ending debacles, catastrophes. We like to see good, clean racing last for as long as possible. But it is racing, so anything can happen. So Ferry Fernie, our pole position, our top qualifier, John Krabal, Tim Swedish racer, also not having a great year, but he's back, he's here, continuing his treatment, and there he is, starting behind Dario, and just ahead of the Finnish racer, Esa Myllymaa. Had to go and ask Pekko Ivanen, how do you pronounce Esa's name? It's quite a unique name. And speaking of Pekko, there he is, car number 8, once again, not having to change his race numbers. So we have seen Pekko move from the 1/16th to the 1/8 to the 1/4 to the semis now. Everyone checking in. Pekko is in the pits kind of early, maybe he's just saving his car because it has been driving basically all day long. Martin Kraus, another bump-up racer from the quarterfinals, and then Palle Hornum, our final bump-up racer, and Paulette from Denmark. So we have Netherlands, Belgium, France, Croatia. I always get thrown off by that HRV, and then Sweden, but actually Australian, Finnish, Czech Republic, and Denmark. Those are our countries that are represented in this one. I think the British racers tend to stick with the short course. So this is the final semifinal, the last semifinal of the day. If you don't bump up, you're out. You're done. You're packing up, and you're going to be watching the main finals, basically from the sidelines, not from the rostrum. Short course main final coming up at 5:20. Two-wheel drive final coming up at 6:05. Four-wheel drive final coming up at 6:50. So we have an 18-minute break after this semifinal. I'm not sure why it's 18, and then there's a 15-minute break, and then a 15-minute break, but that's what it is. So we've got about 20 seconds before the drivers will be allowed to take their cars out for their formation lap. 23 degrees, and I've just put on a hoodie. It's a bit breezy. It's also a bit dusty because the track has been just dry all day. And the reason why we're running our finals all in one day is because we're expecting absolute deluge of rain tomorrow. So the referees reminding the drivers this is only a formation lap. Don't try to do any passes or go crazy or whatever. Just get around the track in one piece. We have seen cars break on the formation lap. We've seen cars break during the practice laps. We've seen multiple drivers try to make it going around on three wheels. It doesn't work. It doesn't work on three tires either. So, semifinal A about to kick off. Top 5 drivers to push on into the main final. Ferry Fernie leading us off, our top qualifier. Let's see if the top qualifier curse can be broken. 2023 large-scale off-road four-wheel drive semifinal A. About to kick off. There we go. Off and away. No dramas. And I'm keeping an eye on that number 8 car of Pecco. He's already passed the number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out in that order. And there's a little bit of a hiccup. Car number 1 getting a little bit loose. Big Aggo cars 3 wide going into the unnamed corner. Dario Rosselli upside down, getting taken out. Now dead last, and he's got a broken car ahead of him. He has a broken car, now behind him. That number 1 car is broken. That is Ferry Fernie, our TQ man. The TQ curse continues. What is happening? He's going to try and make it around. That is not going to work. His shock mount looks like is broken. Dario Rosselli getting hung up with the number 0. So we got Ferry Fernie following Dario Rosselli, former European champion in this category as well. I don't see that being anyone's real major fault. Fernie, I think, got a bit loose coming off of the jump after the first double. Let's go to the this group of 3 cars. We got Pecco here in the third. We're not following Pecco necessarily, but just trying to catch up with, I think Fernie is going to go into the pits and see if he can get repaired. We have racers, mechanics rushing around. So leading cars at the moment, 2 and 4, the 3, 8, and I can't see the other number, and 6 of Callan Gunn. So we want everybody to finish in this one. Fernie's back out. He hasn't lost his lap. Let's see if he can make up this time. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed. We have some drivers, very big name drivers, out of position. Ferry Fernie, our TQ man, almost a lap down, almost a complete lap down, but now gapping the field. Let's go to the number 1 car, just going into the flat hairpin and over the triples. Look at the gap he's already putting on the rest of the field. He's got that entire lap to make up on everybody, but he only has to catch, basically at the moment, he only has to catch Pecco, who's currently running 5th. Dario Rosselli not having a great time. He's running 5th. Not sure if he is broken. So Fernie still running away. He literally only has to catch 5th place to get into the main show. The main final coming up at 6:50. So he's not miles faster than the car number 2 of Van der Elst. Sorry, that's Dan Krabaum in the car 2. But starting to settle down now. So Fernie has a good lead, but he still has to make up about at least 3/4 of a lap to catch literally Pecco at the moment. And just behind Pecco is Callan Gunn, or Australian racer running under the Swedish flag for this event. EFRA, because there is no World Championship in this category, EFRA allows racers to go on a waiting list, and basically from all over the world. So if you're American or Canadian or whatever, you can apply and put yourself on a list so to take part. And Callan Gunn looks like at the moment just out of the running to be in the big show. Actually, no, he's running 5th at the moment. 2, 3, 4 in that order, and then 8 and 6. Callan is car number 6. Let's go to Callan in position number 5. He's that bright orange with the white wheels and black wing. Callan not doing so hot in qualifying and having to work his way up as well. Not as much as Pecco though. Pecco's 1 car ahead of him, so we'll put Pecco on the camera for a couple of laps as well. He's keeping it nice and steady, keeping an eye on Pecco, but so is Callan Gunn. He doesn't want this blue and white car of number 7. Who's that? That's Esa Mulema to capture him. Meanwhile, Esa has got Dario Viselli, former European champion in this category, to worry about. He's all over. He's actually, Esa's going to start having to run defensive lines in a bit. Let's move up 1 car to Pecco. Quite familiar with Pecco's paint scheme by now. I'm sure our viewers won't mind. Not able to put on quite as much of a driving clinic in this one. These guys basically all running as fast as he is. The car ahead of him is the car 4 of Mael Buescher, and then it's the car 3 just ahead of him of Tim van der Elst. So let's try to keep all 3 of these in shot. This is literally car 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place on the track. I'll keep an eye on that number 1 car, who is steadily pulling away from all of these guys. He's going very quick, is Fernie. Still running 10th though. All he needs is to catch 1 or 2 cars on his own merits, and then 1 or 2 cars to break down, and he'll be in the main final. Maybe not the top, maybe not the sharp end, but definitely he'll be in with a very good chance of being in that main final. So Pecco running a smart race this time. Well, not that he runs stupid races, but Pecco putting in a good run, not doing any crazy lunges. We got the 8 of Pecco shadowing the number 4 of Mael Buescher, who is himself doing what he can to stay on the back of Tim van der Elst's car number 3. I believe that's one of those funky shaped Ultron cars again. Car number 2, actually you can probably just see a flash of white and blue ahead of these guys. That is the car number 2 of our race leader, Don Krabaum. So a lot of Dutch interest in this one, as we had in the A final, the semi-A for two-wheel drive. A lot of people wanting to watch Wesley Van Helmen put on a driving clinic of his own. Pecco looking like he really wants to get past the number 4 of Buescher. So we do apologize that we didn't follow Wesley Van Helmen the entire time. We did follow him for the last couple minutes, but in the, that's Fernie has made a mistake. So that's the first mistake, maybe the second mistake that we've seen from Fernie. Now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 all together, and the car 10th position car of number 1. So now he's got some extra work to do. He's got to keep these guys behind him. Now he is faster, but just a bit. Ooh, and the number 3 car has gone sideways, so that puts Pecco up a position. So he's running 3rd now. And that was the number 3 of Van der Elst, who's gotten a bit sideways. Now Pecco puts the move on Boucher. So every position that Pecco can move forward means that he starts just that one extra position ahead on the grid for the main final, which is going to be the last race that we broadcast today. Pecco now just a couple seconds behind Dan Krabbaum, who is only about a second behind the TQ man of Ferry Fernie. Fernie does not want to get past. Although he's running in 10th position, he has not been lapped just yet. Comes across now to get his 15th, but then everyone else is starting their, just completing their 16th lap. So maybe he is a lap down. Might be reading that wrong. I do apologize. He gets sideways again. Maybe that's what happened that first time on that first lap when his shock popped off. It doesn't look like it was actually a breakage, but definitely the shock was hanging loose. Drivetrain was still working fine, so Pecco now all over the back of Krabbaum. Let's follow these two, the car 2 and 8. Now, if you're wondering how is the car number 8 of Pecco hassling for the lead, the car number 1. Oh, we got a car. Oh, Fernie's lost his wing. Fernie's lost his wing. Go to the number 1. He's lost his wing. He's going to be completely undrivable now. I think that is going to put pay to his ambitions. Look at it now. It's certainly, well, in the hands of a skilled pro driver, it's still drivable, but it's going to be an absolute handful. There we go. On these tight corners, that stabilization effect that those rear wings provide these cars, completely gone. At some point is going to be called for a blue flag because he's going to really start affect. Oh, and Pecco's over. Pecco's over. He's okay. He's okay. Almost got passed by Boucher. So now he's got some work to do. So you can see now that Krabbaum doesn't have the pressure of Pecco behind him, he's backed off a lot on Ferry Fernie. Fernie with no rear wing, still going around, still in 10th place. At the moment, not going to be bumping up. Another one not going to be bumping up is Dario Rosselli at the moment in car 5. He's only in 6th position. So a lot of stories going on in this one, and we're only 12 minutes into this race. Still 8 minutes to go. So Ferry Fernie now coming up on the number 10, putting a pass on him with no wing, amazingly. So down the straight, he'll be flying. But it's basically a completely different car to drive now. Just like it was already a completely different car with only 3 shocks on it. So it looks like Pecco has gotten past Krabbaum to take over the lead. And to be honest, I'm not that surprised. And we have an upside down car. I can't tell what car that is. And it's Dario. So now Pecco, let's focus back on Pecco. He's going to put the number 10 car, Palle Hornum, a lap down and start to catch Ferry Fernie. Dario again off the track. Not sure what happened to his weekend. The 5 and the 9 is actually a really close battle. So if we move to the outs coming off of the L and over the first of the doubles, the 5 and 9, this is a battle for 6. For 7th. It's very tight, but it's our only real battle out on track now that Pecco has moved ahead of basically everybody. Car 6 is out on his own in 5th place. And I didn't see what happened there, but obviously Dario making a lot of space from the car 9. So we'll stay following Dario, that car 5, until we can sort out what is going on. So Pecco just Pecco getting caught up, and now we have a battle for the lead. So let's leave Dario for a moment, and coming out of the bowl hairpin into the flat hairpin, that's Pecco and Boucher. Pecco just had a moment trying to get past. Oh, Pecco's lost the wheel! Pecco's lost his front wheel! Oh, no! Let's see if he can make it around the track. Now these cars are very durable, but he's not going to be able to finish the last 5 minutes of the race like this. His mechanics, what are his mechanics getting ready? I think the referees are telling him that he has to pit. He hasn't stopped. The mechanics are ready. So he's still running 3rd. So he has to make it into the pits. Okay, here we go. Let's follow this action. Let's see what happens. Okay, they're still hopeful. And let's see who's running 5th at the moment. So number 6 car is running 5th. And still not come around. Car 7 is stopped out on track, so that's 6th position. Where is car 6? It's still not come around. Pecco's still running 4th. Here comes car 6, just about to pass Pecco in the pits. There you go, that was car 6. Car 6 of Callan Gunn. So Pecco has now dropped to 7th. Still coming on 3.5 minutes. Pecco's come off the rostrum. Nightmare. What that has done though. Okay, let's go back to the car 1. Let's find the car 1 without its wing. Where is he? He's just coming around the flat hairpin. So what that has done, Pecco's misfortune, has allowed Ferry Fernie to bump up into the bump-up positions. It's all kicking off here in the semifinal A for four-wheel drive. Look at this. This is a wingless car. It was a shockless car for the first lap and a half or so. Came in, had a repair, and lost his wing. Dario, another bit of misfortune for him off camera. So anyway, he's actually catching the car 6, and he might be able to put a pass on car 6 to take 4th position going into the bump ups, into the main final, the big show. And I don't see Pecco coming back into the pits. So he's off the rostrum, and I think they're calling it. But anyway, feel sad for Pecco, but we are watching Callan Gunn in the car 6, just ahead of this car here, the number 1 of Ferry Fernie, our top qualifier. With no wing, he's catching Callan Gunn, our Australian-Swedish racer. Oh, Callan gets sideways. There he goes. There's the pass for 4th position. So we've got Callan in the orange car with white wheels. And the wingless blue and yellow car, that's Ferry Fernie with no wing. And like I said earlier, at the start of the race, he had no shock. He was running on 3 shocks. And now he's running in 4th position. That shows you what it can take. Persistence. If you have a major problem at the very beginning of a race, you can come back. And obviously you have to be quick and good. So that is our 4th and 5th place racers. Let's see if we can find the car 3 and start working our way forward on this. Well, there's 1 minute left. So car 4 is our leader. He's probably one of these. Yep, car 4 is just coming up on Dario now into the Elcon L. This is our leader. Car 4 of Maël Boucher. He's just lapped Dario Vaselli. I don't think Dario is about a half a lap behind Callan Gunn in 5th position. I don't think Dario is going to be making the big show. Again, feel sad for Dario. I was counting myself fairly lucky to commentate his European Championship win in large-scale touring car a couple of weeks ago in Groningen. And he was very, very happy. Obviously, this weekend, not very, very happy. I would say quite the opposite. But time has expired, and we are following Maël Boucher. So after this race, we're going to have an 18-minute break. 18-minute break where I don't have to talk. I just have a bit of a drink. And there we go. That is it. That's our finishing order. Maël Boucher bumping up. Dan Krabaum in the 2nd position bumping up. Tim van der Elst bumping up. Ferry Fernie. I mean, I'm not sure if I can call that a legendary drive. It was certainly something that you had to see happen. Running on 3 shocks and no wing. Bumping up into the main final, and anything can happen, as we have seen. The important thing is that Ferry Fernie, our TQ man, and Wesley Van Helmen, also another TQ man in 2-wheel drive, both breaking any possible curse of TQ man not advancing. So there we go. We're going to have a bit of a break now. I think we might play some video in or something like that, but we'll see you in about 15 minutes for the start of the short course main final, and that is kicking off at 5:20 in that Central European time. Okay, we are about to have our main final for the 2023 Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships here in Stařeč, Czech Republic. Short course drivers out on track. Getting their few minutes of warm-up time out there now. So for anyone curious, I'm sure everyone's absolutely mad to know, it's 21.4 degrees.
Cannot stop at the track. Driver who can stop at the track, stop at the tree.
So, there we go. We've had the driver introductions. Not sure how much of that, if any, got through, but basically, we have got Matthew Stokes from the UK starting on pole position. Mark Kreisig from Germany. Alex Mulder from the Netherlands. Fabian Marat from France. Daniel Koch from Switzerland. Daniel Scholig from Germany. Thomas Hopp from Switzerland, Gertjan van Mettervoort from the Netherlands, and I'm sure everyone's wondering, what trucks are these guys running? Well, everyone listed so far is running MCD. It's pretty simple. Kees Jimmink from the Netherlands and Heidi Schilcock from Great Britain. From Great Britain, both of them running LOSI. So there you go, LOSI and MCD. So drivers have all been called into the pits, or they voluntarily come into the pits. There's 2 minutes left to go in the warm-up, but technically really 1 minute and 20 seconds or so. So this is the EFRA European Championships, brought to you by EFRA. EFRA.ws is the website to find out about EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles. And we are here in Stařeč, Czech Republic. Thanks to the very good graces, the extremely good graces, and the wonderful good graces of Elcon Models. Thank you very much, Elcon, for providing sponsorship for this production. Elcon and rccaronline.de and RC Fox helping to bring you this live broadcast coverage from the middle of the Czech Republic. My name is Frank McKinney, and next to me I've got Jim Little on the moving camera, and out there somewhere in the crowd we've got Ben Clark taking video. Going to be making some awesome video highlights for everybody to peruse and enjoy. Just about a minute to go before the formation. Well, a minute to go before the start of the race. There we go. Formation lap now. So now this is it. This is the big show. This is the main final. Cars out on track. Four-wheel drive, short course trucks. Full-bodied, covered wheels, intense, close racing. "30 minutes of racing coming up. It's going to be a good one. These cars and these drivers always put on a great show for racing, especially because it's off-road. It's like, especially short course. It's like touring car racing. door to door, side by side. And I love it. Pole position man Matthew Stokes warming up his tires like he's Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton probably. So 1 through 10 out there. So this is it, the culmination of a week of practice, a day of qualifying, a day of finals, the 2022 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships for short course trucks about to kick off in just a couple of seconds. They're off and away, everyone off in good starting order. Stokes leading them around. And we got Kreisig, Mulder, number 4 of Morat, then Koch. We got a bit of a pileup with the car 5. Huge pileup. And who is the big loser in that one? It's the car 8, I think, Van Medevort. Meanwhile, the lead 4 cars, we're going to stick on them because this is it. It's for all of, well, there's no money. Oh, and up on 2 wheels goes Matthew Stokes. And Mark Kreisig almost doing the same exact thing in sympathy. Meanwhile, Mulder and Fabian Morat allowed to pull right up to him. And now Kreisig side by side with Stokes. All of these guys running MCDs. Oh, and Mulder getting a bit sideways, and now stuck in a tire. Tragedy. We're sticking with our lead 3 cars, though. Lead 2 cars, actually. Stokes and Kreisig. Kreisig telling us yesterday, yeah, I'm not really feeling it. I'm old. Yeah, well, this is what age and guile and wisdom can get you. Running second, and it looks like Mulder is out. So there's our first casualty for this one. Heidi Shilcock moving up in that car 0. She's currently running in 6th position, I believe, at the moment. A big beneficiary. It's not too shabby, starting from 0. Let's see where she comes across. These 3 cars way out in front. So let's see what kind of lead number 4 has over the number 7. It's almost 8 seconds, 7.5 second lead these guys have. But it's really the story about these two. Stokes in that bright half yellow, half orange number 1 car. Kreisig in the dark is all really the only way I can describe it. Number 2, both of these MCD machines running just a very small spoiler on the back. No wings allowed, I believe, but obviously allowed to run fully cut out or partially cut out windscreens. And the side windows, rear windows cut open as well. Stokes, a healthy lead now. Shilcock moving up into, well, still running 6 actually. Kreisig getting sideways in that first corner. Nice flat landing over the big jump at the end of the straight. Stokes getting sideways now, letting Kreisig catch up. We might have a battle for the lead here. Remember, this is a 30-minute race. This is basically an endurance race, guys. So no fuel stops allowed. I believe they can stop. Oh, Kreisig has just gone. He's taken out the fence at the end of the back section. That's the car 2. He's still running. He's still in 3rd. Let's go to this battle for 3rd, just coming over the triples. He's lost radio. He's lost his radio at that bit of the track. He has no radio control at all. So another casualty. Okay, so our new battle for 3rd is this here, the 7 and the 9 coming over the first of the doubles. That's our 7 and 9, a battle for third, Hopf and Jimink. Let's see how that moves things up. So it's Stokes, Morat, Hopf, and Jimink. Shilcock moves up to 5th. And she's going to have a battle on her hands with Scholing once again. In the car 6, who's just behind her. I'm hoping that the battle for 6 is not the closest battle that we've got, but it looks like it might be. Our leader, just coming down the straight now, second place, 25 minutes left, car 4 has just come down. So yeah, it's a battle for 5th is our closest battle on track. Shilcock just being passed by Scholing as they're coming down the straight, the 6 and the 0. This is one of our closer battles. The other one is immediately ahead of these two. So now they're getting very close together now. I think Kreisig's challenge is done. He's in the pits. So, unfortunately, third place qualifier Mulder and second place qualifier Mark Kreisig taken out just for not sure why. Well, not taken out, I should say, but definitely just out in general. Our pole position man, Matthew Stokes, going down. He's going to want to keep it rubber side down and keep it steady. And if he can, he's going to take home the victory. 23 minutes left in this one. Kreisig back up onto the rostrum. It looks like body shell's going back on. And as we saw in the last semifinal, anything can happen. Crisis early on, you can come back from it, but of course, to get on the podium as Shilcock rolls it, to get on the podium is going to take some effort here. 23 minutes left. Kreisig with only 5 laps on the board. 23 minutes remaining. So let's see who we're with. We've got the 9, the 6, and the 7 in that order. And then Shilcock has the 5 behind her, but that's a battle for 6th position. Let's move to the second of the doubles, and this is our battle for 3rd, the 9 and the 6. So we have the orange and black truck, followed by the neon-colored number 6. And if these two get any closer together, we're going to have a real battle on our hands. The 7 in almost, well, it's kind of Red Bully colors. Not surprising since it's one of our Swiss racers. There's a couple corners behind. We do have a bit of clumping racing action going on through these doubles now, as we have the 7, the 10, the 5, and the 8. All together, basically, that's a battle for 5th position. Let's drop back to the purple and white car with the yellow tires. These 4 cars are all battling for 5th position, basically. So Heidi Shilcock leading them down the straight. And then we have Daniel Koch, Gertjan van Medevort, and Thomas Hopp. Matthew Stokes still leading away with this one. Mark Kreisig back out on track, but several laps down. And basically, for him, it's going to be a matter of just lay down some consistent times and hope people break. We've got the car 8. Oh, very tight racing through that first corner. And again, we've see that number 5 car truck with the loose rear spoiler. That's not a place that we see someone crash very often. Right in the middle between the doubles. Shilcock trying to keep it steady. Heavy pressure from the number 5 of Koch. This is our closest battle on track. So it's what we're following. Matthew Stokes basically leading it away. Miles ahead, actually about to put a lap on these two drivers. So we'll see Matthew come up soon enough. We don't want to put additional pressure on the British racer. Of course, Ian Audie having a receiver issue, not an engine issue, a receiver issue, forcing him to stop in his semifinal a couple hours ago, whenever it was. But Matthew Stokes doing it for Britain. Ooh, and Shilcock getting a bad landing, but able to force her way ahead of Daniel. So this one, I think at the moment, a bit of a slow burn. We do have 19 minutes remaining though, so anything can happen. Stokes, Morat, Jimink, Scholing, and Shilcock. Well, actually, it's Shilcock then Scholing at the moment. See if we can find the car 9 of Jimink. Where's he at? He's coming down the straight, and then he's got the 6 of Scholing. I'm getting my Scholings and my Shilcocks mixed up once again. So, okay, so let's go to the tabletop and show some of these other racers in the top 5. So, coming out of the bowl now is the bright orange truck of Kees Jimink, obviously from the Netherlands. Going down the main straight, running, I believe, a Losi, because it's got that full roll cage. I'm curious what the weight penalty of that roll cage is. I'm all for the roll cage and the front and rear bumpers. However, it's heavy. And it's also top heavy as well. So just make it look cool, which is the main benefit of it. Now, if we drop back one car to the Rad Vision Skateboard XS Super Neon tribute scheme of the 80s here. It's the car 6 of Scholing. It's Daniel Scholing. Meanwhile, off camera, Heidi Shilcock has been able to break away from Daniel Koch. So we're on Scholing. Wherever the truck number 4 is. Stay where you are, Jim. Oh, we've got Fabian Morat just going over the first of the doubles. And that's Fabian Morat. And you can tell it's Fabian Morat, not by the number 4, but by the French flag. Very large, emblazoned on the sides, both sides of that truck. That's Fabian Morat in the number 4. And Shilcock must have made a mistake because it has Dan Koch all over the back bumper again. But this is, we're on Fabian Morat coming through the Elcon Elcon, one of our big sponsors this weekend. So thank you very much for providing the coverage for everybody. We hope you're enjoying it. While we have a kind of a slow moment here at the moment. And while we're covering our sponsors, let's go to the main straight and follow Mark Kreisig in the MCD running for RC Fox, another one of our sponsors. So thank you very much. Mark Kreisig is literally Mr. RC Fox. He runs the whole show there. So thank you very much, Mark, for we want to give RC Fox some additional love. And also, of course, rccaronline.de. So if you're in the Europe area, especially on mainland Europe, you can check out rc-car-online.de or RC Fox. Either one of those. They're both based in Germany and both specialized in RC model racing and hobby stuff. Hobby meaning, you know, not quite racing stuff. Maybe they're like the toy level stuff. That's RC Fox has recently moved into that. So I think that is giving everybody a little bit of love out on track. I think the only one we haven't covered is the number 7 of Thomas Hopp. Just coming over the first double now. You see what I mean? It's just a little bit like, it's reminiscent of the Red Bull scheme. Red Bull, of course, the Red Bull Ring, based in Austria. Well, it is in Austria. It's not based in Austria. It is in Austria. So this is, Thomas Hopp of Switzerland. I get my Switzerlands and my Austrias mixed up again. I do apologize. But Thomas Hopp here. And so who haven't we covered? I think that is everybody. Unfortunately, we missed Gertjan van Mettevoort. Alex Mulder also breaking out, not running any longer. Breaking out very early as well. Mark Kreisig broke early also, but has come back. I think he had some radio issues. But I was hoping to segue neatly into our battle between Shilcock and Koch for the our 6th position. Actually 5th position, but it looks like Koch has gotten ahead of Shilcock, and unless he's able to make unless he's able to catch up significantly. See if we can get both of these cars, the 0 and the 5, in the Elcon L. That was our battle for 5th. But Shilcock needs to make up 3 or 4 seconds, looks like. Let's see what the actual distance is. It's about 4 seconds. You can see them both now in the triples sort of section, as they've got Fabian Morat in 2nd place, catching up to them fairly rapidly. So this one, like we said earlier, it's an endurance race, so it could all come down to the last few laps, and it probably will, because remember, they're not allowed to refuel. These cars running very, very tight on fuel usually, especially when it's really hot, like we had last year in Austria. Obviously today, quite a lot cooler. We're looking at 21 degrees temperature. So the referees calling blue flags for the racers who are getting caught up and passed by the race leaders. Kreisig taking a weird landing the first double. So we're following the green car, the green truck of Daniel Koch, because if he makes a mistake or rolls it or breaks or something like that, that means Heidi Shilcock is going to be the immediate beneficiary, because she's just a few seconds behind him on track. While we're watching that, let's make a slow transition to our leader, Matthew Stokes. We always have to give our leader a bit of extra attention. Because he is leading it away. And in the chat, just have just a couple of questions about the bodies. The requirements. I went over this, I believe it was yesterday, maybe earlier today. Yes, there's some of the bodies, well, one type of body in particular is highly unrealistic. But I don't know about saying anything about 1/10, because I don't think the 1/10 off-road bodies are in any way realistic either. But the only thing realistic about them, especially the cab forward ones, the only thing realistic about them is that they have windscreens and side windows for the quote-unquote drivers. And then if you start looking at truggies, it's even less realistic. At least the low-C bodies are, I think there's no argument from anyone, I don't think. No one can say that they're not the most realistic body shells here. The MCD bodies, at least they have a nod to realism. But yeah, the very aero sort of looking bodies, they're just basically just made for high downforce is their main benefit. With you know how some people say, oh, I really like very, very rare steak, you know, just grab it by the horns and drag it through the kitchen, right? That's what these some of these bodies look like. They've been dragged by the horns through the kitchen and given a nod. But in 10th off-road, there's no, I don't think there's any like written requirement for realism. As long as it looks like a truck, basically, is what these go for. I mean, I'm much more of a scale fan than I am a racing fan, I would say. Oh, Kreisig getting it over on two wheels, but he's okay. He's back and rolling. But we're watching our leader, who Kreisig has made up one position. He's running 6 laps behind our leader, who is on camera now, Matthew Stokes, in that number 1 truck. And I did see someone earlier say, well, dish wheels should not be allowed. It's like, well, that's all that's made for these guys. You can say that all you want, but no one's making multi-hole, I don't even know what you would call them, like mag-type wheels for these cars, or for these trucks, I should say. So if it's not available, no one's going to run it. I mentioned earlier, if possible, I'd run black wheels and spray them silver at least, so just the lighter color so that you can see which way the wheels are turning. But, you know, there's only so much distance that a racer is going to do to make it look cool. Coolness wins you style points, but it doesn't make you any faster, generally. So 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. We're following our leader, Matthew Stokes from the UK, looking like he's going to be running away with it. I think he's got a full lap on everybody. Where's the number 4 truck? He's about a half a lap ahead of the number 4, Fabian Morat. Fabian himself coming up on the number 10 truck of Heidi Schilcock, also from the UK, starting in 10th position, currently running 6th. Now, that is thanks to a couple of the drivers stopping racing. but it is all on merit. Ooh, and Kreisig getting a bit wobbly coming over the first of the doubles. So there's no real battles happening. Fabian Morat, no one around him to challenge for a podium position. The number 6 truck also no one around, actually has just been lapped, or third place position has just been lapped by Matthew Stokes. But let's give number 6, let's stay with the number 6 as Matthew is coming up on them. Number 6 of Keys Jimmink, I think has got to be one of my favorite paint schemes of the weekend. It's a very 80s, totally rad tubular man, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles styling. It's just great. Love it. Very bright as well, so it helps in these dimmer conditions. So the sun has not been directly shining on the track for some time. We do still have dust being kicked up by the tires of all of these vehicles. Hundreds and hundreds of laps by dozens and dozens of buggies and trucks. But not a lot happening as in racing action on this in this particular main final. This is the main final. The 2023 EFRA European Federation of Radio-Controlled Automobiles four-wheel drive short course main final. This is a championship race for the European Championship. Last year's winner, unfortunately, breaking out. That was Ian Audie in his semifinal. Had a bad receiver and unfortunately couldn't take the truck any further. So luckily for Wesley Van Helmond, he was able to dominate his semi-A final. And we'll see him come up in the next race, starting at about 6:05. So in about 10 minutes, we've got 2 minutes and 39 seconds left in this one. Most of these trucks running MCDs. And we have Jimmink and Shilcock running Losi. They're the only two running Losi here in the, well, at least in the main finals. Everyone else packing up. Are we on the 4? Can we go to the 4 at the start of the straight, Jim? This is Fabian Morat. Want to make sure and give some love to our podium finishers. We'll follow Fabian for a couple of laps, and then we'll move to Jimmink, who's actually, well, just 2 cars behind. Running order is Stokes, Morat, Jimmink, Scholing, Koch, Shilcock, Hopf, and Kreisig still running. He had an early problem, I think it was with the radio, and it is worth it to keep going, to fix it. And if you can fix it relatively quickly, it is worth it to go out there, because we saw what happened with our four-wheel drive TQ man, Ferry Fernie. He was able to, he had a very early problem with the shock. That got popped back on, and then the wing came off, and he just kept driving. Basically running 3 completely different cars because of all those issues. 3 different cars during that final. So Matthew Stokes. If we move to very quickly, where's our number 9 truck? I'm sure we followed Jimink already. There he is in the bright orange. We'll follow him for about a half a lap, or not even that long, because we very quickly want to move to Matthew Stokes, who is just coming out of the Elcon L. Matthew Stokes leading this one from start to finish, coming over the first of the double jumps around the unnamed corner, over the second of the doubles, and making the turn onto the back section over the tabletop into the bowl corner. And there he goes. He's already getting applause from the marshals, coming across to take what I believe is going to be his first EFRA European Championship in this category. Congratulations, Matthew Stokes. An excellent race. There goes his tires. Who cares? They're already used up. Taking a victory lap. And he's going to bring it into the pits, running on, well, at least tire, because he's lost his one of his inner foams. Go ahead and cut the track. It doesn't matter now. Referees telling everyone, cut the track, go into the pit lane. There we go. Congratulations, Matthew. A well-deserved win from flag to flag. Fabian Morat taking second position. Jim Keys, Jimink taking third. Daniel Scholing. Then it was Koch, Schilcock, Hopf, and Kreisig. And unfortunately for Van Medevort and Mulder, not finishing the main final. So congratulations, Matthew. Once again, I'm sure he's going to be very proud to. He's going to go on a victory tour of all the British racetracks and take that trophy around and show it off, I'm sure. Strap it to the back of the truck. Why not? So now we've got, I believe it's going to be close to a 15-minute break. The two-wheel drive racers already ready to go onto the rostrum, but we've got 15 minutes before the scheduled start of the race. There's Matthew coming down the rostrum with his trophy. Great job. We'll get a chat with him later on. Matthew Stokes, our new European champion in short course, large scale. And I'll be honest, it wasn't a mega race, but from Matthew's perspective, that's exactly what you want. Just keep it chill and keep it all 4 tires.
So, guys, we must keep moving, and now we'll have presentation for the main final of the two-wheel drive.
Okay, so it looks like we're not going to have much of a break in this one. We're scheduled to kick off at 6:05, so I think because we had quite a bit of a delay and some processes getting hammered out before the start of the short course, I think everyone wants to just keep it rolling. So this one, car number 10, Kevin Van Medevort from the Netherlands. Lots of Dutch representation in the two-wheel drive category for the main final. So Luke Vandenberg in the car 9. And another Danish racer, sorry, not Danish, Dutch racer, Sjord Lubelinkov.
Seventh place, coming from Netherlands, driving Elcon chassis.
So yes, we do have chassis information for these guys. Van Medevort running an Elcon. Luke Vandenberg running a Horman. Car 8, Sword Lubelinkov running Elcon. Lars Abes from the Netherlands. All 4 of the drivers so far mentioned are from the Netherlands. Lars Abes running Elcon. Theo Plant from France in car 6 running a Horman. Cyril Cador from France running an FG, amazingly. We haven't seen the FG name in large-scale racing at this level for some time, I think. Sandro Erlenhofer from Austria running a Horman. Or it should be Herman. From Thomas Kraus, local racer, Czech Republic. Probably, I think, going to be our top junior racer. Under 16s running an Elcon. Alex Schmidt running in car 2 from Germany running a Horman. So we've got 4 Hormans in this one. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Elcons with Wesley Van Helmond, our top qualifier and pole position racer from the Netherlands. I say that because he was top qualifier after qualifying, and he's the pole position man after the semifinal. So definitely a well-deserved top qualifier and TQ from the Netherlands running an Elcon. So here we go. I'm sure we're going to have all of the Dutchies in the chat ready to cheer on Wesley Van Helmond. Not too shabby of a racer in 10 scale either. So these guys are about to go up for their warm-up. 4-wheel drive main final drivers out on track. Temperature continuing to drop. 20.7 now. It was 30 degrees earlier. So Van Helmond going to lead them off. Alex Schmidt, Kraus, Erlenhofer, Cador, Plant, Abes, Lubelinkov, Vandenberg, and Van Medevort. Those are your drivers from 1 through 10. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Dutch racers, 1 German racer, 1 Czech racer, 1 Austrian racer, and 1 French racer. So I'm sure we're going to have plenty of support from our Dutch friends in chat. I'm going to guess "Kom op Wes" means "Come on, Wes." Let's go, let's go, let's go. And that's actually from Dominic Van Helmond. So I'm going to guess there's maybe a family connection there with Dominique and Wes. Just an educated guess. So this is, once again, it's a 30-minute race. These guys have been practicing all week, starting with free practice and then controlled practice and then timed practice, where the fastest consecutive laps set the qualifying order. And that happened yesterday. Or did it happen yesterday? I don't think, was there any? And then there was qualifying, 2 rounds of qualifying yesterday. Yesterday is yesterday. Seems and feels and was a very long time ago. We had a very long day yesterday. We were meant to start at 9, but as it turned out, we had a very long rain delay. And it's such a long rain delay that we only had 2 rounds of qualifying. So 1 throwout, 1 to count. That's it. It was almost 1 round of qualifying, which would have meant utter disaster for many racers who crashed out in the first round. We haven't had Abez and Lubilinkov check in yet. There are not many people checking in. Why has everybody come into the pits? Are they changing tires? I think we're seeing a lot of work happen in the pits. Bodies off. I'm not sure what's going on here. And can someone send a text message to Wesley and find out what's going on? I'm sure one of our Dutch friends can do that. Dominic saying, yes, there is a family connection. So thank you very much, Dominic. Not trying to force you to say anything, but you know, obviously noting the same last name. 2 minutes left in the warm-up. Once we come down to, well, actually at this point, we might be allowed 1 more lap, but the driver is going to be told to come in very soon. No more laps out on track. Yes, 2 minutes. So that is when the referees call them all in. I'm not sure what they've been doing. If they've been setting clutch, I think it's clutch positions, because it has been over a day since these guys have been out. Very curious. And obviously 24 hours ago, the track was not like this. It was a little bit rutted up, but it's pretty much stayed as it was as far as the ruts and holes. It stayed about as it was, but it has dried out quite a bit. So I think they're playing around with the clutch position. So everyone has checked in with their transponders. We have a couple of people cheering on FG. FG, one of the really properly venerable brands of RC. Mr. FG himself. I can't remember the name of the gentleman, but obviously first name starts with F, second name starts with G. Not too long ago, sold the company. I think I hear the word problem and model. I think we're going to have a 10-minute timeout. I think we have a 10-minute timeout. Yes. Yes, we do. So the timer is now saying 9 minutes. So if it's the same as large-scale touring car and 1/8 on-road, the drivers can still go out there and drive around to their heart's content. Obviously, just increases the chance of them braking. So nothing really to show on track, so we're just going to stick with whatever camera that we're on. Just one car driving at the moment. So they're going to, there's 8 1/4 minutes left of the 10-minute delay, and then there will be another 3-minute warm-up period. And then with 2 minutes left to go before the race starts, they will call the drivers into the track once again, and then the formation lap with 1 minute to go. So I think it's one of the Elcon races. I can't tell who called the delay. I see Schweitzer's mechanic, but it's obviously it's not Schweitzer. Schweitzer's mechanic was running through. Mechanic slash translator. This is the point where I would reach for a gummy worm, but they're all gone. I ate those while we had our sound issues earlier. Well, while we're at it, may as well bring up the fact that we love our heroes. And you know how you can be an RCTV hero? You can join the RCTV channel. You are already subscribed if you're in the chat. Hopefully you've subscribed and hit the bell to be notified whenever we go live for awesome live RC racing from anywhere around the world. And sorry, I had to just take care of something very, very quickly. That yellow drink, yeah. Sorry. It wasn't meant to be going out. But anyway, yes, become a hero. So for $5 dues, shekels, and pesos of your own hard-earned currency, you can support RC Racing, which support RC Racing TV, which supports RC Racing, which in turn supports RC. So how about that? That's awesome, isn't it? We think it is. So you can become a hero. You get a sheet of stickers mailed to you, sealed with a kiss. Honestly, really, truly, they will be sealed with a kiss. You get a highlighted name in the RC Racing TV chat. You get a little RC TV logo next to your name to let everybody, make sure everybody knows that you're a hero and you are the super coolest guy in the live chat. So we certainly do welcome all of our heroes. We've had a few sign up today. We have had we have our team of guys, another team of guys out in Turkheim in Germany, running, doing the live broadcast for the EFRA, the 2023 Touring Car European Championships. We could pan the car to the driver's stand, but there's literally nothing to show. It's pretty blocked, and I'm not sure which camera we're actually on at the moment. Anyway, so I'm not controlling the cameras. I'm just talking and filling the space. Okay, it looks like whoever called the 10-minute delay has canceled it and said, okay, we don't need any more time. They're going to go straight to the 3 minutes of warm-up now. So it was car number 3 of Thomas Kraus who called the delay, because you can call a 10-minute delay, and you get 10 minutes, obviously, to do whatever you need to do on your car. But what that means is, because you've called the delay, you can only do it once, obviously. You can only do it once in the main finals, and I think in the semis, but I'm not sure. So that means Thomas Kraus is now going to be starting from the very back of the grid, meaning pit lane start. So if you're familiar with that from Formula One or MotoGP, they'll have to start from the pit lanes, meaning everybody goes past, and then once everybody has passed the pit lane exit, then the car will be released. So that's car number 3 of Thomas Kraus, who called the 10-minute delay. So it's not ideal, but obviously it's a 30-minute race, so anything can happen. Track is open. No one has let the car out. Yep, thank you. just getting a delivery of sustenance. So thank you very much, Jim, and thank you to the very kind lady who helped Jim bring the drink up the steps. Well, I say steps, I mean it's more like a ladder. Well, it is a ladder. I thought our delay would be quite a bit longer, but it was called to a finish after just a few minutes.
So everybody, let's go to the grid. Mechanics switch on guys in the right corner.
I mean, no one's going out for their warm up. It's officially the warm up has been going. I don't know what is going to happen. Cars to the starting positions now. So that's it for warm-up. I'm not sure quite what happened there. But they're off onto the starting grid now. So here we go, 30 seconds to go. Before 30 minutes of racing, high intensity two-wheel drive racing starts. The car number 2 is the one that called it was Alex Schmidt. Okay, here we go, 10 seconds for the start of the EFRA 2023 large-scale off-road two-wheel drive European Championship main final here in Stařeč, Czech Republic. And they're off and away. Everyone off except for that number 2, starting from pit lane, Alex Schmidt. Everyone off in number order. Alex already off the track. So a nightmare start. Wesley Van Helmen leading them away. The car 3 getting it was car 4, I think, getting sideways. And a massive collection of cars giving Wesley Van Helmen and Thomas Kraus, our youngest racer here probably, a massive, huge lead. Great clearance for the first time for Wesley Van Helmen coming across the triple down the main straight. They got a huge lead on the rest of the field. And it's the 7 and the 6. Sorry, the 7 and the 8 are squabbling over position with the 5 and the 9. So that is Cyril Kador, Sword Lubelinkov, Abbas, and Vandenberg. Meanwhile, we are on the lead cars. Thomas Kraus trying to pressure Wesley Van Helmen. Kraus taking a double single. Wesley Van Helmen taking it as a triple. Nice flat landings from everybody. Well, at least from these two. I'm not sure what's happening behind. The 7 is leading the 8. Then it's the 5, 9, 0, 6. The 4 and the 2. Alex Schmidt finally getting a pass on somebody. He's got to work his way very carefully through this field. We've seen what can happen when cars land just a bit off. Landing on one tire. Inserts exploding out of the tires. Basically like running on a flat. So Kraus very, very slowly losing just a little bit of time here and there. Let's see, last time across, Kraus about a second and a half behind Van Helmen. Van Helmen very easily able to clear that triple. Kraus taking it as a double single, which is definitely the slower route. Wesley able to get a good line in acceleration. Watch this acceleration coming off of this berm. Full throttle, bam, clears it. nice and flat, while Kraus does it as a double single. So that alone is giving probably a half a tenth to Van Helmond every time he goes around. .27 minutes left in this one. Wesley, slight mistake somewhere. Went a little wide. And that has let Kraus creep up just a bit. Kraus driving a smart race here, I would say. Again, this is an endurance race. It's a 30-minute race. These cars are beasts. They're not indestructible, however, so throwing the car deep in is not the way to, well, one, it's not a way to make friends, especially with the referees who are probably going to tell you to do a stop and go. But also, it drastically increases the chances of problems such as major breakages. Going to put an end to the race. So Kraus, very gentle jumping. These two leading away. Kraus with about almost a 6-second lead on the number 6 car, or number 8 car of Lubelinkov. They're coming up on the stricken number 10, who's gone into the pits once again. That's Kevin Van Medevort, sorry, who's actually come off the rostrum. So going to try, again, as we saw in some of the early... Oh, and Kraus goes over, but he lands on his wheels, doesn't need the marshal. Nearly ended up, well, he was actually about half the car was in the main straight, and if he continued tumbling, this mess of cars could have had 5 or 6 cars smashing directly into him, which would definitely, almost certainly, put an end to the race with a major breakage. These two still leading away, the 1 and the 3. The number 2 of Alex Schmidt running in 5th after having to start from the pit lane because he called a 10-minute timeout for a technical reason. Any driver, who's this who stopped in the middle? I don't see a car number yet. It's the 0, it's okay. Van Medevort having problems, not wanting to get in anyone's way, especially the leaders. These two making the way around once again. Look at this drive that Wesley gets. Really good line there. We saw Wesley in action just a couple weeks ago in Utrecht in Holland, running 10th scale. I think driving for Losi. I'm not exactly sure, but I'm sure our Dutch friends can tell us. So Van Helmond still leading away. And this is almost exactly the kind of race that Wesley wants to have. The only way to make it better was if Thomas Kraus was in this gaggle of cars behind him with the 8 and the 5 and the 2. So we might drop back to the number 2 as soon as he catches up to the number 5, because he's going to start working his way through these guys. Obviously, he qualified 2nd, so he's obviously just a bit quicker. And I think let's go to the straight now, because we do have definitely a battle for 3rd place here. It's a 3-car battle for 3rd. Final podium spot. There's no more bump ups, remember. Oh, getting sideways there. Oh, and let's get some names on these numbers here. Okay, so we got this Stjord Lubelinkov leading away. Now he's pulled away just a bit, but We might make a mistake and let these two catch up. And then we've got the car 5 of of Cyril Cador. And then we have the Alex Schmidt car in the number 2. Let's drop back to these two. So this is Lubilinkov and Schmidt. No, sorry, it's Cador and Schmidt. Schmidt starting from the pit lane after calling a 10-minute technical timeout, which he didn't use all of the time. And weirdly, I don't think anybody used all of the warm-up time that they had. Number 8 car, I think it is, has just... No, who is that? It's not the 8. It's the 6, I think, is being retrieved by the marshal. That's Theo Plant. Watch yourself there, mechanic. Watch yourself. And there we go. There's Lubilinkov makes a mistake, and let's these two guys catch up to him now. See if we can get all 3 in picture, because this is could end up being a cracker. We've got Lubilinkov in the 8, and then Cador, and then Schmidt trying to make his way through the field. Don't worry about Wesley. He's still ahead of Kraus. Oh, and Cador makes a mistake. Lets Schmidt pass. So that's a fairly easy pass for Schmidt. And we watched Schmidt's semifinal earlier. Absolutely nailed to the track. Oh, and he's out. He's flamed out. He's engine gone. What has happened there? His mechanic running out, and he's trying to... mechanic able to roll it across the triple to make a little bit quicker trip for the mechanic. Sorry, the marshal was able to roll it. So anyway, that has kind of put paid to that challenge, that 3-car battle. Meanwhile, if we slowly move to the start of the straight, we've got Kraus hasn't lost any significant time to Wesley. So what does he know? Now these guys running 30-minute race, there's no refueling. So what you have in your car at the start of the race is what you got. I'm trying to see if Kraus has any tricks up his sleeve. It looks like he's just steady run. And that's it. There's no trickery going on. Has Schmidt now stopped running? I think the number 2 car of Schmidt has stopped running. Yes, it has. It's in the pits, and it has been pulled off the track. So unfortunately for Alex Schmidt, the number 2 racer. Sorry, thanks for the questions in the chat. Happy to be corrected. Wesley Van Helmond does run Schumacher, not Losi. The first time we encountered him, he was running Losi. So we have a couple battles on the track, and it looks like at the start of the straight is the other battle. These guys just came together, a little bit of a mistake, and the number 5 of Cador waited for Lubilinkov. So the order on screen is not the actual order on track at the moment. But these guys very, very close together. A lot closer than Thomas and Wesley. Coming out of the bowl hairpin into the not-so-flat hairpin now. Around the final corner. And there's the finish line, is marked by that red and white tape at the start of the main straight. So there's no drag race to the finish. It's literally right there at the start of the straight. These guys very close together. Still, I can tell you, Wesley is still leading Thomas by 2 or 3 seconds. It's not a very big gap at all. I think Thomas is just running a smart race and just waiting. Thomas actually just made a mistake just now. And another one. Oh, and he's lost a tire. He's lost a tire. Go to the middle. Go to the middle. Car number 3 has lost a tire. I think it's a rear tire, spun up and saw an inner foam fling itself out of the back. Is he going to pit? He can still drive. There goes the other one. That's the rest of the inner foam. Now he's running. His left rear is flat. So here's where a little bit of luck and a bit of preparation maybe comes in. These guys running, basically it's an open tire spec. You can run any tires that you like. You can run hard tires, soft tires, micro pins, mini pins, big lugs. But he's lost his left rear tire. So that means in right turns, he's not going to have any traction. I think I certainly hope for Thomas's sake, that tire is going to start coming off. It depends how well the rest of the tire is glued. I can feel raindrops, but nothing significant. So he still has some traction, as we can see. Because otherwise, he'd just be spinning around to the left constantly. But I'm sure he's crabbing. Oh, and he spins. He's spun. Has he broken? No, he's okay. That's a danger spin, especially on that front end. No bumpers on these cars. So he's not slowing anyone down but himself. Wesley is not making a massive amount of gap here. So we're just watching Thomas Kraus to see what happens here and what he does. Wesley still just laying down just steady laps. Not sure how this inner foam situation happened. We did see Thomas hit the pipe on the left side significantly, possibly, twice before that inner foam started coming off. So it could have been spun up and that broke the inner foam and that made it unbalanced, and then it just kind of worked its way out of somehow from the tire. But Wesley now building up his gap. His gap last time around, 4.5 seconds. This time around, now this is probably the 4th or 5th lap that Thomas has been going around. Now it's 5 seconds flat, so Wesley now making up a half a second a lap at least, and that's with lap traffic as well, the last couple of laps. So his lap time gap will be even larger this time, I'm sure. Wesley just running steady pace. Let's go ahead and move to Wesley. It's the number 1 car, just the white and yellow car coming down the main straight now. And I'll have a look at what the gap is to Thomas. So now it's 5.5 seconds. So it's still a half a second a lap on Thomas, running in second. Thomas currently not threatened by any means by Sjord Lubelinkov, who's still battling with Cyril Kador. I thought we were about to see some major drama. We're a little over halfway through this race. 30-minute race, remember. It's 13 minutes remaining. So the battle for third hasn't really gotten any hotter or colder. It's stayed about the same as it was about probably 10 minutes ago, to be honest. Let's switch to these guys here, Jim, as they're going over the big jump and into the Elcon L. Elcon, one of the main sponsors for this weekend, bringing you this live coverage from Stařeč in the Czech Republic. Thank you very much to Elcon, rccaronline.de, and RC Fox. So if you're looking for a model car to drive, maybe you can try a car like Wesley Van Helmon's, running an Elcon. And maybe you can check and see if RC Car Online or RC Fox will sell you that car. I'm sure they'd be happy to. So in the lead of these two cars, this is our battle for third. So not for the win, but definitely for a podium position. The number 4 car has come to a stop. That's okay. It's Sandro Early. Well, not okay for Sandro, but it's not affecting any of the top racers. Wesley now moved to almost 6 seconds ahead of Thomas Kraus. So Lubelinkov and Kador on camera here. Lubelinkov leading the way. Still 11 minutes to go in this one. We're not even 2/3 of the distance through. And Wesley actually not pulling away at all from, let's see what car this is, of car number 6 of Theo Plant. So just driving very, very, very steady. Thomas Kraus still not come in for a tire change. Now, many of these drivers, just like almost all of the drivers in 1/8 buggy and 10th Touring Car Nitro and Nitro 8th on-road track, most of those guys will be running headsets. Very few of these drivers running headsets, even in the main final. Headset means that your driver, your mechanic, can act as a spotter, saying, okay, so in this case, we're following the 8 and the 5, so we can say, well, okay, there's some rain, but don't worry about it if you feel it. It's non-existent. Or tell them the car behind you is number 5 car. You're not battling for position, so don't worry about them, or something like that. That's what spotters do. I don't think we're going to have any issues with fuel because it's quite cool. Currently 20.4 degrees. We're following the battle for third, which is currently the closest battle on track. Wesley Van Helmond has led so far from start to, well, now. We're not quite finished. Thomas Kraus had an inner foam fly out, so he's basically running on 3 fully inflated tires and 1 flat tire. I'm just looking at it now, and it looks like the tire is staying on the wheel, so he does have forward traction at least, but in the corners, it's obviously suffering. And it looks like Wesley has actually let the number 6 car ahead. He was running ahead of the 6 and decided, well, okay. Wesley now taking a double single, so he's toned things right back. Let's move to Wesley now because these guys are kind of spread apart now. So Wesley here is just about to come over the first of the doubles. You see he's let the number 6 car go ahead, basically given his lap back. And Wesley running very, very tame and sedate. So very smart driving. Obviously wanting to make the final 8 minutes so he can claim what I'm pretty sure is going to be his first large-scale European championship. Just finishing his 35th lap. Thomas Kraus running now 8 seconds behind. close enough to 8 seconds. It might be 7.8, I think, if I'm reading that correctly. So running order, Van Helmond, who we're on now, Thomas Kraus, Sword Lubelinkov, Cyril Cador, Lars Abez, Luke Vandenberg, Theo Plant, and Sandro Erlenhofer. Early casualty was Alex Schmidt, who had to start from pit lane after calling a technical timeout. And then we also had Kevin Van Mettevoort, unable to complete the run. Lubelinkov and Cador still almost nose to tail. They're a lot closer now than they were, but we're giving a bit of love to Wesley. You see he's taking that as a double single now. So earlier when he was battling with Thomas for the lead, he was taking it as a triple, very easily clearing it. And obviously taking it as a double single, meaning that it's a lot less stress on the car, a lot less likely to have a crazy hit and potentially break something or bend something, so it makes the car undrivable. Everything's pointing in the right direction. Shiny side up, rubber side down. That's how you want it. 6 minutes remaining in this one. Wesley coming down the main straight once again, finishing his 38th lap. I think soon we're going to start seeing the battle for third really heat up. So coming down the main straight, these two greenish cars, the 8 and the 5 of Lubelinkov and Cador. Oh, and Cador get hung up on a pipe. So we may see Lubelinkov make a mistake in sympathy and bring him back together, or we may not. Actually, what is the number 6 car? He's got nothing to do with either of these two. It's fine. So as soon as we switch to him, the battle kind of fizzles out. 5 minutes remaining. So we've got the 1 of Wesley Van Helmond, the 3 of Thomas Kraus, and the 8 of Sword Lubelinkov. Are we on the 8 at the moment? Okay. So any mistake from him will let Cyril Cador catch up and potentially try to take that third place position. Third place, nothing to sniff about. It's a place on the podium, and it means a trophy and potentially a bottle of champagne, which fourth place wouldn't get. So we're on the 8 of Lubelinkov as Wesley Van Helmond completes his 41st lap, as does Thomas Kraus. So Cador catching up very slightly. He's made his way past the lap traffic. Oh, and there's a mistake from Lubelinkov. Is that going to let Cador catch up? Yes, it does. Lets him make up about a second. Oh, and then big mistake, a big slide from Cador. Gives it all back and then some. So this race, not exactly a barn. So, oh, there goes Thomas Kraus. Let's go to the end. Just off the big jump. He didn't actually make the jump. So Kraus now, oh, he's flamed out. He's flamed out. Engine is cut. Thomas Kraus, it's running again. It's running again. His mechanic very, very quick. That's what you want to see. A very fast mechanic. Oh, and he's collecting the number 6. So let's see where that puts him. I think now Krauts may be off the podium because Lubelinkov has come through, yes, in second. Krauts is now running fourth, the car number 3. So, after all that, just at the very end, on a flat tire even, I can see the carcass of the tire through a tear or a hole or something in that left rear tire. All that time running in second with a flat tire, basically. And one just bad catch on a rut coming into the first corner. Throws him off the track. Engine stops and he's able to get rolling again, but now he's down in fourth. I don't think there's much that he's going to be able to do because Kador and Lubelinkov are about 10 seconds ahead. Kador, let's see, yes, 11 seconds ahead exactly. So, a comfortable second place and a solid second place on the podium for Thomas Krauts. Unfortunately, taken away at the very, very end. Let's go to Wesley Van Helmond for this final minute of running. Wesley making it look easy. Can't make it look any easier than this. Wesley Van Helmond taking the pole position off of, I believe it was off of Alex Schmidt in the first qualifier. Second qualifying run out of 2, Wesley Van Helmond takes it, holding the overall and overnight TQ. And coming into today, qualifying directly into the semifinal, taking the pole position as well to start the main final here in the Czech Republic for the 2022 European Championships for large-scale off-road two-wheel drive buggy. He's led from start to finish, pulling away at a consistent pace from Thomas Krauts, and he's about to cross the line and become the European champion for two-wheel drive large-scale off-road. Congratulations, Wesley Van Helmond. Sjord Lubelinkov comes across in that car number 8 in second position. Cyril Kador coming across for third. And the Dutchies go wild. As they're saying, nicely done, Wesley. Good job, Wes. Excellent job. That's 30 minutes of racing. No fuel dramas. And an excellent race. Not a huge amount in the way of drama, but that's exactly the way to run it for if you're Wesley Van Helmond. Unfortunate for Thomas Krauts. Running in second all that time and then just coming off the track at the very end. An unhappy Thomas coming off the rostrum now. So that is our two-wheel drive main final over. We have about another, I think it's going to be another 15 minutes for before we get to the four-wheel drive final. So before I forget, we've got APF, Ultron, MCD, Ultron, MCD, Elcon, Ultron, Elcon, and MCD. There we go, there's Wesley coming down the steps with his trophy. Congratulations to Wesley. His first, I believe, his first European Championship. So 16:50 is when we're meant to be starting. I don't know if we're going to roll straight into it. I hope not. Need a little break and some water. So we'll just do that. We'll come off and we'll see what the schedule holds for us. Okay, so the referees are doing the driver introduction, so let's go through the drivers. How about that? All right, so for the main final here at the 2023 EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road Four-Wheel Drive European Championships, our top 10 racers in starting from car number 10, Valentin Puziat from France, running an MCD. Car number 9, from Australia, competing for Sweden, is Callan Gunn, our favorite Australian Swede. And he's running an Elcon. In car number 8, running, I must say, probably a legendary race, Ferry Fernie from the Netherlands, running an Ultron. In number 7, Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic, running an Elcon. From Germany, in car number 6 is Sven Rodewald, driving an MCD. Driving in Elcon is car number 5, Tim van der Elst, driving for Belgium. And from the Netherlands, in car number 4 is Don Krabaum, running also an Ultron. Maël Boucher from France is in car number 3, running an MCD. And Ken Valkiers from Belgium, driving in car number 2, driving an Ultron. And car number 1 is Roman Velter from France, running an APF. And I believe it was, yes, it was Ferry Fernie who is the top qualifier, but the pole position is Roman Velter. So these guys are about to have 3 minutes of warm-up, unless someone calls a 10-minute timeout, which did happen in the last main final. So while we're waiting, we'd like to just welcome everybody to the EFRA Large-Scale Off-Road European Championships here in the Czech Republic. Brought to you by us, RC Racing TV, EFRA, with help from Pull Start TV, with sponsorship from our main event sponsor of Elcon, a very popular car brand here. Callan Gunn is running to the pits, so got an issue with his car, number 9. Hardly anyone going out for their warm-up, but this happened in two-wheel drive as well. Maybe there's already been a 10-minute technical timeout called. So 4-minute countdown timer that I can see, so there's no official 10-minute delay yet. I do see a couple of, well, that's Callan Gunn running back to the pits. Some sort of issue with him. Phil from Elcon telling him, get back up there and we'll sort it is. more event sponsors include rc-car-online.de and also RC Fox. So thank you very much to those retailers, or European-based retailers based out of Germany. So if you're looking for an Elcon car, or any RC car, or hobby appliance, or accessory, whatever you might be looking for, check them out. rc-car-online.de and RC Fox. Okay, we have a 10-minute delay. Okay, as I thought.
Jeden z jezdců odložil start o 10 minut. Je to s dvojkou jezdící.
So this is we kind of expect it with every final. So when it does come, we're like, here it is. So we'll just fade down a bit and see if there's anything else that we can sort out here in the commentary booth. And we'll be back, well, at least within 10 minutes, but stick around. Actually, before we do that, I may as well tell you that we can welcome our heroes. We have had several heroes sign up already. And if you'd like to be a hero, we do welcome you to be a hero on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. Just find the join button, and it's 5 units of your favorite currency, meaning your local currency. And that is per month. You can cancel if you like, but obviously the more you support, the more we can give you. The first things that we'll give you are, first of all, a cool highlighted name in the chat, a cool little badge in the chat, again, in the live chat. Also, you'll get a set of stickers, and we'll give you as many shout-outs as you like, probably more than you like. I mean, like an uncomfortable amount of shout-outs is how many shout-outs we'll give you, probably. But also, if you have anyone in qualifying or practice that you'd like us to follow, we will prioritize your follow requests over anyone who isn't an RCTV hero. And what that does is basically it allows us to continue to bring you excellent live RC racing broadcasts from across Europe, the UK, and around the world. And another way that you can support us is check out our merch. And you don't have to necessarily buy it, but at least just check it out, rcracingtv.com. And you can use the code RCTV10, that's RCTV10, as in 10%, to get 10% off. So how's that? I mean, that's massively surprising, isn't it? 10% off, and the number is 10. So yeah, just like to finish with that. And so we'll be back in approximately anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes, because there's 7 minutes left in the delay, and then there's a 3-minute warm-up. But of course, as we saw in the last group, at the last race, the person who called the delay can obviously just say, okay, that's it. I'm ready now. And then they end the 10-minute timeout. So basically, anytime within the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds, we will be back. So stick around. All right, everybody, we are back. We have a 30-minute race for the large-scale four-wheel drive buggies about to get underway after another 10-minute delay, which not unexpected, to be honest. So 5 minutes of warm-up now, or actually 3 minutes of warm-up, and then with 2 minutes remaining, they're going to be called into the pits. And then they'll sit there for about a minute, and then they'll be called out for their formation lap. So I've already run through the drivers and the cars and the countries. So I'll just run through the drivers and their cars. How about that? So in car number 1, in pole position, Roman Walter from driving an APF. Ken Valkiers. Yeah, it's not a formation lap. It's a warm up. Oh, keep going. Don't stop in the straights. What are you doing? It's not a formation lap. Maël Boucher from France running an MCD. Dan Krabbaum from the Netherlands running an Ultron. Tim Grander Elst also running an Ultron from Belgium. Sven Rodewald in car 6 running in from Germany running an MCD. Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic running Elcon. Fernie or TQ from the Netherlands running Ultron. Callan Gunn, our Australian-Swedish racer, running an Elcon, and Valentin Puziat running an MCD. So 3 minutes before the start of the race. So they didn't. They all came in about like they could have had another 2 laps of warm up. So now they've all pulled in, and now the warm up is kind of moot. It's not so warm anymore. I'm sure they all have their reasons. They're smarter racers than me with many years of mechanic knowledge and know-how behind them. So. Who am I to question what they're doing?
2 minutes to start. Everybody is in the pit lane. Mechanics, please put your cars in the correct order. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on.
So, minute 45 before the start of the race, so about 40 seconds or so before they're told to go out and do their formation lap, which is a very slow and gentle lap to get out there.
30 seconds to open the track.
Fifteen seconds.
Okay, guys, all guys to the starting positions. Formation lap, let's organize.
There's their formation lap coming out of the pits. So one very, very slow lap. Okay. Our race director, Vojta, setting the cars. Car number 2 is the one who called the, that's Ken Valkiers. Car number 2 is who called the technical timeout, 10-minute delays. So he has to start from the pit lane, meaning everybody has to set off and then he'll be released.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
And we are off and running the 2023 European Championships for large-scale four-wheel drive buggy is away. And Roman Walter leading the charge with Ken Valkiers starting from pit lane. It's already left an instant gap behind him, so I'm sure he wasn't complaining too much about that. Look at this battle for second. It's already hotting up. We have multiple different cars, multiple different countries. We're looking for the battle for second, 3 and 5. And also the 4 and the 6. That's Boucher, Van der Elst, Krabom, and Rodewald. 4-car battle at the moment. Then a bit of a gap to the next cars, 7, 8, and I think that's a 6. Hartman, Fernie, and Puziat. Sorry, that's a 0. And then Valkiers, Callan Gunn running last at the moment. Callan Gunn, we saw him come off the driver's stand. And thought he may have been the one to call the technical timeout, but it looks like top 3, 4, 5 stretching out now. Let's move to our leader, car number 1 of Roman Walter, leading the way. Last lap, 34.5-second lap time. A bit faster from Van der Elst. Huge gap now. This gap looking like 3.7 seconds already on a track that is 35 seconds around. It looks big because it is, but a single mistake, land on a pipe, catch a divot or a hole somewhere. It looks like Valkiers, is that, no, it's number 7 of Hartman in a tussle and now running last behind Callan Gunn. So Roman Walter is being chased down by Maël Boucher. Oh, and who's that that's just gone over? That was our 3rd place driver of Dan Krabbaum. Now he's going to be running 8th or 9th if he's still running at all, and he is. He's running one of those Ultron cars. Roman Volker running an APF in the lead. APF, a French brand that I don't really know a whole lot about. I'm told it's a relatively new brand. Ultrons, MCDs, and Elcons making up the rest of the main final grouping. So no real battles out on track. Roman driving well. Let's drop back one car to the blue and white number 3, and that is going to be Maël Boucher. Starting pretty solid. Nice triple line over triple. Looks like we might have a battle for 4th hotting up, so if we drop back 2 cars, to the, I think that's going to be the, oh, with a massive hit on the pipe from the number 8. That allows Ken Valkyr's pass in that red and white car. That was Ferry Fernie running a wing, so it's looked quite unfamiliar to us. And if you didn't see his run in the semi-final A, give that a watch, because even without a wing, he was pulling away from people. Ken Valkyr is moving up into 4th, though, thanks to that mistake from Ferry. Getting up on 2 wheels. Around the red and white. Yeah. So Ken here on camera. Qualified second, called a technical timeout, started from pit lane, and has already worked himself up into 4th position. He's rapidly catching the number 6, and that is Sven Rodewald. Coming around the bowl corner and the flat hairpin. I think we have a broken car. Who's that? That's the number 8. Ferry Fernie. Finally, something has taken him properly off the track. So his cars are repairable in the pits. Great thing about these large-scale cars, it's one of the few RC vehicles that actually require hammers and full-size bench vices. Meanwhile, Valkyrs, who we were following, is all over the back of that number 6 of Rodewald. Look at him coming down the straight now. Nose to tail, Rodewald running an MCD, Valkyrs running an Ultron. Got that big black thing sticking out the side of it. I'm not sure what that is. I'd be very surprised if it's an air cleaner. Just sticking out like that, the way it does into the dust. But very unique looking machine. This is our only battle on track. It's a battle for 3rd. Ken trying to make his way up at least into 2nd. Meanwhile, we've got Romain Voltaire in his APF, driving for France, leading the way. And a couple seconds behind him, we have Maël Boucher, also from France, but running an MCD. These guys getting massive air off of the tabletop at the back section of the track. Valkyrs all over the back. And so I wonder if that is pushing Rodewald. Obviously, it's pushing Rodewald, but he's not running defensive lines, really. He's just driving faster, and they're both catching up to Maël Boucher. So let's see what happens here with the battle, when the battle for 3rd becomes the battle for 2nd, and Valkyr's nearly taking it. Almost landing on top of Rodewald's car there. Car's very fast. I don't know if it's anything. Oh, and he flips it. Okay. Well, let's stick with the red and white car because we know he is fast. He's going to be definitely catching up to Rodewald pretty soon. Again, these cars not having any fuel stops at all. It's not nitro. They are allowed tire changes, I believe. But there's no point doing that. Because it'll just cost way too much time. So Valkyrs rocketing down the main straight. So that's taking the pressure off of Rodewald for the moment, and also taking the pressure. Oh, and Valkyrs makes another mistake. Meanwhile, if we move up a couple of cars, we've got a battle for 2nd now between what has happened to. He's lost a shock. The number 3 car's lost a shock. Maël Boucher Let's see if we can focus on him. He's down to fourth now as Valkyrs makes another mistake. He's going into the pits. Let's follow him into the pits. Keeping an eye on Walter. He's still in the lead, don't worry. And we've got a little bit of blockage there. So look at that. You can see the right front of the car has lost its shock, is completely on the ground on that side, and we have a bit of a blockage there. So we'll let them carry on. We'll move back to our leader, the car number 1, as he's coming. Where is he now? He is flying around the L, just about to come over the first of the doubles. He's just passed and lapped Callan Gunn. Callan Gunn running 8th at the moment. I'm sure Callan was under no illusions that he'd be able to put in a serious high-end challenge for the overall championship. I'm sure he's very happy, just like I would be, to be in the big show. After coming all the way from Australia and having the year that he's had, to be in the main final at the European Championships, which is basically, for him, and the reason why he's here, because there's no World Championships, so it's basically World Championships. But we are with Roman Walter, running the lone APF car in this race. APF, a brand I'm sure not very many are familiar with. But, and good news for Mayo Boucher fans, he's back out and racing, as we are still with Roman Walter. So let's see, let's go ahead and move to our number 2 car and give everybody a bit of love, because Walter at the moment, let's be honest, is way ahead. So Valkyrs, has now moved ahead into the second position, the red and white car, coming up the big jump into the Elcon L. He's passed the number 6 car of Rodewald, while we were trying to find out what was happening with Boucher's car. Oh, and Callan goes over. Hopefully it's not broken. It's right behind you, Marshall. He's unable to. He's facing the wrong direction. He's facing the direction he should be. So anyway, car number 2 of Valkyrs has moved ahead, but only just from Rodewald, the second place driver, followed very closely indeed by number 6 car, third place driver, Sven Rodewald. So we're going to keep this pretty simple and easy. Let's move to Sven Rodewald, the car number 6, if we're not already. Follow him for a lap or two, because we have 17 minutes left of this, and the cars are pretty spaced out. We haven't had everyone. I mean, a smart race is a smart race, but you know, let's have some drama. Let's have some action. We did have some, just a bit in the two-wheel drive main final, short course main final. Ran away with it. Matthew Stokes taking the win for the UK. Wesley Van Helmen making the two-wheel drive final. A study in clinical driving, shall we say. He owned that one from start to finish, just like Matthew Stokes did. And it looks like, at the moment, as we're almost halfway through this one, both those drivers setting the stage for another clinical masterpiece of a drive by Roman Walter. So let's move to our 4th place driver of car number 5 here of Tim van der Elst, the white and green car, just come over the big jump and into the Elcon L. Let's Tim van der Elst. I think it's Van der Elst. It's spelled Van der Elst, but I think there's a space between the Van and the Der. Tim van der Elst from Belgium. Not running the Belgium scheme, but we did see a couple of cars running Belgian colors. But they were from, I think one of them was from Lithuania, so it was a bit confusing. This is Tim van der Elst running his Ultron. Valentin Puziat doing really well, running 5th at the moment in the car 10. Let's see, there we are. Oh, the very nice multicolored car. So, are we on Puziat from France? Puziat running an MCD. Next car in line is Peter Hartmann from the Czech Republic, and I can identify his car, at least, I believe. There we go, the number 7. Can identify his at least just by the color scheme. Running an Elcon, one of 2 or 3 drivers running Elcon in this one. 2. The other one is Callan Gunn. And we'll get to him very soon indeed. Peter coming over the triple now. He's doing pretty well for a 2-wheel drive. Whoa, bicycle. Spoke very slightly too soon, but no, he's completely fine. So the next car is the next Elcon, is the number 9, just going over the jump leading to the bright orange car. That's Callan Gunn, our favorite Australian-Swedish racer. Callan Gunn making the trip all the way from Australia. And the reason why he's able to race in this one, again, is because there is no world championship for it. So basically, he puts himself, or he contacts EFRA representatives and says, hey, Connie, you are the section chairman of the large-scale off-road section for EFRA. I'd like to be on the waiting list, please, for the large-scale off-road for European Championships. And I'm happy to fly all the way from Australia, even though I've had a hell of a year. I'd really, really like to have a spot to race. And so here we are. We've got both of the Elcon cars together. So we have Callan Gunn giving Peter Hartmann plenty of space to get past. They're basically teammates. They run the same car, so that makes them teammates. So very good job for Callan, and a pleasure to finally chat with him myself. As you see, off camera, Walter is making another mistake, but still holding on to the second spot. And the blue car that needed a shock replacement, number 3, where is he at? There we go, just come underneath us now. He's actually just been lapped by our leader, Romain Walter. This is Maël Boucher from France, running an MCD car. Not as many MCDs running in this one as I would have thought, but Ultron's quite popular at the sharp end of the grid, I must say. There's 4 of them in this. 2, 3, 4. Yes. 3 MCDs and 2 Elcons, and the APF that is currently leading. That's Maël Boucher. Ferry Fernie also needed some help. Oh, wait, no, it was him that broke the shock, wasn't it? He's had all kinds of issues. Ferry Fernie in the car 8. Who's just coming underneath us, I believe. Yes, coming out of the L. And you can see running that very distinctive right end, or right side pod thing that sticks out of the body. Identifies it as an Ultron. And that is all of our drivers out there at the moment. Dan Verbaum in the car 4 from the Netherlands. Unfortunately, not sure what happened, but Dan having to stop. He was running an Ultron. You see a car in the pit lane, but Dan bowing out of the main final. That's pretty good, actually, for as much abuse as these cars take, for 9 cars to still be running. I think Callan has some engine issues because he seems to be running off throttle very slightly. Hang on. Why is car 6? What has happened to Walter? What has happened to Walter? Where is he? He's over here. He must have just had a mistake. So let's follow him because Sven Rodewald is actually listed in the lead, and we've got Valkyrs all over the back of Walter. So here's our battle for the lead. These 3 cars, somewhere in our tour of the 9 drivers still out on track. Oh, Walter makes a massive mistake, big roll, and allows the Ultron of Valkyrs to go past. We have seen Valkyrs make a lot of mistakes in this one. Well, a lot meaning like 2 or 3. But that's enough to let drivers get past, just like what we saw happen to Walter there. So this battle for second somehow has developed. Don't know what has happened. The APF of Walter passed by the Ultron of Valkyrs. And who is that? That's Rodewald running an MCD. Currently in the lead, coming out of the Elcon L. 3 cars represented in the top 3 positions on track. So with 8 minutes remaining, if we've got these guys nose to tail for the next 8 minutes, we have got a real race on our hands. So all focus on these 3 here. We've got Rodewald, Valkyrs, and Walter, Roman Walter. So Rodewald running the number 6, the multicolored with the bright green that's leading, obviously. Ken Valkyrs running in the red and white Ultron. And in the APF, the green and white is Roman Walter. The lead car presently is an MCD. So 3 countries, 3 makes of cars, obviously 3 different drivers. So we will see what happens here. We've got 7 minutes remaining. Coming over the triple. Nice clear. Oh, and Walter makes a big mistake, gets caught. So he's now about 10 seconds down. So it's down to these 2 until Roman Walter catches up. Different lines entirely taken by these guys. Everyone trying to find the smoothest place to accelerate and brake and turn. Trying to find the sweetest racing line after a week of heavy driving on this track. Track has evolved and changed in so many ways. It's no longer the muddy bog that it was on Tuesday. Oh, and Walter's going for the lead. He's got the inside line. Oh, no. He may go for it here. Oh, and he goes over. He catches the back wheel of Rodewald. So now he's a couple seconds back. These guys getting amazing drive off of these jumps. And we see Walter off camera goes over again and loses another few seconds. Doesn't need to be rescued by the marshal though, so he's still rolling. Now he's under pressure though. There's 5.25 minutes remaining in this race. He's definitely under pressure. For nearly 25 minutes, he had it all his own way. And now it's down to these two, Rodewald and Walters. Slinging their cars back and forth through the S's. Trying different lines. Oh, and cut off, but driving on the ground. Oh, and Valkyrs goes over. Two marshals trying to get to him, and he gets passed by Walter. Oh, he's broken. Valkyrs is broken. His mechanic immediately spotted it. Both mechanics out there. You only need one. Watch where you're running. Look at the back end of that car, the left rear completely off. And I think that has put an end to his challenge. Rodewald. Wow. Sven Rodewald, not a name I would have put forward to potentially take this one. 4 minutes left. Where is he at? Rodewald here, the number 6, just going over the big jump. And a few seconds later, followed by the APF of Roman Walter. I don't think any of these guys have won a European Championship in the past. So eagerness leading potentially to overdriving. It's hard to say. I don't know what is in the minds of these guys. I can only imagine how I would feel. Extremely, extremely nervous is certainly a couple of words I would use. So we've got 3 minutes left. We've got Rodewald out in the lead. We have Roman Walter actually very slowly catching him up. But still 3.5 seconds behind. So now it's down to Rodewald. He's got lap traffic. He's coming up, I think it's the number 9 of, no, it's not Callan Gunn. But he's got 3 cars of lap traffic coming up. He's going to have to make his way past these guys. Sven Rodewald from Germany on his 49th lap in this 30-minute race. With Roman Walter waiting, just waiting and hoping to pick up the pieces. What's the gap now? It's a lot closer now. It's less than 3 seconds. About 2.5 seconds. So he's made up about a full second in the last couple of laps. 1.5 minutes remaining. I don't think there's enough time unless, no, first car has let him pass. It's the car 0. Good driving of Valentin Pusiat. Roman Walter driving all out, but still needs to keep it rubber side down. Perfect landing off of that triple now, aimed directly at the corner. So now Rodewald coming up on Callan Gunn, giving him plenty of space, very good. And then Look at the gap now. They're very, very close. There is a car between them. That's Callan Gunn, the orange car. It's Callan Gunn. But Rodewald, 41 seconds left now. Callan Gunn now going to go wide and give Roman plenty of space. The gap now is about, it's about 2.1 seconds, I think. It's much, much closer. Oh, and Roman making a little bit of a mistake, riding the pipe just a tiny bit. But he gets a huge drive off of this, off the tabletop. Look at these. Let's try and keep them both in shot. And lap traffic moving way aside. No, okay, you need to move aside again. There we go, that's it. That's a European Championship win. I was too busy watching the racing. Sven Rodewald taking the European Championship here in the Czech Republic in large-scale off-road four-wheel drive buggy. Congratulations, huge congratulations to Sven Rodewald from Germany, driving his MCD, taking the win. Excellent job, what a race. So that is our program complete. That is the race complete. 30 minutes, actually more like an hour and a half of top end large scale off-road racing is over. A full week of racing. We made it. We don't have to, we're not racing tomorrow because we're expecting a massive deluge. So we squeezed it all in. No proper lunch breaks, no proper loo breaks. And there we go. We see the team MCD super happy, taking the championship once again. So while we wait for Sven to make his appearance, lots of happy racers. Sven Rodewald from the 6th position on the grid, taking the win. He's about to come out now. There he is, Mr. MCD. Massive congratulations to Sven and the whole MCD team and Team Germany. So, what a week. We've had a German racer just win. We've had a Dutch racer win two-wheel drive, and we had a British racer win short course. It's been a truly international week here at the large-scale off-road European Championships, brought to you by EFRA. Be sure to check out efra.ws to find out about racing in your local area and your country if you're in Europe or the UK. Also brought to you by Elcon Models. Thank you very much, Elcon. And also rccaronline.de and RC Fox. It's been a great week of racing. So again, if you are, if you want to support RC Racing TV, which supports RC Racing, which in turn supports RC in general, be sure to check out the join button on the YouTube channel, and also check out the merch availability on rcracingtv.com. And again, we wouldn't be here without EFRA. Make sure to check out EFRA.ws for all of your RC Federation and rules check needs. So I want to thank everybody for joining us, and we hope you've enjoyed the coverage here from Stařeč in the Czech Republic. My name is Frank McKinney. Next to me on camera, we've had Jim Little. Well, yesterday and today, I would say all week, but a very, very compressed 2-day program rather than a 3-day. And also on the video and photography jobs, we've had Ben Clark here as well. We've been RC Racing TV. Back in the UK, we've had James Perry and Matt McCallum doing all the producing and technical stuff for us. So thank you very much for joining us. And don't forget, there's still more RC Racing TV to come. We're in Turkheim. Well, not we, but the rest of the team is in Turkheim, Germany for the EFRA touring car, electric touring car European Championships. So with that, and a very happy Team MCD, Team Germany, and Sven Rodewald in particular, we will sign off and let you go and enjoy the rest of your RC Racing TV weekend. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll catch you next time.